Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 362. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today only, but pleasantly, by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Good. It's one of those days, like I stayed up so late that I was like, oh man, I really hope I wake up on time. So I set like 10 alarms because it's just like, I don't even know I just got lost playing games.
Yeah.
Nice. But it was just like, I looked at the clock and it was like 4:30 and I was like, oh no. Not ideal, but it's pretty good. It's a good day so far. We had some technical difficulties just before the show. And of course it happens on the day that Dustin isn't here. I remember being like, oh no.
Well, the first technical issue was, in fact, Dustin not being here because we record 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. And Dustin sends out an email with a Zencaster link that we all use. And it was like 1:05 and I texted him like, what are you doing? Yeah. Are you all right? And he's like, I'm in Cal. It was just the text that says I'm in California with a period. And I was like, oh yeah, okay, never mind. And then I immediately texted Chris and I'm like, I forgot I have to send you the link this week. That's why we're going late.
Yeah.
So we're already off to a fucking great start today.
Hey man, these it's the rockiest starts that sometimes lead to the best episodes. You never know.
Yeah, sure. True enough. And yeah, Dustin is on his liaison, his rendezvous, his pilgrimage with Brad Ellis. They're in California together. He's staying at Brad's for a few days. They'll be at Summer Games Fest, I guess. Or I guess Brad's not going, but Dustin's going for whatever reason to Summer Games Fest. And he should have some fun there. So yeah, he'll be back next week. He's missing I don't think he realized, and I certainly didn't realize that this was going to be a show that you didn't want to miss, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little unpredictable. I don't think like you said, neither of us expected this much news this quickly.
Right. No, well, the state of play wasn't even announced until a few days ago. Right. So he couldn't have known. Yeah. Would it have been an interesting move for him to be like, you know what? It's a big episode. I'll make myself available. I wouldn't have minded that, but I'm not going to. Who am I to tell a man how to work? I've never done any work in my life. I've never built anything. So what do I know?
Yeah. Who's to say,
Well, it's good to be here with you like the old days. I don't miss any episodes. So I'm here. And it's good to be here with you, Chris. Glad you're well. A long night gaming. Yeah, I was up pretty late last night too because I did one of my my 9 o'clock p.m. naps and then woke up at like 12:45. And I was like, oh boy, I was just so tired. I was like, I can't be awake any longer, and that was a mistake. So yeah, I didn't go to bed until like 4 or 5. And then,
so can I ask you? So you went to bed. So you took this nap at 9 p.m. and you understood going into it. You're like, I designate this a nap. Did you know that at the time?
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, 9 o'clock's way too early because I would not be even tired enough to have slept all night. Like I needed to just take the edge off.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I feel like usually like if I find myself getting ready for a nap that early, I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I'll wake up super early tomorrow and then it'll be kind of a novel little day for me. A little an unusual little 24-hour period.
Yeah, sure. I don't have that kind of courage, so I can't do it. I don't know if it takes courage.
Yeah, but, it's more like just almost like an Ouroboros of laziness.
Right.
It kind of goes around. It's like, oh, I get to be lazy, but also disguise it as going to bed at a healthy hour.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I like the way you think. Dustin's texting me still. Oh, okay, this is about something else. Okay. Well, it's good to be here with you. Even at the time we recorded last week and published, there was still no information, I don't think, about the state of play that was happening. So this really was quite a surprise, although people were prognosticating whether it would happen or not. And we'll get into all of the games. I have them all on a separate document I made. Let me see how many games there are. I count 28 games plus 3 side things that I think were interesting. So lots to get into. We can spend as much time on all of that as we like. We also have other news to get through this week. It would have been a normal show regardless. Some topics of discussion, some other conversations to get through, and then we'll go on our merry way. Anything interesting happening in your life? How's Snark Tank doing well?
Oh, yeah, no, going good consistently. I really don't understand, man. Like, I don't. It's such a nonsensical show that keeps growing. But what's weird, it's interesting, even though we do a video portion of it now, and it's a lot more sophisticated now. We've got like a live camera switcher and all that.
Oh, wow.
Even though we do all that, the video views are down, but the audios are way up. And so I don't really know what to make of that. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's more clips, I guess, which is nice. But like, it's I don't know what to make of that. Part of me is like, let's just cut the cameras out entirely, if that's the case. But
that'd be pretty sweet.
It would be mega convenient. It would be a lot easier to deal with and a lot easier to tweak after the fact too. Like audio editing, like editing a podcast without having to contend with video is so much easier. You don't have to worry about lighting or anything. You don't have to worry about whether or not a cut makes sense.
Right. We used to do it for the first 100 and something 50 episodes of the show. So
yeah, and it's way easier. So like if I can do that again, I don't know, maybe. But
you want to know how Chris and I used to record? This is a fun little. This is so analog, and it worked so well. And by the way, if you don't care about video, this is the way you should record podcasts, which is we would just call each other and then each have our Zoom mics recording with a clap sync. And because the cell phones are literally working light speed without like any bandwidth issues or whatever, it was actually the best way to do it for audio content. It's almost like you're talking to the person in person, which is how we got away with doing it without telling anyone for so long. But video, obviously, incorporating video is a totally different thing. But when I tell people that that's the way we used to do it, and we never lost an episode. Every episode got recorded properly. It was very weird because everyone loses an episode at some point. I famously lost an episode of a podcast I did with Pete Hines once from Bethesda, and I wanted to kill myself. Oh,
no. How long ago was that?
That was in 2015 or 16. And what was cool was that he actually came back to do it again, but I couldn't do it with him. So someone else did it the second time.
Oh, man.
And I was like, man, it sucked. It was around Fallout 4, I think, actually. So it was a pretty big interview. But anyway, I've been talking to him behind the scenes. He and I have a very friendly relationship. We've always been friendly. He's always been really nice to me, but he's a big hockey fan. So we actually connect on that level and often talk about that. So I think I can get him on the show this year. We'll see.
Interesting.
He's retired now, for people that don't know.
Yeah.
He took that Microsoft money and was bye. I don't really blame him. I would have done the same thing.
I do the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So what's going on in my life? Nothing. Oh, you know what? I wanted to say this. You must know this. Do you know Ninja Sex Party, the band?
Yeah.
So I saw them live on Monday. Michael loves Danny from Game Grumps.
Right.
And he's the singer in that band. That's like his side project. Although the side project's fucking huge. I guess I'm not a comedy music guy, really. I love, everyone went through a Weird Al phase, I think. Weird Al. So I was really in the Weird Al pocket, like with Amish Paradise. It's all about the Pentiums, like mid to late 90s. But obviously he began in the 80s. So everyone kind of imbibes that. We had a lot of things like the comedy records in the 90s, like Jerky Boys, Adam Sandler and shit.
Right, yeah.
And then there's a little bit of comedy with like, I wasn't really an ICP fan, but like it's a little bit of a comedy kind of group. And so, but I'm not really in that space. So I know Michael loves Game Grumps. She especially loves Dan. And Dan is part of this band that is big enough to play the National, right? So that's all I really know. And so Gene Park of the Washington Post and Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, he's friends with them. And it's this guy Dan and this guy Brian are the band. Ninja Brian, who dresses like a ninja on stage, which I think is fucking hysterical. See, I didn't know any of this going in. And he's like, oh, I'm friends with them. I'll just get you backstage at the National, which is where we played Sacred 200, I think.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll get you backstage, get you VIP passes. It was actually interesting, Chris, because I was back at where we were again. And so like backstage and in the green rooms and all of that. And what's so funny is like, it was a real tour. So unlike there being like 7 people and nothing going around, there's like fucking like food everywhere and people everywhere. And just like, it's like, I was like, this is the way it's actually probably supposed to look back here.
Right.
And so we go, Gene comes in from Washington. We go he meets us at a restaurant in Richmond. We go and eat, and then we go to the venue. And we get in, go backstage, and I gotta say, so we met both Dan and Brian. Dan was a lot more busy while we were there, and I think Gene is closer to Brian. And so we spent, I would say, a half an hour with him, probably. Just him, me, and Gene and Micah talking. I don't know if you know much about him. He's like a PhD in astrophysics or something. And like, I just didn't know any of this, right? So I'm picking his brain, fascinated by him, have a good rapport with him, talking about music and all the rest. Then they go on stage. Their opener and their house band is this band TWRP or Twerp. I don't know how you really say it, but they dress in like costumes, and it's like fucking dope. They're fucking awesome. So they're rocking on stage. Then we go on. So then they go on. I watch their set. I just wanted to compliment them because they're awesome. They're like mega talented, mega funny. They did a Korn cover, which I thought was really funny.
That's awesome.
And but also I just wanted to say that they were really nice. And it's not only because I wasn't going to judge anyone based on like how big you were or whatever. They're playing the National. Obviously, it's like bands I like play the National. It's a big thing. You obviously understand you're at a certain level when you go there. But these guys are like the real deal and took a lot of time to like talk to us and take pictures of Micah and sign things for her and stuff. And I just thought that was a really classy thing. And they didn't know us from a hole in the wall. They even told us to come back. Brian was like, come back after the show. Like we were talking about before the show. He's like, come back to stage after the show. And we did. And he was talking to him a little bit and stuff. And he was just a really nice guy. And they're fucking funny, man. They opened with a song called Get Ready to Get Ready, which I thought was and it was just and it familiarized me with their music a little bit. And I was like, oh, this is funny. This is good. I just love live music as well. So I'm like down with almost anything. I can go to a bluegrass show or a country show. I'll like it probably. So, but I just wanted to compliment them because I thought that they were really, really great and really nice people. And I really, really appreciated them, especially because I know it was a big deal for Micah. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, no, it's I've heard very good things about it. Like I remember hearing that too because I'm like, it's so weird. I'm like, those are the two people that I feel like I'm like 1 degree removed from them, but I for some reason just never just never intersected with them. But I remember hearing that about Brian, how he was like this like secret genius. I mean, like that's so interesting.
He was like a tenured professor of physics at like some university. And
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's on stage dressed like a ninja singing dumbass.
Yeah, has his whole thing, I guess, is that he has an antagonistic relationship with the crowd. So he's like constantly giving the finger to the crowd, and like it's like, and it was funny. We said during the show, it's like this dude is like a genius level physicist or whatever. It's just so funny, man. I can really appreciate you being like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do now. I don't give a fuck about, this is what I want to do.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of too of like how Brian May from Queen is kind of like that too. Like he's like this like shockingly educated person, and so I like some of the songs that he wrote, or like I think 39 by Queen is like famously about like time dilation, and like people are like, this is literally just Interstellar, but like written in like the 70s or something by this guy.
I love that.
Who just plays guitar real well. It's awesome.
Plays guitar good.
He plays guitar nice.
So
look at them fingers.
Yeah, I just wanted to. They don't need a shout out from me. That dude, they had that place fucking rocking. That's the other thing I wanted to say is the crowd was really into it. I've been to shows where, sometimes you get this is a younger crowd, but we get an older crowd, a little bit more of a docile crowd, sometimes even a disappointing crowd where you're actually ruining the show because you're not into it enough. And this was a thing where they were like, they commanded the stage completely. And again, I wanted to compliment their house band in the opener, Twerp or TWRP, because they were fucking dope. Again, they were funny and interesting. They all wear costumes, so like they were
a comedy band as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I think I got like a sponsored post from them, but they looked like a more. I thought like the vibe that I saw looking at the photo that they used to promote it was like this is like a punk band or like a.
They wear like sci-fi-ish costumes. Like the guitarist wears almost like a 70s anime like astronaut outfit, and like almost like the Rocketeer. And the bassist is dressed like a cop, but like a wolf cop. It's like really weird. And yeah, I think it's like synth 80s kind of comedy facetiousness. It's really good. And I really gave them a lot of credit because they played the entire night. they did their own shit for an hour. They got off stage for a little while, and then they did an hour and a half of the Ninja Sex Party stuff. I was like, wow, man, really impressive.
Yeah.
So just wanted to throw that out there. I appreciate those guys. And it's funny, I was one degree, I guess, removed from both of them too, or at least from Dan, in that I knew Aaron a little bit, the other Game Grump.
Right.
Because, and we're going to talk about Bloodstained later, but he's a huge Mega Man fan and a huge Castlevania fan. So we would actually intertwine every once in a while. And I think I've said this in the past, like we did some Bloodstained stuff together with Iga. And that's how I met him. So people can go look. There are like live streams from Twitch's headquarters of him and Iga and stuff. And I knew him and he was really nice then, but I never kept in touch with him or whatever. So I was never able to take advantage of that friendship in some sense, or that friendship that didn't exist, to be like, can you get something for my wife? Because she's such a fucking fanboy for you guys. Because I don't. Micah watches and listens to Game Grumps all the time. I'm not. It's not them. They're funny and they're nice guys. It's that I don't really watch any of that kind of content, like people playing games and dicking around stuff. It's just not my kind of thing. So, so I was never familiar with them. Never got into that space.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's been good to be here with you today. Actually, we have so much more to get through, Chris. I'm lying to everyone.
It's insane. It's a lot.
It is a lot, but there's only two of us. I think it's going to go fairly. I don't want to say it's going to go quick. It's not going to go quick at all. Let's be honest. No. But Dustin won't be here to belabor every point. All right, Dustin. He's missed today because I feel bad that he's not doing this show. We don't have very many exciting things to talk about anymore.
I know.
We're holding on.
There will be more. Even during the State of Play, they announced that there will be more stuff to look forward to in the coming weeks, coming months. So
yeah, I think
it's picking up.
Yeah, I think that we're recording obviously Thursday. This will publish Friday. I assume there'll be more Sony games. There's that God of War game that has been rumored, and I think I told you months ago that I was told that as well. It seems like reliable people have, I think Jeff Grubb and maybe Insider Gaming or something had said that they heard the same thing, which is that there's a 2D God of War game coming. They say it's 2.5D and a Metroidvania. I wasn't given that information. I was just told that there was a 2D God of War game from just someone in my DMs. I never corroborated it, so that would have been another interesting story I just blew. But okay, fair enough.
Oh my God.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Ridge, the company that offers the men in your life high-quality wallets and other accessories that make an especially great Father's Day gift. Learn more for yourself right now at ridge.com/sacred. When Ridge was founded back in 2013, it was launched on the back of an exciting and extremely popular Kickstarter for their wallet. Fast forward all these years later, and Ridge has sold more than 5 million of its unique low-footprint wallet to people around the world. And with Father's Day fast approaching, I must say the Ridge wallet would make an exceptional present for the father, stepfather, godfather, and really any other father in your life. When I got my own Ridge wallet in the mail, a stylish deep blue model, I was immediately astonished by how small it is, but in a good way. The Ridge wallet is essentially the length and width of a standard credit card, and with the ability to hold up to a dozen individual cards and some cash, its petite size presents a stark difference to the massive George Costanza-style wallets many of us men are well accustomed to. But we don't need to sit on a mound of leather, business cards, receipts, and so on anymore. Instead, not only does Ridge's very design encourage a sense of minimalism in and of itself, which I think is awesome, especially in this modern era of shameless excess, but I also love that it's made of high-quality materials that resist wear and tear. Aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber, for instance, presented in wallet form via more than 50 colors and styles. And if you're not in the market for a wallet, well, Ridge has lots of other items for you too, including wedding bands, luggage, and even phone cases, all covered by Ridge's industry-leading lifetime guarantee. Right now, just in time for Father's Day, Ridge is having a huge sale. Get up to 40% off your order at ridge.com/sacred. That's ridge.com/sacred. Just head to ridge.com/sacred to find the perfect gift for dad or yourself. When you check out, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Give dad the upgrade he deserves this year with a new Ridge wallet, some Ridge luggage, a Ridge phone case, and more, all at ridge.com/sacred.
All right, so this is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, being done in the old way today. Without Dustin, this is the way we started the show, just Chris and I. Dustin will be back next week. Wish him well as he's in California. And He's with Brad, and they're having a bro fest, I imagine. Must be broing it up.
Absolutely. 10:30 in the morning. They're broing up something fierce right now.
Yeah, and the Switch 2 comes out, so that that they're excited about that.
Yeah.
Dustin has to put on a cool facade for Sacred Symbols, but now that he's with Brad, he's in safe arms. He can embrace his Nintendo fanboyism.
Dude, I was thinking, I was seeing all the posts about people like in line and getting their Switch 2s, and I was thinking like, man, it's crazy. It doesn't feel like a new console's coming out at all to me. I've never felt. I don't think I've ever felt this detached. Maybe the Wii U, I guess, and I guess it's always probably going to be a Nintendo thing for me because it's just like my least visited ecosystem. But like, this is the most disconnected I've ever felt from a console release in my like adult life, anyway. Where I probably would not have known that it was happening had it not been for social media.
Right. Right.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I agree with you. It's what I've been saying in the last few weeks in various venues that we're in a truly post media moment for the first time with a console release.
Yeah.
I think we might have even had a post, if not for COVID and the ability to, kind of the inability to democratize the console to creators and kind of just let people do their own things. I think they had a kind of rubber band back towards media in 2020 for PS5 and Xbox more than they wanted to, probably, because I think they probably would have wanted to focus on creators and streamers and all those kinds of things in a more effective way. But now that I think we're well out of that situation, and now this is the next hardware release, now we really can be in a post media moment where we just don't absorb things the same anymore. So I was saying that I had a tangential awareness of everything, because you would just go to IGN or GameSpot or whatever website and you'd see it all and you would know, and there'd be countdowns and reviews and previews. But now everything's so algorithmic and siloed that it's a reinforcing mechanism. I'm not going to see anything from Nintendo on my stream, on my Twitter or whatever. And I'm not seeing people. So it's out of sight, out of mind. And that's like that for really everything, which is there's no more mass market advertising that truly matters, I don't think. And
Right.
that's weird, because there used to be an awareness of the top 40 records and the big movies and the big TV shows and all. And I don't know what the fuck's going on with anything, because I'm not being advertised to, which is actually ironic. So in some sense, we're free.
Some in some ways, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is weird, because you would have assumed that it would have continued to go on to the trajectory of like almost the opposite direction. And then the internet came in and completely disrupted it. And now it's like a genie that you kind of can't put back in the bottle. And like even just television wise, like I picked up on Severance like way late, and really just through word of mouth. Like, not because I saw an ad or anything. It's just like, I think you guys talked about it, and then I heard it somewhere else, and I was like, oh, okay. The same thing with The Rehearsal. Like, I binged all The Rehearsal. Like, because
that's supposed to be awesome.
That shit is crazy. Highly recommend The Rehearsal. But like, I mean, I didn't see an ad for The Rehearsal at all. It's just people talking about it.
Yeah, not to belabor the point too, but like there's a unique ability to do something like we're doing now and actually make, real money doing it. It reminds me of people that used to, you're too young for this. And honestly, I'm kind of too young for this too, but like there was a somewhat, not a big, but like a notable movement in the 70s and 80s of like newsletters, like people that would write a thing for like 200 people and send it to them, and they would pay for it. Like a fanzine for something, or
right.
Like that's kind of the origins, like the prototype of what we're doing or whatever. But this allows us to both be a micro community and ubiquitous, but without all of the nonsense that wears everyone down. And so for me with TV now, it's like I'm not aware of anything anymore, and ignorance is kind of bliss in some sense.
Oh yeah.
No, I keep saying in some sense. People hate when I say that. I gotta get a shock collar, perhaps. Is what I was about to say.
For every time you say in some sense.
Yeah. Or all the other things that I say. All right.
Jesus Christ.
This is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week, and you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without you over there. Almost 13,000 of you supporting us. $5 a month is the highest level. 9,000 something of you are at that level right now. We really appreciate that. That's the sweet spot, I think. $60 a year, $5 a month. Early ad-free access to every episode of the show and all the other shows we do in our network that we're not on. So you don't have to worry. If you hate us, you don't have to worry about that. We're not on those other shows.
Yeah, don't worry.
and the ability to submit your inquiries via Patreon, the news feed, all the different threads to all the different shows, access to a Q&A if you want to go up above a little bit, that tier and so on, RSS feeds, Spotify feeds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Video, audio, all the rest. And of course, Sacred Symbols Plus as well. Sacred Symbols Plus is our weekly supplement. We just did a great episode. I think people are really going to like. If you haven't listened to it yet, it's the Summer Games Fest betting special. I wonder how things are balancing out already, because there's probably some points already being scored.
Right.
And I don't know exactly where everyone stands, but the stakes are high. Do we want to, or as De La Soul would say, the stakes is high. Should we say what the stakes are, or should we keep it a secret and let people listen to the episode? The stakes are high.
Yeah, I feel like we should let people.
All right.
If you want to know it, you can go find out right now.
Yeah.
Really. But I would say wait.
Sure. Okay. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Other episodes that we did recently included Neil Druckmann interview. That was awesome. We did a review discussion and spoiler cast for Expedition 33, which I finally beaten. The Last of Us HBO Season 2, 7 episodes about that. Another episode with Shuhei. More things coming. Keep an eye out, please. Merch. laststandmedia.store for t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, stickers. Dan Root wrote in, said, "Hey boys, didn't get a chance earlier to write in. I was at PAX East this year. To my surprise, I had tons of people telling me to stand down. I wore my LSM merch every day. I had the pleasure of talking to some fellow listeners. It was pretty cool to see others in the wild, even made some new friends. I'll represent LSM at PAX even if you guys can't. As always, stay classy." That's wonderful. We tried to represent LSM at PAX, but
yeah,
unfortunately they kicked us out and told us that we couldn't go after offering us the biggest theater. It was a little weird. It's still a weird situation. I'm not going to say that I take pleasure out of the decline of PAX, which is demonstrable and obvious, and especially you hear that from people in the industry. But I take a lot of pleasure in it. Just thought I'd let you guys know. But they're still trucking along, and I'm glad to see people enjoying it. And it's as I understand it, it's turned more into like a con, as opposed to what it used to be, which was not that, in my opinion.
That was my experience of both PAX Prime. Prime is the Seattle one, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
Yeah. So that was my experience of PAX Prime and then PAX East of the times that I went, which I think was like 2019 and then I think 2019, 2018. I was doing a lot of cons back then. Yeah.
And what I mean by that is it felt PAX at one point was more, in my opinion, like a sub E3 combined with GDC. Mm-hmm. And then it became more of like a show floor indie dev, come sell things, come buy things. And it's different. I haven't been in a long time, so I can't really judge it from the ground, but I know what it used to be like. And I see videos of it now and I'm like, it's not the same, especially because none of the companies really participate anymore. I don't think it's worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
But Dan, glad you got some shout outs, made some friends. It's always nice to make a friend, right? I wouldn't know. But the other thing is physical goods. We've been talking about this for a while. We've talked about it passively, but and I was just talking with Dustin today about when we're going to actually sell these things. So it's time to introduce our next physical game release properly. We've been working on this for so long, and I'm really, really happy with the outcome. So we are selling Habroxia special editions beginning Friday. So that would be, and I'm going to post about this on Patreon as well, but I guess it would be Friday the 13th. Wow. At 3 p.m. And it would have been so cool if we had like a horror game and did it that way. Doesn't really make much. The marketing is lost on a space game. But anyway, here it is. Habroxia special edition.
Oh, that's sick.
And so we're going to sell this for $40. It's a PS5 version of the game. And there's 2,000 of them. So for people that participated, I think it was in 2023 when we sold Super Perils special edition, we did 1,000 copies, and it was based on kind of a Super Nintendo box art style. And we had some cool inserts and stuff, and we sold it for $34.99. This is, I think, a far superior special edition. And so we did this box. My brother Dagan designed this box. And inside of it, and of course, for people that are young or unaware, this is a classic, launch game NES box from the American market. And then you get the game on PS5 on disc. Here it is. And then you'll get this little package of stuff. And I've been opening and closing the same package, so it looks a little ratty. But within the package, you will get the following items: an instruction manual in the NES style for Habroxia, also designed by my brother.
Oh, cool.
It's a real instruction manual. It's indistinguishable from an NES instruction manual in every way. We made sure. Here's my Zelda instruction manual to show you.
That's so neat.
So we did that, and all of it's hand-drawn, handwritten. Digimon even did a cool like fake Pizza Hut ad. This is a classic thing from some Konami games back in the day. So the instruction manual's in there, and then you get your little numbered certificate as well. And then you get some postcards with some art, some various art and all the rest, the box art and so on. And then some stickers as well. So also drawn by Digimon in a different style. So you see Sabrina up there and stuff like that. So yeah, we have that going. This will be $40, 2,000 copies, February the 13th. I will write a post on Patreon just to remind everyone. Now, this goes against all my instincts because you know how much I love doing things and then just dropping them out of nowhere. We did that with Super Perils and people got really upset because people missed out on it. I don't think we're going to be supply constrained with this. I think everyone that wants one is going to be able to get one if you act within a few days, probably. Maybe even more than that. I don't know. We're going to find out how it does. But to kind of be safe, I'm going against my own instincts, and I will write a post letting everyone know it's coming and explaining what's in it and stuff like that. But we think the price is super affordable and appropriate. And the feedback I actually got, I was talking to Jaffe about this, was the feedback I've gotten from many people, not many people, but the people in the industry I've told about it is like, that's all you're charging? Like, why would you
like a special edition?
Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's like, still a good profit. I don't need to like nickel and dime everyone. It's only $5 more than the last one we did. And that really is just because we paid Digimon a lot to do a lot of this stuff. And so we have to kind of make up for that. So yeah, that's, it's been, dude, these games have been sitting in my house for almost a year, probably at this point. Just the physical games.
Right. Dude, that looks so cool.
Thanks. Yeah, we are I don't really know any other company. There must be one or two maybe that have done it, but I don't know any other companies that are doing this, that are like doing their own special editions, like making their own, buying the games gross. And then from like by the way, the sub publisher of the game is I think it's on the box. Let me see. Yeah, is East Asia Soft. You can see it there. So our friends over there helped us out. And instead, like, so they'll basically use their license, as it were, to publish PlayStation games on your behalf for a fee. Right. And then they have the games printed. The discs are printed in Austria, and then they're shipped to Indiana, and then they are packaged and boxed and shipped to me from there. So that's how it all works. And so we're really excited about this, and I'm excited to get them the fuck out of my house. So it's an exciting thing for me.
Where are they? Are they just like chilling in your garage?
No, they're in because I want to temperature control them and stuff. So they're in my kitchen. Oh. Like we have an open concept house. Like the bottom floor is just one huge room. And so in like the nook, there's like a breakfast nook kind of thing in the kitchen. And we don't really eat over there or even go over there. So we just have them tucked. Like there's a lot of them. And then the garage is full of the shipping boxes, which my niece put together for a nominal fee. It's a family affair. And
child labor.
Yeah, just a little cheap labor.
We like a little child labor down here in the South.
Oh yeah, we got a little bit of child labor going on down here. The kids yearn for the mines. What I feel bad, so I'm paying my niece obviously a nice amount of money to do it, and my whole intention was, and my sister Allie doesn't listen to the show, she wouldn't care. But my whole intention was, I was like, oh, it'd be nice. She's going into high school, so I was like, oh, nice. She's like getting of that age, socializing and going out and stuff, with her friends. And I was like, there's some nice money to spend for the summer and be able to do things. And then when I talked to my sister, she was dropping off the boxes and she's like, oh no, I'm just putting it all in her bank account for her car, like in a few years. I'm like, oh my God, I would kill you if you did that to me, if I was your kid. But that's your problem, not my own. Right. Yeah, not mine. Oh boy, that would have pissed me off so much. Holly put all the packages together. That's Dustin's wife. And she numbered all the certificates for us. So Dagan, like I said, designed all this stuff. Micah put all of the NES boxes together. So everyone's been working hard.
Yeah,
for a nominal
except me.
fee. No,
Except
Chris
me.
hasn't done anything. Chris
I
hasn't
had
done
nothing to do with it. It looks cool though. I love the old. I like things that emulate old. I don't know. Just like that box art is really, because I don't have a lot of experience with that box art, but I remember it very distinctly.
Right.
Because of the and if I'm remembering it correctly, actually, I'm not sure if I ever had an NES box per se, but I always had the sleeves.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
like kind of like a half. Were those always in the boxes, or was that just like?
No, they were in the boxes. You could buy them as well, but games would almost always come in them. As well.
Yeah.
Whoa, you can't say that. I don't think you can say that. The only thing that is that I'm not disappointed in, because I understand what we wanted to do, but is I wanted to make dimensionally a real NES box, and actually people will know that dimensionally this isn't quite right. And it's because the PS5. Dustin and I were so shocked by this, because when we were working on it, I was in my mind's eye. I'm like, this is the dimension of an NES box. And it's like, no, it isn't. Like and we were like looking at the boxes that we had and like all the rest, and it's totally, you just have, everything's kind of gone into the same shape. So we had to widen the box and thin it. But aesthetically it looks right, which is what's important. Yeah. And the instruction manual, dude, is like indistinguishable. It's awesome. When I was looking at it, I'm like, wow, I haven't had an experience like this in many years. And of course, instruction manuals are a lost art entirely, but the NES instruction manual was so vital. Some of them were so long and so well written and so interesting. And you used to get a lot of like what you would get out of the game from that fucking manual. So I digress.
Yeah. I lament the loss of manuals particularly. Like, I think that's actually one of the main reasons why like I stopped buying physical games like as early as I did, and why I like jumped so quickly to digital, because I just remember, I think it was like Metal Gear Solid 5 or Halo 5 or something. So it was like a 2015 game. And I opened it and it was just nothing. It was like a cardboard sleeve with like a code for like, I don't know, here's 16 minutes of Xbox Live Gold or whatever, some bullshit like that. And I just remember being like, this isn't really, I don't care to have this box in my house.
Right.
And then have to move it one day and pack it all in some giant. Moving was also a very sobering moment for me too, where I was just like, oh my God, if I can choose to bring all my games with me and not have to pack them away at all, I'm probably going to choose that.
Yeah.
But
I basically offloaded all my physical games. They're just sitting in Dagan's attic. And I'm like, you could just have them. I'm like, I don't even want to deal with this shit anymore. I'd rather you just take all of this shit. I will say I appreciate the Sandeep Rai, friend of the show, he's filling in these various market niches, which I think is really smart. And he has a little cottage industry for instruction manuals that he'll make for all the big PS5 games, and then you can just put it in your thing, your case yourself. I think that's pretty cool. What bothers me about the whole lack of instruction manual, and like you said, first it was the manuals got smaller and smaller. And then the manuals like became, like a sheet. And then and I'm like, and just knowing more about how much it costs to print things, and like at the gross that we're doing, like it's way more expensive per capita for us to do all these things. I'm like, you guys are so fucking cheap and whack and lame for doing this, for being like, oh, we can't, 60 cents or something per game. It's like, get fucked. Like I understand why people think that like the nickel and diming is out of control.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's disappointing that's happened, and I still don't understand why anyone even buys physical games anymore. But we don't have to get into that. Dustin's not here to say anything either. Ha. All right. Let's get into some topics of discussion. Then we'll get into the state of play news and all the other stuff that's happening on. And in the world of PlayStation and on PlayStation, and then we'll get to your what do we call these at the end? Listener inquiries. Fucking shot in the head. Totally. All right. Tom Statzer wrote in and said, "Hey Colin, 50-year-old truck driver here and been following you since the IGN days. Just wanted to say thank you for keeping me company all those long nights on the road. I am a PS gamer since PS1 and also agree that there is just too much to play right now. I wish people would just quit their bitching and enjoy the hobby. There is get off the lawn rant. Also, I am a resident of Chesterfield County. And again, thank you for all you do." Oh, you're down here in Chesterfield County? Oh, that's good.
Oh, man.
We don't like outsiders down here in Chesterfield County. I'm an outsider.
Like it's this really niche place. It's like an island in the Galapagos or some shit.
Yeah, it's like one of the islands in New Guinea where like they've never made contact with the tribes or something. You can't, and they'll like shoot arrows at you if you get near it.
Right. That's what Chesterfield. That's my mental image of Chesterfield for sure.
Meanwhile, it's just like enormous numbers of like fucking mini malls and strip malls and McDonald's and Walmart and so much commerce.
Are those mini malls doing well? Like, well is like a subjective term. Like, how recently have you been to a mini mall?
Not recently. I went to like a real mall a few weeks ago for the first time in a long time, and I was surprised by how many people were there because my whole image of it is I watch those dead mall documentaries, and I'm like, this is what I assume every mall is, but I guess it's just not true. So
yeah. It's weird. You get like a really distorted image based on because like here, like every mall that I've been to is like pretty like, oh, they're doing pretty good, you know, because it's like I imagine just sheer population density is like has something to do with it. But I remember growing up, there were two malls next to each other. It was the Poughkeepsie Galleria and the South Hills Mall, and the South Hills Mall died even like in the 2000s. I remember that thing going away, but the Galleria is still kind of there. It's fading for sure, I think. But like I remember going to that other mall because it was so empty that you could skate in it and no one gave a shit. Like nobody, like the security team was like checked out. They were just like, this place is for the birds. We're out of here. Who cares? Go ahead, skate into Burger King and break your leg. You're not gonna get any money out of this place.
Yeah, we're just gonna declare bankruptcy. So you're not gonna get anything.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was fun though. I like that place. Eerie.
Yeah, there's something sad, obviously, about the loss of in-person commerce, but what I think I've realized is that things have just concentrated. So if there were 3 malls, now there are like 2 malls, and one of them is doing really well still. And just as an example, and while there used to be, there could be 3 vibrant malls, but yeah, you're right. Even when I was a kid in like in the late 80s and early 90s, there was like a mall in my area that was like dilapidated. Even then,
right?
Not to mention, and that was Sunrise Mall. And but Smith Haven Mall was the mall I grew up with on Long Island, and as I understand, that mall is still going. The mall in New England that I used to go to, Fox Run Mall in New Hampshire, apparently is a dead mall. And there is a video I saw, like it came up and I was like, I can't watch this. It's too emotional and nostalgic and weird. Like I got to get to this when I'm like in a really weird place and I can like absorb it.
It's eerie.
Yeah. It's eerie, sad. Like it's like, I have a lot of memories there. So
yeah,
there's like, I bought a lot of games there, like had a lot of fun there. I don't know.
Dude, I and even it's weird having almost like the reverse experience too, because I used to go in Yonkers, or in Westchester more accurately, I guess. There was this mall, this really dinky little mall, I think it was called Cross County. And I remember going there and it used to be this like really modest kind of thing. It looked really like scrappy and barely put together. There was a Software Etc. next to an Old Navy, and there was a Dragon's Den. I remember there was a Chinese restaurant that had like 2 like lion statues on the side of it. That was like, I remember like climbing all over them. It's probably mega unhygienic, but and I went back there, I think a couple years after I moved away to LA, and it's like high end and like built up, and it's like now there's like all this money there, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy. It's like completely unrecognizable. I know where the lions were, but that's about it. And everything else is completely different. It's nuts to look at.
You're gonna have to go to that GeoGuessr guy on YouTube that like looks at new pictures, then finds the old pictures and shows you like one picture of the other, and then you get really sad.
That guy's a fucking freak. That guy
he
scares
is.
the shit out of me. I don't. He looks like he's looking at a picture of a blade of grass, and he's like, "Oh, that's Michigan."
Yeah,
it's horrifying that anybody can even guess, right? With that level of accuracy, so consistency is genuinely frightening.
Yeah, totally. Totally. The high-end mall, though, you're right. Like, that's thriving. Roosevelt Field is the famous, like, high-end mall on Long Island, and apparently that's still doing great. 3rd Street in Santa Monica, near where I used to live, which is like an outdoor mall, does awesome still, I'm sure. I see, like, music, all that, like, those, like, street music videos that play. It's like, oh, look at this great drummer. It's like always on 3rd Street where the dinosaur things are and stuff, the plants that look like dinosaurs and all the rest. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? You would know if you saw it.
Yeah.
Angel de Jesus wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen. And he says gentlemen, so with an A, so I don't know which one he's talking to. Says, I have an age-old question for you. Would you rather look like Jar Jar Binks or talk like him for the rest of your lives? You aren't allowed to unalive yourself. Dustin and Colin, what would the wives prefer? Dustin's not here, so we can only imagine. Can you guys imagine telling your wives at night, "Me so horny. Thanks for all the great content, and your Jar Jar is the and your Jar Jar is the key to it all. Thank you." I don't know. That's a tough one. Would I rather look like Jar Jar or talk like him? I guess talk like him.
Yeah, I feel like I could get over. I feel like I could teach myself to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, just write on a notepad or something.
Yeah, I'll just like pretend like I'm like I'm in a like I got a stoma or something. You know, and I just I smoked too much and I can't speak without it hurting. And I'll live the rest of my life that way. Maybe silence would do me some good. You know, as opposed to like looking like, I don't know, you can't. I feel like there are certain neighborhoods in this country that you couldn't walk through looking like Jar Jar Binks without getting thoroughly like assassinated.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god! If I saw that, I would freak the fuck out.
One of my favorite tweets that I ever saw was like sick E.T. You know that shot of E.T. when he's all gray and he's like laying down next to the pond or whatever, and it's like some out of context tweet, but it says, "Me and my friends would kill him with hammers." If we saw it's like one of my favorite things ever, because it's just like, yeah, dude, like that is the least empathetic thing you could possibly see. And like Jar Jar in particular is so, because he's like a horse and a fish. Like there's something about his like genetic makeup and like all of the ingredients that go into making whatever the fuck his blueprint is that's so like maimable. Like I don't know. I don't think I can do it.
We have to get him working.
We've got to get this fucking ugly catfish man working. He's the key to all this. This hideous bitch is the key to all this.
Richard wrote into us and said, "Hello, sacred sinners. As Colin would say, I've been put in a situation and I need advice of some judgmental tossers." Yeah, so this is an interesting one. I'll be very curious to see what you think of this. One of my oldest friends of 33 years is getting married in Greece this October. I'm from England, and the trip will cost around £1,200 per person for a 3-day stay at a 5-star all-inclusive hotel. Meanwhile, I'm about to move into my forever home with my beautiful wife. I'm just starting my self-employed journey, and I need to find the cash to afford Death Stranding too. In short, money is tight. I called my friend to check in on the wedding and casually mentioned that it's not happening I'm sorry. Let me start that again. I called my friend to check in on the wedding, and he casually mentioned that it's not happening as planned and might be delayed because they forgot to declare that his fiance was previously married, and apparently it's still not sorted. I was understandably frustrated, but tried to stay calm. I told him I need to know what's going on, as I'll be charged for delaying or canceling my trip, and the later I cancel, the more it'll cost me. He said he'd get back to me ASAP. It's been nearly a month, and though his fiance chats with me nearly every day, she hasn't once mentioned the wedding. Should I just cancel my booking or wait until he finally gets back to me? I understand that weddings can be stressful, but as my dad always told me, don't mess with people's time or money. And I definitely feel my friend is. I'll go find a remote spot in the British countryside to goon over a middle-aged couple dogging, so I'll hang up and listen. That's fucking horrifying. I don't know why you needed to go there with it. Yeah. Gotta cancel, dude. You don't mess with people's time and you don't mess with people's money. That's definitely true. Your dad is a wise and sagely man. And listen, this is just me. I have very strict rules in my life about this, right? Like we said, like no dry weddings. It's not a thing. You're not doing that. We already know that. We've established that. No location weddings, like remote weddings. It's so audacious to do that to people, in my opinion. Traveling domestically is, I think, a normal thing. This is where I am. This is where we're going. But having people go like overseas is, I think, a lot to ask of people. Unless you're two things, unless you're paying for it, like you have a lot of money and it's like get there and we'll put you up, everything's taken care of kind of thing, or even taking care of your travel as well, which is another thing entirely. Or like your group is incredibly wealthy. To ask people to spend thousands of dollars to go to your wedding is, I think, a lot of money. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And so, you know what to do, Richard. Get your money back. You don't want to go to Greece anyway. Greece hasn't been cool in 2,000 years. You're seeing the ruins of what was there. You know?
Yeah.
I'm only kidding, by the way. I really have no opinions on Greece one way or the other, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Just it exists. It's an archipelago nation. That's all I know about it. That's not all
Yeah.
I know about it, but okay.
I could just drive to Vegas. I'm of the, you got to cancel, man. Like, you've given him ample time. He has not respected it. And, fair, like, to me, like, I look at it from the perspective of, like, okay, like, if I were this other guy, would I be upset that he canceled? And I would be like, no, because I clearly didn't get back to him in time, and it's clearly on me. It's like, all right, yeah, I fucked up clearly. I'm not going to put the onus on this guy. I'm not going to make it his problem that I didn't get back to him in time. So, like, absolutely cancel. That's a also, yeah, I also agree. The demanding nature of just an overseas wedding, like, no,
you have to either like if you're going overseas, you're in my mind, you're basically eloping, and that's fine. But I think domestic travel is acceptable to ask, not demand. Some people can't do it.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's cool. But I think I've been invited to a couple of weddings over like one in the Caribbean and a couple, and it's like, no offense, I'm not doing this. Like,
right.
I appreciate it, but like, I'm not going to a resort or something and
right.
And spending that. And then I'm also going to give you a gift. That's another thing.
Right.
Because the wedding gift is important. And I feel like I'm a pretty generous person. So it's like, I'm going to do all this. And then you want to, if maybe if you were clear, like, no gifts, no nothing. I don't know, man. To me, it's just I'm just one of those people though that, I'm just one of those people that don't want to put people out. It's just not my thing. I don't like doing it. I don't like feeling like I'm annoying someone.
Right.
And I don't mean annoying you like I'm annoying you on this show. That's fine. I'm saying like, I don't want to ask people for things or have expectations or be like, put people out. I've always said, keep the powder dry. And then when I really ask for something or really need something, people pay attention. And it's worked out in my life. Because people like are alert. They're like, what? You're doing something, or you're having like a barbecue. You never ask anyone to do anything, or you're asking me for a favor. That's weird.
Right.
As opposed to it being
a constant.
Right. And then I'm very willing and flexible and malleable to do other things for people to run that score up, if I'm being honest. So it's like, you were going to remember I did this, right? I helped you move. And I might not ever ask you for anything, but I might.
Everything's a fucking game to you, man. It's like that thank you game that you play with your mom at dinner.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a fun game. I love that game.
Everything's about scoring points. It's so funny.
It's a family thing, I think, too.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the way I was raised. All right. Richard, get your money back and tell your friend to go fuck himself. Miles wrote in. It's not very nice. You have to do that. Miles wrote in, why are you talking to your friend's fiance every day?
That is strange. I'm usually actually pretty good friends with like both people generally, but like every day is kind of wild. Every day and not him at all for like a month is kind of crazy.
Yeah, every day and their wedding never comes up.
That's crazy. I don't know, man.
I'm not going to dig any deeper than this.
Some fishy's going on.
Miles wrote in and said, hey, CDC, have you guys ever had friends fall into an MLM or been pitched by one yourself? A close friend of mine recently got pulled into one of those shady sales jobs, Vector, Cutco Knives, and now he's considering another that might be MLM adjacent. I've done my best to talk him down, but it's wild how many of these companies still operate in plain sight. Ever had to deal with this kind of situation yourselves? Any thoughts on how to talk someone who's deep in but doesn't realize they're being used? Thanks for everything you do. I won't make the obvious unalive joke about knives here. Please don't. Well, you did. I mean, you mentioned it. Now it's on everyone's mind. I have never been pulled in by it, and I'm really only MLM is what, mid-level marketing or something, right? That's what that
multi-level marketing.
I'm sorry, multi-level marketing.
I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, it's I think you're right, multi-level marketing, and it's like, I guess the stuff associated with pyramid schemes, and
yeah,
I know like tangentially people that have like posted on Facebook at some point in my past or something, and it was clear that they were sucked into that, but I've never really been in the orbit of someone who even really tried to talk to me about any of that stuff. I don't think. I don't know though, for sure. And then it's hard for me to know like what's what, because I think some things are represented like that. Like pyramid scheme is obviously a nefarious term for a really bad thing. But are some of these companies structured sustainably? I guess so. I just think someone is probably losing at some point, and so I think that would inherently be a pyramid scheme, but I have no idea. The closest I ever got to a pyramid scheme was when I went to Mexico and with my ex, and in order to get free like accommodations, like they would give you, so basically like we were in Cabo and you could like do paragliding and snorkeling and all these things, and you would get like these tickets and you'd pay for them, and I was like, all right, I don't care. And then but then it's like, oh, we'll give you like a bunch of them if you just go to this thing where it's like for timeshares.
Oh right, yeah.
And so I was, and our whole thing was like, well, I'm not doing this, but I guess I'll do it for free. I mean, I don't care. Like, and
right,
and we'll get the tickets. So that was the closest I ever saw to that, got to that. But even with the time sharing stuff, I was wondering, like, could this work for you if you were really dedicated to coming here and doing this? I didn't want to do it. I don't want to be in Mexico for vacation like every 6 months or something like that. But so anyway, I'm going on and on, but in other words, I don't want to like demean it all, but I think that that's probably the closest I've ever been to it. And it felt a little shady. So,
yeah. A friend of ours, my friend Jalen, who we just had on the Snark Tag, we had a whole episode going into like our lives living in the same apartment and just like all the stories that happened there. And we touched on this briefly, although we didn't really get super into it. He's had like a million jobs. It's crazy. Like he just collects vocations like they're fucking Pokemon. Like, he's been a paralegal for a long time, but I in the time that I knew him, he had worked in like every single restaurant in our hometown, and he was at the post office for a while. He has like a strange life. But one of his earliest jobs that I remember, I think we touched on in the episode, was that he was selling those vector knives, like specifically. And I remember being like, at the time, I remember he was like, "This is a pyramid scheme, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, I don't know, whatever." he was just collecting experiences, I guess, at that time. But it is strange to me that these companies are like even legal, because like there are certain things that they do too. Like even recently, I had a friend who was given like a job offer by this like company that seemed legit. They had all this like paperwork and all of this like specific, like a specific salary or whatever. And she relocated, like she moved. And then they were like, "Oh yeah, you're not going to get paid for the first month," or something. Is you have to do like free work basically for the first month. And most people who do it either wash out, and the people who go through are like clearly dedicated enough to get through. Like, you know what I mean? And so she was like, "Oh well, this is fucked up because you marketed this completely incorrectly or inaccurately, and it's just fine." It really is crazy how much people get away with in the employment. Like I know some people. Or some companies have this thing where they say that they're hiring to make it appear as if they're doing well, and they collect application fees even if they're not hiring. Like I've heard that from some companies too. And it's just like, man, it's dire out there. It's bad enough trying to find a job when you don't have one, but then to have to contend with like fucking job holograms while you're trying to find like a real one is crazy.
Yeah, that should be maybe illegal.
I think so for sure.
To like to knowingly file a meaningless job like listing and put people out like that, I think is because that's bad for statistical analysis too, of like how the government wouldn't want you to do that because it's a bad reading of job openings and the fluidity of the market and all the rest. So you would think that would be illegal, but
yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is. It's just a matter of like who's gonna
do anything about it. All right. Let's get into the news. We'll get with State of Play. Raytheon changing their name during Pride Month wrote in and said, I like stick drift. It gives me the feeling that in-game character I'm controlling is trying to break free, but I'm exerting my will over them. It's a little like being God. Well, that's nice, Raytheon. I just liked your name. Raytheon changing their name during Pride Month.
It's a good name. It's a good sentiment too. I love this idea.
All right. I'm going to bring up. So I have a separate list that you're not privy to. Mm-hmm. Do you want to see it? I can share it with you.
Sure. Just to make it easy to follow, I guess.
Yeah. Here.
I kind of I wrote down some of the stuff that I remember, but
yeah. So
some of the stuff I was like, this isn't for me. So
see if this works. So
there we go.
So I just kept a separate. Does that open for you?
It says I request access or something.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it.
No. I got the email. So
okay. The second I see one roadblock, I'm like,
Yeah, share. It should work for you now. Might have to read F5 it or whatever. Oh, there you are. So I kept a separate document with just everything that was announced, and then I went and scraped all of the press releases for the different games so we can get into some of the information about these various games, and also inquiries from the audience, wherever. So this is the reason I had to send this to Chris separately for people that care about the mechanics is that we share a document on Google Docs that has been the same document share, like the same link for many years, that I just delete and then put everything new into it every week so everyone just knows where everything is. But I kept this list separate because I felt like this list would have made the document look fucking insane. Because this in and of itself is 5 pages long, so it just would have looked crazy. So first of all, got a lot of write-ins from the audience. Appreciate you guys writing in. Tried to use as many of them as I could. I know a lot of you have a lot to say about the state of play. And the state of play kind of descended upon us and then came all within the frame of us recording this next episode. So it really was quite convenient. Otherwise, we would have had a pretty robust and interesting episode, but not an episode this interesting. I'm curious, Chris, what were your thoughts on state of play, and what grade would you give it, or do you even want to give it a grade?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm starting to see like all of the grading things, and it's starting to, I don't know if bother me is the right term, but it's like it feels kind of arbitrary, and I'm starting to feel the same way about it that I do about, like, I guess, like Metacritic scores, where I'm just like, I don't know, because like there are some times where I'll watch a state of play, or even this extends to really any kind of game showcase of any kind, where I'm like, none of that interested me, but that was a good showcase, and I'm aware of that. And then there are other times where I'm like, that was a great showcase for me, but I can tell that it was like kind of like sparse on variety or whatever. So like it begins to feel kind of like, do I have an objective rating and a personal rating? And does that matter? Is that something to take into account? And then it just kind of becomes a little bit arbitrary. I thought it was a decent showcase, although for me, not a ton. I thought the last thing they showed was pretty exciting, and there were some little nuggets there, some interesting things. If I were to give it probably maybe like low to middle B, I think is like a fair grade. I think if we're talking about scores, like nothing stand out crazy, but nothing particular. Like I think also too, like I very, very clearly remember the bad states of play, right? Like the ones that are really like C- D to like really bad ones. And this was not even close to any one of those. But it's also not to me like an S or an A, you know?
Redhead Redemption wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Trio, just got to say that was one hell of a smooth and cool state of play. Finally, a show that respected our time, didn't hit us over the head with Ghost and no weeaboo lulls. Nothing overstayed its welcome. I think you'd be nuts to give this any lower than a B grade. Thanks, and here's to some exciting stuff announced for PlayStation at SGF and the Xbox Showcase." I mean, not even to be facetious in any way, the Xbox Showcase is just another PlayStation state of play. So yeah, there's every reason to look forward to that, and I'll be checking that out. And I really want to see if they even bring PlayStation up at all there. Again, I think it would be weird to continue to talk about PlayStation there, but maybe they will. I generally agree with you, Redhead Redemption. I actually think it was stronger than a B, but B, I could see from a more objective point of view, like how could you rate this lower than a B? And
yeah,
I would give it somewhere between a B plus and an A minus. I think not every game was for me, but I was surprised by how many games were for me, including the first 5 games are games that I'm really into, that I'm definitely going to play. So I was really impressed. Now, the marquee game, of course, at the end, the Marvel fighting game from Arc System, which is dope, and I'm really excited to talk to you about it. It's interesting that that's not for me, but can't you see how important and big that is? Like that's kind of my view of it, is not everything will be aimed at me. So let's look at it as objectively as I can. It's like discounting EA Football Club or something. It's like, what are you, crazy? Just because it's not for you, you don't realize that that's like $1 billion game. It's just so from that perspective, I'm like, yeah, you look at this whole thing and it seems like there's something for everyone here.
Yeah.
The holy hand grenade of Antioch wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, is it time for the internet at large to admit that they just hate video games? I turned into Sony's State of Play today and was pretty much blown away with the variety of games and walked away just hyped for so many things. And surprise, surprise, I hop online to see some feedback and see it's mostly people saying it's the worst show ever in the history of games reveals. I'm honestly bewildered at what people want. Either people hate games or these shows have to pander to each and every person's individual tastes, or it's trash. Sorry for the rant, but as gaming is my main hobby, it gets tiring seeing so many bad faith actors shitting on essentially everything nowadays. Can't wait to hear your guys' thoughts on the show. Keep on keeping on. I don't want to linger on this too much, but it felt disingenuous as it does sometimes for me, Chris, when I see so many people writing it about something. And we had a lot of comments about this, like a couple dozen probably, people writing in and being like, what is everyone's fucking problem? Basically was the message of these inquiries.
Yeah.
And I get what you guys are saying. I just don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of a defeated attitude, but I'm just not entirely sure what we even do about any of it anymore. It's like you can only say so much and fight against the prevailing winds so long before you realize that maybe you're just on the losing end of this, and maybe that we're totally wrong, which is possible, or people really are impossibly miserable, which is also possible. I don't get mega hyped about much in games, and I'm not saying that to be like cool. It's like I'm inundated with great things to play all the time. I love adding things to the future chart of where we're going to go. It's fun to know, and every once in a while you see and there were a couple things actually at the showcase where I'm like, wow, I'm really excited about this. This looks fucking sick. And you add it to your radar and you go on with your life. And I don't put too many expectations into things because I think like keeping your expectations soft or non-existent is an effective way to be pleasantly surprised time and time again. And I just live that because I think it's an effective way to do things. But there seem to be just so many people that I actually respond. Gene tweeted something about it and I tweeted back at him just responding and be like, the intent of my message was basically to say, it just seems like people don't like video games.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why you're in this space if you don't. How could you see that state of play and not see there's nothing? It's hard for me to imagine what I picture as the average console gamer watching that state of play and not seeing 4 to 10 things that they would buy. And if there isn't, then I'm wondering what you play. Yeah. Almost any game tell me a game you love, and I bet you I can connect it to 2 or 3 of the games that were shown. And while there are some notable things missing, and it was Japanese focused, it was action focused. It's just, I don't know. I feel like I'm a fairly jaded person, and I don't understand that this is a level of misery that I don't relate to. And I've said that before. I know I've said that before, but it does sound like a very flippant thing to say. It's like, no, but I am a jaded kind of, I am geared to being pessimistic. I am geared to being sad. I am geared to, I know that about myself. And even me, I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys, like, lighten up. Can they just not win at all, no matter what? It feels like that sometimes. So
yeah.
I just wanted to throw, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, and you can make the case for whatever, but I feel like that was a great showcase. And what was so fun about it was we didn't really know, there was no time to even build expectations. So I think they did a great job, personally. And I don't know. I feel like a lot of people agree. I just think that they're being filtered out, and it's not good algorithmically to be positive and to be a hype beast or anything like that. And by the way, I'm not asking for people to be that either. You don't need to hype anything up or like place expectations on anything, but you could just look at something and be like, that looks great. I said that 10 times probably when I was watching this thing. I'm like, that looks fucking awesome.
Yeah. I think just positive. Yeah. I mean, like you said, positivity doesn't breed as much engagement. I think there's like endless. I think even intrinsically, we all know this. Like, I don't even think you needed any kind of like, I see sometimes on Twitter or on Blue Sky or like other platforms where it's like, I did an experiment where I posted one negative thing and one positive thing, and look at how much engagement the negative thing got compared. And it's like, yeah, obviously, like we don't. This is like intrinsic. And so I also think there's like an algorithmic push of the negative stuff too, because it's obviously the stuff that gets the most engagement. So why wouldn't the algorithm push it to you? So you're seeing a lot more negative coverage than you otherwise would. And there's a pretty good chance that if somebody feels positively about it, they're not going to post about it because it doesn't get engagement. And it leads to this kind of self-fulfilling cycle. I would imagine that like there's more positivity than you would imagine, or at the very least, if it's not positivity, it's kind of like an acceptance of just like, oh yeah, that was decent. There was some stuff there that I liked, but like impassioned acceptability, or not impassioned, like whatever the opposite of impassioned is. And so like, yeah, I don't know. I looked at that showcase and I was like, there's the end in particular, that Marvel fighting game. I was like, oh shit, this is awesome. Like I'm probably going to be dog shit at that game, and I'm probably not going to pick it up right away. I'll probably wait for a friend of mine to pick it up or whatever, so I can go to his house and get dogged on. But seeing the spirit of like, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom kind of brought forward in that way was like really fucking cool. And if you're a fan of video games at all, like I just I don't see how you look at this and think it's like terrible. Especially because we have terrible states of play to look at, like in comparison. Like just go look at those. Like you can tell it's kind of a night and day difference. But yeah, I'm like you as well, where I'm just like geared to be jaded. But I feel like, come on, like just relax a little bit. We don't have to aspire to be this jaded. Or we don't have to reinforce like I'm jaded, so therefore I must be. Like you can see things and be like, oh, it's not for me, but that looks cool. There's an epidemic of like, that's not for me, therefore bad.
Right.
In the industry, I think. Or in the people who cover it. And I think it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's frustrating. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into some of these games. And by the way, because some people are also like, no exclusives and stuff. What I learned collecting these press releases, not that it matters one way or the other, is that I think a lot more of these games or several more of these games are exclusive or timed exclusive than people think. So if that is important to you, then keep your ears perked, and we'll get into it here with Lumines Arise. By the way, we'll go through each game as they were announced and talked about. As I said, Chris, we have 28 games to go through, plus a few items, like the fight stick, for instance, that I didn't count as a numbered game.
Yeah.
I counted those as A, B, C, because I'm fucking weird and a little autistic, probably. So we'll go through each game and we'll at least mention them. And if we have nothing to say about them or we just want to move on, we can do that. And so we'll begin with Lumines Arise. This is the next game from the team that did Enhance, that did Tetris Effect, which everyone loved. And this was the first, I was like, this is a PlayStation console exclusive, at least for now. And Tetris Effect was too, as I recall, and then it later came to other platforms. So Lumines Arise was announced for PS5, PSVR2, and PC. It opened the show and is due out this fall. It comes from Enhance, and a studio, I was reading their Steam page, called Monstars, which has no other credits, so I don't know exactly who that is, but Enhance is, of course, the studio that launched Tetris Effect, and Tetris Effect was really, really exceptional. As I think that might be another game the three of us on the show agree about, that we really enjoy. For people that are unaware, Lumines is a puzzle series that was originally developed by a studio called Q, and it was well known, probably best on PSP. The first one was, I think, even a PSP launch game, which was Puzzle Fusion. It came to Xbox 360, I think, around launch as well, Lumines Live. You might remember that one, Chris. And then there were a few other ones in between. Electric Symphony was the 2012 launch Vita game, which I feel like a lot of people think is one of the seminal Lumines games. And then there was Lumines Remastered in 2018, but the series has been quiet since. And are you a fan of the series? I played some of them, and I wasn't huge into them. I knew some people that were really, really into it on PSP.
Yeah, I have it somewhere. Like I can't remember what machine I had it on, but I never actually played it because something about it intimidated me for some reason. Like I looked at gameplay of it and I just I didn't know what was going on exactly, and then I never jumped into it. But I have a couple of these games. Like I know I have a 360 one with the yellow cover or the golden kind of cover. I know I have that one, and so I have no experience with Lumines, but I could tell immediately when this trailer started, I was like, this is Tetris Effect. You know what I mean? They have such a specific audio and visual style that I'm like, oh, cool. What is this? I thought it was a Tetris Effect 2, which what could that possibly be outside of just more Tetris? But seeing it was Lumines, I mean, this is on my radar for sure. I would imagine if there's anything that's going to get me into Luminous and get over that hump of actually trying to understand that it's definitely the accoutrements and the style of whatever this team does with their effect games. And so this was a pretty strong start, I thought. Definitely interested in this one.
Yeah, at first I was a little confused where I was like, what is this? Like, why is this? Because it actually, in the beginning, it read almost like it was a PlayStation animation to introduce the state of play, because I was reading like some of the shapes. It's like a square and a circle, but I was just a total misread of it. And then, yeah, you're right. It became very clear that it was a Tetris Effect style aesthetic. And then, and I was wondering, I'm like, yeah. And then when it was Luminous, I'm like, oh, Sony does have a heritage with Luminous, and to give them a little bit of shine here, since it launched on PSP and was huge on some PlayStation platforms, it's cool that they did that. And I was actually looking up who owns Luminous, because it's been published by so many different publishers. Like, I think Xbox itself even published one of the Luminous games, but Bandai, I think, published it for a while. And I was seeing here, Bandai had the Luminous IP at first, but it's canceled, it's dead, and now it's in the hands of a company called Resonair in Japan. So they're self-publishing, I assume. And yeah, this comes out. Does it have a date? Did they put a date on it? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Later this summer. Oh, that was the big thing. That was in my notes, was there is a demo this summer for both single player and multiplayer. It's unclear if the demo will be playable on both PS5 and PSVR 2, but I'm sure PSVR 2 people will be very, very excited about it. So yeah, is that it? Is that all we want to say about Luminous?
Yeah, I don't. So this comes out in fall, it says. I wish I could say more. I have no experience with Luminous. I do have it though. Like, maybe I should just jump into the one that I have. It is actually like installed on my machine too. Like, I don't know why I haven't started it up.
All right, the second one for me then is Pragmata. And this was awesome to see this reemerge. This is from Capcom. They have a post on the PlayStation blog if people want to read about it. There's also a press release, which I'll be reading off of, because I find those a little bit more informative. But people will remember, Chris, that Pragmata was a sci-fi horror game that was first introduced via the PS5 reveal event in June of 2020. And it was slated to come out in 2022, which is something that they actually spoof and lampoon in this trailer. But it's finally going to launch on PlayStation 5 in 2026. And I'm curious, before I get into what it's about and some of the things we learned, what did you think about our first real look at this game, Pragmata?
Yeah, like when I first saw this, when it first showed up, I was like, oh shit, this is Pragmata. Like, we haven't heard from this in a long ass time, feels like. Obviously we got that sorry thing, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of something is raising an alarm for me when I look at this. I don't know exactly why. Like, not that it looks bad, but there's something I can't quite put my finger on that seems a little off. Obviously, it's early, pre-release footage, so that could also be very obviously it. But I mean, it looks like it could be good. I feel like I don't have a sense of what it is. I think the style of it is cool. I think the art direction is interesting. I'm a little bit bummed out. I don't know if this was confirmed in like a previous thing or not, but like, I'm a little bummed out that the hulking, the guy in the suit is literally just a guy. I was kind of hoping it was like a robot or something.
Yeah, I think that would actually maybe be, I don't want to prejudge it, but I agree. It would have been kind of cooler if it was more like a little sister with a big daddy or whatever.
So when I found that it was just some guy, I was like, that kind of takes the winds out of the sails a little bit, but it looks good. I just feel like I don't have a good sense of like what this game is still. We got some snippets, but it's kind of hard to decipher, but cool art style. I like the visual design of everything, but that's really all we have to chew on. So like, I'm looking forward to it cautiously, obviously. But yeah, what did you get from it?
I think it looks fucking sick. It's like one of the games I'm like most looking forward to, or maybe the game that I actually think looks coolest. It's first of all, it's Capcom. I feel like they gave this game a lot of time, right, and clearly massively reworked it, if not really started again in some way, in some fashion. Because a game that was revealed that they were comfortable to reveal in 2020 with probably marketing beats going into the release and later revealed to be 2022, and then not even really heard from since 2023. And in fact, it was in a Capcom showcase in 2023. That was the last time it was shown. They see something there, and I think they're trying to align the increasing expectations of quality out of Capcom, which are well met, and saying like we have to continue to meet that bar, and this game just needs to be reworked, and we see something at the heart of it that's important and vital. I think the style of it is incredible. The little girl, even if he is a guy, see, it opens up a whole different kind of thing to me that's less horror and more sci-fi,
right?
Though it's both, it seems like it's both of those things regardless. But like having the little girl be the true sentience, or like the only sentience that you control, would be a horror game more. But it is, I agree with you. I was surprised to see that. And I was surprised that they even showed that, but maybe they felt like they needed to get that out of the way, that it's not what you think or not the way people are interpreting it. But I think it looks fucking sick personally.
Yeah. I like the intro specifically, where they kind of like talk about generative AI, and At first I thought like, oh no, because I was like, are they advertising like generative AI at the state of play?
Oh, right.
And then obviously like in universe advertisements or propaganda or whatever have you. Yeah, I mean, that level of disappointment's like so specifically like self-inflicted too. Like they never said that it was like a robot or whatever. Like it was just like entirely like a projection. So like I can't be too disappointed that it's not what I thought it was if it never was that thing. But it was a feeling that I had immediately where I was like, oh, okay. But I think the gameplay looks solid. Like the art, like you said, looks cool. The style. I'm into it. I'm just like, I'm less into it than I thought I would be, and maybe I just need to see more. Ultimately.
Yeah, we don't really know. So you can tell it's a third-person shooter, but I don't know much. We need to see more. We need to see it in context.
Sure,
and we will. But yeah, I'm in, dude. I'm in. The press release from Capcom describes the game as this, quote, set in a vision of the near future, Pragmata transports players to the moon. After a chance meeting aboard a seemingly lifeless lunar research station, spacefarer Hugh and android Diana find themselves caught in the crosshairs of a hostile AI in control of the station. Stranded and surrounded by enemies, only together can they hope to survive. As Hugh finds himself needing to work with Diana to return to Earth, they must each rely on their own strengths and abilities to overcome the many obstacles in their path. In a twist, players will control both characters at the same time in this single-player adventure. At the heart of the action is hacking, which enriches combat with a sense of strategy and excitement unique to Pragmata. More information about the gameplay experience is coming soon, so please stay tuned. And as I noted, there's also a PlayStation blog post that kind of gets into the same thing and just rewrites what was already there. But I think this looks awesome personally, and I love the design of both characters. But the little girl, I think, is dope, and she's got a little. People have pointed this out, but she's got a little Mega Man arm.
Yeah.
So nice little thing there. But yeah, it looks great. Looks great. All right, so shout out to Pragmata. We'll learn more about that probably later this year, and will come out in 2026 on PS3. All right, next game up is Romeo Is a Dead Man. What are you thinking of this game? This comes from Grasshopper Manufacturer, so Suda51. Looks, stylish and readily identifiable as a Suda game. People seem to be excited about it. We got quite a few write-ins about it as well, but I'm curious what your take is.
Yeah, I thought this looked awesome. It's the immediate, like the first bit of that trailer in particular looked like, whoa, what is this style? This is so cool. And then like the irreverent kind of, like the tone of it immediately was like, this is sick. I'm into it. No idea what the fuck is going on in standard Suda51. Like my interpretation of Suda51 is always like, this is style over substance particularly. Mm-hmm. And I'm all for that. Like whatever, like the rule of cool is totally valid to me. And this game was very, very rule of cool oriented. Yeah, I thought the whole thing looked cool. This was one of the ones that stuck out to me most, that I was like, oh, sick. Okay. I'm definitely going to be paying attention to this one. Also love the name.
Great name. The name is awesome. I like they tease the coming in 2026 maybe thing. Someone actually wrote in about that, but we'll just skip it because I already just ruined it. And so kind of owning that, very similar to the Pragmata on the 2022 slate where it's at like 2026 really or something this time or whatever the hell it said. So yeah, all right. So to introduce the game a little bit more, there is a press release for that Grasshopper manufacturer released for Romeo Is a Dead Man. And it says, quote, "The main feature of this game is its exhilarating style of bloody action. Swap between a wide range of different weapons, destroy your enemies, unleash wave after wave of splattering blood, and experience unmatched levels of violence and hyper-stimulating action. You can witness a small part of this awesomeness in the announcement trailer, launched today. Also included in this release is a comment from the game's general director and scenario writer and producer, Goichi Suda, which you can read below." So you already saw that if you and heard about that. It's basically just him saying a lot of the same stuff again. But there is some information about what it is, what the game is, since we were a little confused about it. It says, quote, "Super bloody action, crazy twists and turns to blow players' minds and a mess of old school gimmicks, all rolled into one wild ride. About 5 seconds away from dying, our hero Romeo Stargazer becomes Dead Man, a dude stuck between life and death who ends up hunting space-time's most wanted fugitives through multiple universes in this all-new title from Grasshopper Manufacturer. Our hero, Romeo Stargazer, is an FBI space-time special agent in a spiffy mask and garb called the Dead Gear. After the space-time continuum is shattered by a time paradox generated by a genius scientist just kind of screwing around, Romeo must hunt down the most wanted fugitives in the universe as a man stuck between life and death, simultaneously both living and dead. Dead Man. Romeo swaps between guns and swords, using his enemy's own power against them to absolutely annihilate the evil hordes in this peak example of full-on bloody action, featuring ridiculously clever level design and white-hot battles cathartic enough to collapse the universe itself." Sounds pretty cool. We'll see if it connects. Obviously, people know Grasshopper Manufacturer and Suda probably best still for No More Heroes. And obviously, No More Heroes was a very important early Wii game. And even the sequel, the first one was 2007. The sequel was 2010. And there is a third one that I never experienced personally that came out later to more platforms, I think. But they've done a bunch of stuff like Killer is Dead was a fairly late PS3 game. They did the game Let It Die that kind of just came and went that I think Gung Ho published. So I think they've kind of been looking for their next step up. No More Heroes was their last game, which was 2021. So 2026 will be a 5-year gap, which is by far the longest gap in between games that they've ever had, either as a developer or a steward and publisher of a game. So this will be cool. If you're a fan of some of the older stuff like Killer 7, I don't know how it's going to stack up to that, but it looked pretty stylish to me. And we'll check it out. Yeah, PS5 2026. No more information. And yeah, it's interesting. NetEase, I forgot. I think owns Grasshopper Manufacturer now, right? Because they did the.
I think so.
They did the press release. Yeah, NetEase since 2021. Because Gung Ho owned them at one time, but they sold them. All right. Again, there is a PlayStation blog post for this if you want to see. They have some GIFs and stuff too. And by the way, the art style is really dope. I think the game looks cool. There's some key art with the different I don't know if you see it on the PlayStation blog post. There's like some key art with like logo art with the different characters in the game, and it's like so strange when you look at it, when you really look at it. There's like a cat character and like a cartoon character and all this. It's strange.
Yeah, there's like I remember in the trailer there was like something like there's like a character on his jacket that talks, and it's like the jacket is animated. It looks very weird. It's this intro cutscene, though, in particular, was like where they're all sitting, they're eating dinner or whatever, or they're eating breakfast. Was so like, yo, is this a rotoscoped? This is awesome.
Yeah, it is.
I was actually like a little bit, not that the game doesn't look cool, the game looks great, but like I was kind of disappointed that the game didn't look like that rotoscope the entire time, because I just thought like that style was so striking. So when it shifted over to more I guess standard graphical kind of rendering, I was kind of like, oh, that's a little bit disappointing, but it looks fucking dope. Like, this is, I don't really have a lot of experience with Suda51 games, like as far as like playing it. Like I've seen a lot of like No More Heroes, and I've seen a little bit of Killer is Dead, because I have a friend of mine who's like really, he's been trying to get me to play those games forever. But this looks more up my alley, I would say.
Yeah,
based on what I've seen.
Killer 7 was my first Grasshopper game, which is I think it ended up coming to PS2, but it was one of those like late GameCube games that for some reason Capcom only really, the Capcom 5 I think it was called. Remember, there was like a bunch of games that they were just, Resident Evil 4 was one of those games, and then they ended up porting all of them because none of them did very well, and I think one of them even got canceled outright. But That was my first time experiencing his stuff. And then I guess that relationship with Nintendo was kind of solidified in some sense because they got No More Heroes out the year after Wii came out. And that was kind of their thing for a while. I never played Killer Is Dead and No More Heroes 3. I'm sorry?
Am I misremembering? Did they do Shadows of the Damned or was that somebody else?
No, I think...
it looks very similar.
Yeah,
or it invokes that a little bit.
Oh, no, they did. That's an EA game. Yeah, that's right. No, they did do that. I didn't play this either. Yeah.
I played a little bit of
this
that,
is coming back. Oh, this actually was re-released. Right. This is actually available on PS4 and PS5, Shadow of the Damned now as of October 2024. So people can go check that out. But yeah, that is one of theirs. I don't think I played this game either. People would have to go look at my trophies. I don't think that I played this though.
Yeah.
Oh, right. This was Mikami as well in between. Right. Before, after he left Capcom. I'm sorry.
It was 2011, if I remember.
Right. I think it was right around when he launched Tango, maybe. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a tangent.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Please. All right. Let's get on to the fourth game, which is Silent Hill F, another awesome looking game. This comes from Konami, obviously, publisher Konami, and being developed by Nioh Bards. This is their first game that they're doing on their own. They've contributed to a lot of games. We've talked about this a little bit. They're based in Hong Kong, actually, and we talked a little bit about this when Silent Hill F was more readily revealed months ago, that this is their kind of first step up into their own game, although they've been working really closely with Capcom up to that point. So we'll see what they're capable of. But I think the game looks dope. What are your thoughts about Silent Hill F?
Yeah, no, this looks great. I'm really into like the enemy design here. Like there's a character, I think, I'm trying to find it exactly. There's like an animation that an enemy does at like exactly like I think 2 minutes and 2 seconds into this like release date trailer that they put out, where it's like she's readying for combat or something, and it looks so fucking surreal. Yeah, I'm really into the vibe and the atmosphere here, and the creature design, and just like the way they're animated. It looks real fucking cool. That creature design at the end is really cool too. That creature design at the end reminds me a little bit of that Amnesia, the Dark Descent or whatever. Like it's very like that weird like vertical mouth. It's cool, man. Yeah, I'm into this.
Yeah, this looks great. I couldn't find a press release for this, Chris. Oh, maybe not super surprising. Konami's a little weird. But nonetheless, there is a PlayStation blog post people can go read. And it says, quote, in this new game coming to PS5 on September 25th, you play as Shimizu Hanako, a high schooler from Ibiso. Oh, I remember I struggled with this last time, right? Abisugawaka, who explores, which is fictional, I think, who explores her hometown as it becomes engulfed in fog and shifts nightmarishly, solving puzzles and fighting for her life in the process. As Hanako tries to survive the now fog-wreathed town, she will be faced with decisions that will shape her ultimate fate. Will she choose to embrace elegance and beauty, or will her path lead to her to madness or horror? Is she doomed to succumb to the insanity unfolding before her, or can she face her fears and find a way to escape? The mission statement during development was the following: find the beauty in terror. That concept brought us to 4 central pillars for the game that we want to highlight today. Firstly, you'll be able to explore authentic depictions of 1960s Japan with the intricate details of the misty townscape, all the more striking when enjoyed at a 4K resolution. I will say that that's a major component of what makes this interesting to me. There's such a both Capcom and Konami and others have had this, and I was saying this to Micah, is like there's just an obsession, I think, with America as a setting or the West as a setting for a lot of horror, even for Japanese games. And I think a lot of that is because a lot of them are inspired or were inspired by American horror. And it's cool that they're embracing the horror of Japan. Not the first to do it, but we even saw that more recently with Ghostwire, for instance. But I really, really dig that they decided to set it not only in Japan, but in Japan in the past, in the 1960s. That's going to be really fascinating. Still fresh off the war.
Yeah,
a lot of interesting stuff there.
That's not a commonly explored place and time period at the same time. It's a really interesting idea.
It says, quote, second, visuals and music continue that juxtaposition between beauty and terror. There is the terrible beauty of the game's monster design, created by the artist Kara, that marries Japanese horror with the uniqueness of Silent Hill's previous terrifying creations. while composers Akira Yomawaka and Kensuke Enigage fashion a score that evokes the past, but is entirely fitting with this new setting. I did get that. You can see the marriage of what Silent Hill enemies were like and the movement of the enemies and all the rest with this new setting and this new time. It's pretty cool. Quote, third, puzzles are grounded in psychological anguish. Great. And suffering. Great. These are deeply connected to the story by scriptwriter Ryushiki07, as well as the elements of Japanese culture such as scarecrows, which has inspired some of the haunting scenes you see in the trailer. Quote, lastly, the game features unique combat. The encounters are challenging as the obstacles that Hanako must overcome in life. The combat will have a heavier focus on melee and be more action-oriented compared to last year's Silent Hill 2. Cool. That's great, because I think that it was more fun. I platinumed Silent Hill 2 Remake, and part of it was that you couldn't use any guns. And the game was fun that way. It was really fun that way. But I played it with guns the first time through. So there are the game launches on PS5 September 25th, and you can pre-order both standard and digital standard editions. Physical standard edition, digital standard edition, physical special edition, digital deluxe edition. I totally fucked that up. A lot of it was with art books, soundtracks, and so on and so forth. You can check all that out on PSN at your heart's content or your local retailer. Again, another awesome looking game coming this year. We're only on game number 4, but all these games so far are games for me. This is why I'm saying I don't understand. Yeah. So yeah, Silent Hill F, shout out to that.
48-hour early access too for the deluxe digital edition or whatever.
Yeah, I wonder if I will. Weird. Do they have pricing here? No, it must be on PSN, but yeah, I wonder what I will do. Will I do it? Probably. I probably will. Why not? I get the white sailor school uniform as well. So that's big.
It's huge.
All right, this next one is very exciting. So this is a funny situation here, and I wrote it here in the quotes because we were watching this. The 5th game is Bloodstained, the Scarlet engagement. And I wrote here in the notes, because this is what I said to Mike. I'm like, is this not Castlevania? If it's not, it's a huge ripoff. And then when the Bloodstained logo came up, I was like, oh, because that makes a lot of sense. It's the only man that's allowed to rip off Castlevania. The old designer behind the Metroidvania Castlevania games going all the way back to Symphony of the Night. Koji Igarashi. This is the follow-up to Bloodstained. Very, very exciting. Before I get into it, I'm wondering if you have any interest in this game. Did you play the original Bloodstained in 2019?
No, I don't think so. It looked cool to me, but like I'm so bad at these games, man. I get lost in Metroidvania so easy that it's just like I get very easily just thrown off of them. But this looked fucking cool. Like I don't remember Bloodstained. Am I crazy or? This looks like kind of a pretty big step up from the first Bloodstained, right? Like
yeah, it
production
does look
value wise.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I would hope so because it's taken so long. But I agree with you, and I should have been more quick on the uptake probably. But the reason that I was surprised that it wasn't Castlevania at first was I was like, oh, Konami's going now. They just showed Silent Hill, so now they're going right into Castlevania or whatever. This is their little block. But then as it went on, it was so readily identifiable as a Castlevania game, and yet nothing was quite right. The enemies looked right, like kind of like an enemy. You didn't see anything that was like, oh, it's a Medusa head. Oh, it's Dracula. Oh, or whatever. And the dude speaking in the animated cutscene looked like Simon Belmont to me. So I was like NES Simon Belmont. So I was like, oh, but that's their whole thing, is that they're making the Castlevania games that Konami refuses to, which is why I found it so funny that they stitched it right after a Konami trailer, probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right.
So the game is being developed by Artplay. Artplay is Koji Igarashi's studio, and they haven't released a game in a while. It's actually somewhat disappointing. They've been working on this for a long time. They're working with the same publisher, 505 Games, that they worked with on the other one that was kickstarted back in the day. And yeah, man, I'm really, really looking forward to it. It does look like a step up. I'm wondering what has taken so long. There are some things in the press release that I think indicate what's going on, and people will remember that there were other Bloodstained games too. Like there was a Bloodstained game, Curse of the Moon, that came out before Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, the core Bloodstained game that was in 2018, and then Bloodstained Curse of the Moon was another spinoff that came out in 2020, and those games are fucking superb. I just wanted to throw that out there. Superb games. Especially Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 is great. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, the original, is also awesome. They're kind of based more on Castlevania 3, while Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is more based on Symphony of the Night, though in a 2.5D fashion. And man, I loved the original Bloodstained. I got to go back to it because I did beat it, but I didn't platinum it. There are like a lot of RNG related things that I feel like maybe they've fixed in patches. And so I'll in preparation for this, I will get back into it. So the new game is called Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement. And here's what it says, quote, set in England during the 16th century and before the events of Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, a mysterious floating castle under the control of Demon Lord Elias has begun terrorizing the people with its demonic forces. Join two new protagonists, Leonard Brandon, a young fighter with the church's Black Wolves clan, and Alexander Keiteller, a knight of the kingdom's White Stags, as they rise together to defeat Demon Lord Elias's reign of terror and shatter the chains of kingdom tormented by evil forces. Looks sick. Key features, according to the press release. Dive deeper into the Bloodstained world. Experience an early chapter of the Bloodstained universe filled with a fresh cast of allies and foes. New players can jump in without prior knowledge, while longtime fans will uncover deep connections. New buddy system. This journey will not be carried out alone. Play simultaneously as both Leo and Alex to defeat enemies, break through traps, and push towards victory. Navigate an expansive world. Experience the Epiphany combat system. Craft, cook, and customize. And so on and so forth. Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement is set to release on PlayStation 5 in 2026, again via developer Artplay and publisher 505 Games. I am totally in. And again, I would love 2D games, and we have a beautiful 2D game coming up that is stunning, I think, in the state of play. But you're right, Chris, there is a different level of production value here. I don't want to say that they struggled to get Bloodstained out the door, but I think they were learning a lot, and they outsourced some of it too. I wonder if, and Innie Creates created the interstitial games. Right. But I wonder if maybe they just took things more in-house and took their time. They made quite a bit of money on Bloodstained, I would imagine. So, especially because they didn't have to, they basically leveraged the fan base to lend them money through Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So they don't really have any masters to deal with. So I am amped for them. And shout out, I haven't talked to Iga in years, but shout out to him and everything they're doing. I'm all over it. If they won't give us Castlevania because they're too stubborn, then have at it, please.
It's the next best thing.
All right. So that's another game for me. And now oh wait, what is this here? Oh no, Jambi, I saw your write-in, but I forgot to read it. Sorry. It's hard to keep all this straight. I don't have as much, without Dustin, I don't have as much time to breathe to like look at what's ahead and what's next. I'm doing the best I can do. All right. Next up, I don't think we have to linger on this. I don't think we care about this game too much, but Digimon Story Time Stranger comes to PlayStation 5 via Bandai Namco on October 3rd. I know you're in, Chris. I know you're in day one.
Yeah. I'm really into Digimon, as everybody knows. I think this is a universal fact about me.
Was Digimon ever relevant? I mean, you're kind of in the age bracket that Digimon would have. You know, Digimon began in when you were 4 or 5, so it's not beyond the scope of reason that you might have.
No, yeah, I remember liking Digimon for a time, and then I kind of, but I also fell off of Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like there was a point in time where I kind of realized that like I'm not that into the whole collecting monsters thing, like, or not as into it as I would have liked to be. And Digimon was just kind of. I remember thinking the premise of Digimon was cool, and I liked some of the early movies. Although, like, looking back on it, like those movies are not very good, and they're really more just like soundtracks. They're more like a bunch of music that I just liked and didn't understand how to listen to without listen. Like, I couldn't just like Google them. You know, like I had to if I wanted to hear like some random pop punk song, I would have to like throw on the Digimon movie VHS to hear it. But like I like early Digimon, but Digimon has evolved so heavily since I was a kid. Like that show and that like those original movies, like, and you compare like even just the art style and the visual design, it's like a completely different game. Like I don't know what the hell is going on with like Cyber Sleuth and all this stuff. It's like a completely different world. Mm-hmm. That's okay. It's okay with me. Like, but this was the first time in the state of play that I was like, okay, this is not for me, clearly, but it's for someone. And Digimon, these games are huge. You know, they're constantly out. It feels like.
Yeah, it was a big. I believe before the Bandai Namco merger, that Digimon was actually with Bandai, and that was one of the big things that they brought with them when they merged, because Namco obviously has a lot of legacy shit, and of course Tails and all the other stuff. As a kid, I wasn't into Digimon at all. I didn't know anything about it, and as such a Nintendo fanboy, I was like, "Oh, this is a fucking Pokemon ripoff. I'm not interested in this at all." And I think it is a Pokemon ripoff, but
it is ostensibly, yeah. It is.
Right.
It is. It's just more about like obviously digital kind of compute. It's more techie, I guess, which was like appealing to me as like a nerd dweeb. It was like, ooh, it's monsters, but computers, cool. Like it was like a very specific kind of combination that worked for me when I was a kid, but like. It didn't really have this super staying power. I remember also playing Digimon World when I was a kid and kind of being like confused, because that was one of the earliest memories I have with like a video game where I'm like, I like this IP, but why don't I love this?
Right.
Like,
Yeah, Digimon World is the original game, I think. And it's funny because I think, God, I'm trying to think. It's like, I think Digimon had something to do with Tamagotchi as well. And Tamagotchi was a Bandai product. And the idea of like, and so incorporate, so I don't really know, but I think it began actually like the IP began as like a manga or maybe like an anime. All I'm saying is as a kid, I didn't know any of this. Like it wasn't until many years later that I even realized that I thought everything spun off. So like I remember a Digimon movie came out when I was in like high school or something. And I remember thinking in my head, like, oh, that's a spinoff of the game. But actually, it's a spinoff of like the game, which is a spinoff of the anime, which is a spinoff of the manga or something. And like, I just didn't know any of this as a kid.
No, me too. So I was the same thing. Same with Dragon Ball. I thought Dragon Ball was a cartoon first. You know, I didn't know there was like a comic or like a manga or fucking anything.
So apparently, there are like 4 different lines of Pokemon games, or 5 different lines, I guess, of Pokemon games. Or I'm sorry, Digimon games. So there's like the core Digimon World games, and then there's the Digimon Story games, like you were saying. Digimon Story began on DS in the mid 2000s, and Time Stranger, I think, is like the 6th or 7th game in that run. But then there's like a whole level of like adventure spin-offs, and then there are some fighting games. And I'm like,
there's a trading card game too that I know some people who play, and I'm just like, bro, I just don't have. It's overwhelming, quite frankly.
Right. I agree.
Like, I'm good.
I agree. There's a lot of stuff. So yeah, for the Digimon fans, I'm sure you're amped, but for me, Chris and I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. So Digimon Story Time Stranger comes out October 3rd on PlayStation 5. But then we get quickly back, Chris, to a game that I'm very excited about, and this is great news. Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles, comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 September 30th. Just noting, they're still announcing PlayStation 4 games, and it's been 12 years. I don't hate it. Like but I know that I know this is going to be annoying in the years to come with PS6 and PS5. And even PS6, PS5, PS4. Like you can imagine MLB The Show's off PS4, but maybe you can imagine a Madden or something crossing over and being like, "Oh my god, what are you guys doing?" That the first 3 generation game, or the first run of 3 generation games.
Games like this make sense.
Yeah, totally. I absolutely agree. So this has been long rumored and leaked, as people might recall, in the GeForce NVIDIA leak from fucking 4 years ago at this point, and we were wondering what this was. And I gotta say, I am pleasantly surprised, because I really thought that it was taking so long because they were really being annoying with what they were going to do with it, which was going to be some real 3D, beautiful but unnecessary version of Final Fantasy Tactics, as opposed to embracing what it is. And they've embraced what it is in an era of Square Enix where they're making continued good choices. Final Fantasy Tactics comes to PS4 and PS5 on September 30th, and this is what the press release says in part, quote, "The dramatic tale of ambition, betrayal, and honor will come to life with an updated and enriched script with fully voiced dialogue alongside improved graphics that bring a new level of immersion and playability to the battlefield. Additionally, the enhanced version brings quality of life updates like new difficulties, a revamped UI, autosave, and more that make the game more accessible to newcomers. The game features strategic turn-based combat and an elaborate character progression system that makes every battle exhilarating and filled with unexpected twists. Hailed as one of gaming's greatest stories, in the standalone game, players will step into the kingdom of Ivalice, a medieval world steeped in political conflict in which players uncover the truth behind the young noble Ramza Belouv. I never really knew how to say that. Never had to say it. Whose role on history's stage has been buried from view. These are just the names you would read over and over again, but you would only talk about them online, so when you never said them.
They got voice acting in this one though, right? So you'll probably hear it.
Right, exactly. So yeah, right. And Ivalice, I've never heard anyone. Well, I guess Ivalice is in other games too, but I don't know if I'm saying that right either, to be honest. Key feature is challenging tactical turn-based battles. Everyone knows what this game looks like and plays like. Customizable job system. This is the fucking shit. The job system in Final Fantasy Tactics is the best. Because there's individual character experience and then there's job points building each character's retinue of skills up to make unique characters like a fighter chemist or a like the wizard dragoon, and like it's really, really neat. It's awesome. It's so awesome. And really, really excited about that. And the big thing here for me, Chris, is enhanced gameplay features and a faithful classic version. So if you don't want to play the newer version that's cleaned up, you don't have to. It says, quote, the enhanced version features a revised script and fully voiced dialogue, offering a new level of enjoyment to this classic story. Additionally, a brand new UI, improved graphics, as well as additional character conversations and dialogue create a new level of immersion. Additionally, many new features have been added to make the game even more approachable, including the ability to confirm unit turn order with the press of a button, scout the battlefield from afar with the tactical view feature, speed up battles with fast forward, auto save during battles, adjust game difficulty to match your playstyle, and more. The classic version faithfully recreates the 1997 release of Final Fantasy Tactics alongside the acclaimed War of the Lions translation, perfect for fans who wish to relive the original experience. This is great news too. Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1 had a little bit of a dodgy translation in the West, and the reference to the War of the Lions translation is the PSP retranslation of the game, and the PSP version of the game is considered the pinnacle version, not the PS1 Classic, which is great, but the PSP release. Couldn't be more excited about this. Is this something you'll pick up and fuck around with, you think? I think so. Like
a couple of years ago, I got weirdly into tactics games. I don't know what the hell happened, but this looks, I don't know. There's something about this that looks really appealing. I like the visual style of it a lot. Like I had never actually seen what Final Fantasy Tactics looked like at all.
Oh, interesting.
Like I think I only like really understood it as like a cursory thing. Like I knew that you were really into it, and I was kind of waiting for this to show up so that because I mean, what's the point of looking it up? It'll come out, and then we'll see it. And then it just took forever. It's like I feel like we've known about this for a very, very long time because because of those leaks. And so now that it's here, like, yeah, I don't know. I think this looks. I really like the visual style of this. Like I'm really into it more than I thought I would be. I like that it's like this carved out cube of land.
Right.
Like for some reason in my mind, I'm like I think about the tactics games that I've played, and it's more sprawling, and it's more like a little bit intimidating in that sense because it is so big. But like this looks like I can wrap my head around it pretty well. And so yeah, maybe there's a pretty good chance I'll jump into this. I'm excited for you, man. Like this is I know you've been waiting for a long time. For this specifically. It's
in my opinion, I'm a fan of tactics games. I like Tactics Ogre. I like Front Mission. Wasn't really huge into Fire Emblem, honestly, which is a little weird actually, but I just wasn't that into it. But just games of that ilk. And obviously I think the biggest release for me in the last not a few years, because it's older now, is I was so into Fell Seal. I thought Fell Seal really captured the spirit of Final Fantasy Tactics in a lot of ways and was exceptional. I feel like I've been waiting for this, like I noted, with more and more bated breath as time went on, because it just felt like, why are you taking so long? I thought that they would have aimed for 2022, and that might have been what they were aiming for before something went wrong or they wanted to rework things or whatever, because that would have been the 25th anniversary of the game. And so, like I said, the longer it took, the more I was like, you're really doing something to this game, and I don't like it. And the end result is a little confusing because I'm like, I'm not really sure what you were doing. No offense. I mean, it's cool that you did all these things, but it shouldn't have taken that long. So something was going on with this. Or they just had it planned and then it was just like in pre-production forever. I really don't know. But it's just another of these really promising remakes. Square Enix did a really excellent, 2022 remake, re-release, reimagining of ActRaiser, which I really loved as well. And that's an Enix property. Right. This is more of a Squaresoft property, of course. But Yeah, man. And knowing that they're going, it's like the decisions I would have made. It's like, yeah, have the original in there, but use the War of the Lions translation, and then have the other version of the game that is got all the tweaks. And what would be really cool is if you could kind of have a little bit of both. Can I turn this and on, this on, and this on, but this off, this off, this off? That would be kind of neat. So don't know if that's going to happen. Presumably crossed by between the two versions, so we have that to look forward to as well. Can't wait to see the trophy list. I mean, this is a thing that we would have loved to have seen forever. So Final Fantasy Tactics trophy list. And Final Fantasy Tactics is tough. That's the other thing I'll say is that's a hard game. And you have to really level up and be careful. And there's so many ways to... I wish you were more familiar with it so I could explain it better, but there are so many funny things that you can do in the game to level up that I wonder if they will actually take out. Like, you can use chocobos as characters, like in your party, and they like fight and do things, but they have this healing thing that will heal everyone around them. And every time you make a movement or like use an item or attack or whatever, you get job points, and job points are used to fulfill the various skill level goals for your job. So like you'll get a certain amount of job points, and you're a ninja, and you spend this much, and now you can throw things or whatever. Then that's like a permanent skill for your character. So you can just have your characters, like you can clear out a map and just leave one enemy left and kind of just like deal with it and heal it and keep it alive. And then everyone can gather around your chocobo and just attack it. And it'll heal itself over and over again. And you could just like run up job points. So there's like ways
so the chocobo heals enemies as well?
Yeah, it'll heal like it'll heal whatever's around it. So like, yeah.
Cool.
And that's like a very Final Fantasy Tactics thing where spells all have like an area of effect, but there's friendly fire and everything. And there's friendly fire with like using arrows, and friendly fire with guns like that. Like you can, if you use like a spear I think hits 2 squares. So if like you are surrounding an enemy, your spear will go through the enemy, kill, like hurt him and hurt the person on the other side too. So
neat.
And if like you use a fire spell and you want to use someone, you have to get everyone away from that person, or you'll get hurt by the spell too, and so on and so forth. So
I like that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a very...
That sounds dynamic.
It was. It was it came out when I was in 8th grade, and people that bought Final Fantasy VII during that first run in the fall of 1997 will remember, and very nostalgically perhaps, that there was an advertisement for Final Fantasy Tactics on the instruction manual. I believe it was on the back of it. It's very similar to the original GTA 3 having an advertisement for State of Emergency. And so people were like, oh, I got to go just buy State of Emergency. I got to go buy Final Fantasy Tactics.
Right.
And I think a lot of us bought Final Fantasy Tactics and we didn't really know what it was. I had experienced games like this before, especially through my brother, but I never really, it felt like one of the first adult quote games I played from a skill level where I'm like, I'm not entirely sure I can do this actually. And the beauty of it is that you can level up your characters and make but you have to spend the time to do that. And there's choices to make, and it's very political and it's intrigue. And the original writer, I don't know if you saw, released a statement saying that he wrote the story during, to kind of reflect the reality of the Japanese economic stagnation and kind of the inability to climb the social ladder and stuff that was going on in the 90s. And I'm like, awesome.
That's
like,
cool.
And he's like, nothing. And he was basically saying nothing has changed. So like the story is
it's
as
timeless.
prescient, right? Timeless. Right.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, I love that. I love the friendly fire aspect in general, because I feel like that's something that's been missing, even just in general, like not even just from these games. I don't have a lot of experience with tactics games. I only really have a toe in, but even in like in the multiplayer space, like that used to be a thing a lot more commonly, and now like even just like seeing the way that people have acclimated as a result of like no friendly fire being a thing is just kind of annoying, because like now people used to be a lot more careful with how they use things, and now it's just like, I can't hurt my friends, so fucking whatever, I'll just shoot a rocket at my friends and who cares. And it's just, it's a lot. I don't know. I like friendly fire, as controversial as it is to a lot of people. I know some people are annoyed by it, but like, I feel like it adds something.
Yeah, contextually, I think I'm into it. Well, Helldivers kind of revived it.
Helldivers is a great example.
Yeah,
of why I love it.
Yeah, and they did that in the original too, but Helldivers 2, I think that kind of brought that back for the 4 for some people. Yeah, it wouldn't work without it. It wouldn't be funny. No. I think a lot of the humor comes from that, actually, about like just maiming your own people and making sacrifices and stuff like that. It's cool.
Yeah, man. It's good stuff.
All right, so shout out to Final Fantasy Tactics finally coming on September 30th. So again, a lot of these games are soon. Just stacking up the year. Everyone seems a little more comfortable perhaps to announce their release dates now, although I don't think a lot of these games would even be competing with the likes of GTA. All right, next up is Babysteps. And we've seen this game before. This game comes from developers Gabe Cazillo, this is according to the press release, Maxi Bosch, and Bennett Foddy. Maxi Bosch made Ape Out. Do you know that game?
No,
that's what they say here. Yeah, I don't know it. And then Bennett Foddy.
I know Bennett Foddy from Getting Over It.
Yeah, it says QWOP or QWOP. I don't know what that means.
Oh wow, QWOP. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's that you know that game, right?
I don't think so.
It's like it's like a keyboard game where you use Q, W, and OP to control a marathon runner.
Oh, I'm seeing it now. Yeah,
it's like a 2D physics game. I remember that was like a viral game like a long ass time ago. That was how like
2008 it says. Yeah,
one of the earliest. That's like one of the earliest viral videos that I remember. Like Moist Critical Charlie did like a let's play of it or whatever. A lot of people got started with that game. It's interesting. But I remember Getting Over It because I was like a really frustrated. I did like a stream where I was like raising money for something. And it was like incredibly frustrating. And that was like the point of it. Getting over it with Bennett. The game's called Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. And you're like a guy in a jar with like a sledgehammer and you have to like climb this ridiculous hodgepodge tower with like just your mouse. But it's all about like physics and like balance. And it's really easy to fuck up and like fall all the way back to the beginning. It's interesting. I don't know how I feel about this game though. Like it does kind of feel like a meme game.
Oh, definitely.
It does feel like a QWOP, and it does feel like Getting Over It, which I think isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I also wonder like how many people are going to pay a lot for it, because a QWOP, as I understand, was free if I remember correctly. I think.
Yeah, you can play it on browser. It looks like right now.
Yeah, well, I know now, but like I'm trying to remember like what it. I think for sure it must have been a browser game even back then. But
yeah, let me see.
Getting Over It was like maybe like a reasonably cheap game.
It was released. QWOP was released on browser 2008, iOS 2010, Android 2013.
Right.
So yeah, it was originally in.
Yeah, it looks funny. This thing, but I don't know. I'm not that into it. Really.
Yeah, I'm not either. I honestly, not being so familiar with these kinds of games, that the game it reminds me of just kind of tangentially is Octodad, which I hated. So to me, it's a funny idea. It's definitely a funny idea. I just don't want to play it. It's like, I don't know. I don't want to do this. This is not like it's so. I don't play games to be. It's fun to be frustrated for 5 minutes, but after a while, it's like I don't know, man. I don't get it. It's ironic gaming. I think I would classify it as.
Yeah. Like it's the kind of thing that you'd watch someone play before you played it, really, because you'd imagine you get some good reaction out of it. But yeah, I mean, this might be right up my alley. Maybe I will stream it, but like, it'll be like, it's like one of the last things on my list personally. Like I wasn't that into it when I saw this.
Yeah, I'm not interested personally, but I know a lot of people probably will be, and that's great. It comes out September 8th. I had promised earlier, Chris, that I would note when games were PlayStation exclusive, since this kind of matters to people. This is a PlayStation console exclusive, at least timed, which I think is interesting because Devolver is publishing it. So Sony sees something in this, and maybe it's what you said, which is that it's a meme game and it has the potential to be like a game that is heavily streamed and messed around with, and they see that as a wise investment, and that might be the case. So the press release isn't too long from Devolver. It says, quote, Babysteps tells the story of Nate, an unemployed fail son with nothing going on for him, until one day he discovers a power he never knew he had, putting one foot in front of the other. Explore a world shrouded in mystery, one step at a time, as Nate makes human connections more extraordinary than he could ever have imagined. Hike the serene mountains by placing each footstep yourself, an original physics-based gameplay from the minds behind Ape Out and Getting Over It. Take in the sights, fall in love with the local fauna, and try to find meaning in a wasted life. Get ready to fall for Nate in Babysteps, a literal walking simulator. So,
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. So that's number 8. Number 9 is Herogami. And do you have any thoughts about this game? I really don't. It looks cool, but
yeah. This kind of. Let me look.
the animation style is really neat. I'll give it that. It's definitely it's cute looking, but you know, it looks like a 3D platformer action kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I noted by the way, again, that this is also a PlayStation 5 console exclusive. So, if that's important to you.
Yeah, I actually remember. Yeah, this caught my attention. It kind of. I like the style of it. This what is it? What would you even call it? Like this almost stop motion kind of.
Yeah, it's like paper. It's like it's paper crafty. I don't know. It's got like a tearaway vibe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I like it. I think it looks good. This is. I think it's on my radar. I feel like I didn't really get a. It's a really quick trailer, and it's kind of more of like a sizzle reel. So I don't really know. I don't know much about it other than like how it looks and how I can imagine it plays, but it's on my radar for sure. I like games like this.
There's a page for so it's made by a studio called Kakehashi Games, and they released a game earlier this year called Sanukuni, which looks like some sort of 2D and then over the top kind of or top down game. I don't really know what it is, but it doesn't have very many players, but they partnered with Bandai Namco for this particular game. So they obviously got the attention of a big publisher, which is cool. The press release says, quote, "In Herogami, players will assume the role of hero, a brave warrior defending their fragile world from digital invaders known as the Blight. Armed with the ancient art of folding, Hero harnesses the power of origami animal forms to crash, smash, leap, roll, and soar through platforming puzzles, defeat foes, and with your help, save their tranquil home of Shishiki Village. Roll through obstacles and enemies alike as a hardy armadillo, traverse the treetops and pound pests as a mighty ape, and leap to previously unreachable heights as a formidable frog." So PS5, September 3rd, again, a console exclusive. And I'll be interested to see how that does. Will I play it? It's coming out kind of at a bad time, to be honest. I can't say that I'll be playing that game.
It's a bad release date. It's kind of surrounded by a lot. But
we can go through this next one quickly too. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots has a release date. It will be launching on PlayStation 5 on September 5th. I have the fucking Spanish version of the press release for some reason. Let's see if I can translate this. I'll translate it to English. Yeah, so right. So as people know, Everybody's Golf was known as Hot Shots Golf in the United States and in some Western markets. But that's a long-running PlayStation published IP that they have licensed to Bandai Namco in a similar fashion that they licensed earlier this year Freedom Wars for release, and that they have also licensed, I think, Patapon to Bandai Namco as well for them to work on. And conspicuously, we had noted that because Sony owns these IP, that these games are not coming to Xbox. But Everybody's Golf Hot Shots is notable because it is a PlayStation game coming to Switch, just like Freedom Wars did, just like Lego Horizon did. And so I would expect to see that more. And I would imagine Bandai Namco getting involved. They understand perhaps contractually, we won't work with Xbox, but you can't keep us off of Switch and all those sales as well. What I was saying about this, Chris, is I was never a huge Hot Shots Golf fan. I would play every once in a while a version that came out. But I was really a Mario Golf guy, beginning with the N64 and the game. So the N64 and the GameCube, I loved both Mario Golf games. Mario Golf 64 and then Toadstool Tour was the GameCube version. And I'm not like a serious golf player. I don't play golf in person. I'll go to like the driving range every once in a while, but I'm not a golfer. And there was just something really attractive about those. And as I was looking at the game, I'm like, I feel like I can get into this. Like maybe my mind's in the right space to try. Like golfing games are very tranquil. There's something very fun about them. I used to love the Mario Golf games, like just unlocking the characters, unlocking the courses. You'd have to beat this course with this score or beat this character. And you just slowly unlock things and see the game. And there's just something quiet and nice about it. It's not something I always want, but what I'm saying is that I'm in the mood for that. And the timing of this could be right. So September 5th is not a great date, as I was saying earlier, but Everybody's Golf Hot Shots comes out that date nonetheless. What are your thoughts?
I'm kind of at the same spot as you. I don't know. For me, I never actually played the Mario Golf games, or at least not to any extent that would really count. Like I'm sure I've maybe like had like some hands-on time with it at like friends' houses or whatever, but I never owned it and I never put really any serious time into it. I always kind of felt, even up until recently, and even kind of still to this day a little bit, that like just sports games in general just like are somewhat I don't know, they're just like pointless to me. Like I don't really get it because they just feel too, I don't know. They don't feel fantastical enough for me to like set aside time to simulate them. But as I feel like the generations have gone on, I've dabbled into like MLB The Show a little bit when that came to Game Pass. When that came to Game Pass initially, and even just like playing through like something like Power Wash Simulator and like playing these like more mundane kind of different kinds of games than I used to play. Like I like this trailer came up and I remember feeling like, oh, maybe, I don't know, maybe I could open my mind to this stuff a little bit more than I typically have. Like, I know I'm in the mood to try something out of my wheelhouse like this. And so, like you said, like the timing could be right, but this release date is rough, is kind of how I feel about it. Like, I'm open to it. I'm not into it per se. Like, I'm not like clamoring, but like I do want to try one of these things. At the very least, just to like put a notch in my belt.
I wonder. Yeah. The date's not great. I'm looking now. It's not going to be a great time for games to come out, but it's funny, man. Like there is an interesting connection between Mario Golf and Everybody's Golf or Hot Shots Golf, in that people don't realize, because Clap Hands is the studio that made Everybody's Golf or Hot Shots Golf for many years, but Sony owns the IP, but the original Everybody's Golf, the PS1 Hot Shots Golf or whatever, that was released in like 97 or 98, was actually made by Camelot, and Camelot is the studio that makes Mario Golf, or like would go on to make Mario Golf 64, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, and all the rest, and do all the sports games. And so it makes a lot of sense that there's like a very similar feel. And then Clap Hands came in for the second game, and Sony, I don't know why, but Sony just stopped working with them. And then like they did Everybody's Golf VR, which was the PSVR port in 2019. And then Sony just stopped working with them. I don't really know exactly why that happened, but then they made Easy Come Easy Golf, which is a fucking sick name for a golf game.
That is a great name.
And then Ultimate Swing Golf. But what's funny about these games is that Easy Come Easy Golf never came to PlayStation. It only came to Switch and some other platforms. And then Ultimate Swing Golf is a VR game for MetaQuest only. And it's like, is there bad blood here? Because why wouldn't you want to put your games on PlayStation? And I can't help but read into that, because they were just making the games, and they probably were. So Sony was like, at some point, like, we don't really need to work with you anymore. After many, many years, going back to the late 90s. So that's just me making things up, perhaps. But nonetheless, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots comes to PlayStation. Is it a PS? It's PS5. I'm surprised it's not on PS4 as well, but PS5, as well as Switch and PC, September 5th. Okay. Chris, I'm very, very excited for this next one. We've seen it already, but now we have a release date and some more footage of it. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound comes to PS5 and PS4, July 31st. It looks beautiful. I don't really even need to see or want to see any more of it. It looks so fucking good. Do you have any interest in this beautiful 2D game being developed by the Game Kitchen, which is the studio that made Blasphemous?
Yeah, man, this looks sick. The gameplay in particular, like there are sequences in this gameplay trailer that like imply, and I don't know how true this is going to be, but there's like an implication here that you can get into a real good flow state moving through these levels and like just slashing like I don't know if it's like a pairing necessarily, but like almost like dodge jumping on attacks or like on projectiles and shit. And it's looking like, this looks sick. Like this looks really great. I'm kind of the mind too, where like I don't necessarily need to see more. It's pretty imminent as well. Like what is in the next July 31st?
Yeah, July 31st. So just fewer than 2 months.
Within 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
It's this looks amazing. Looks beautiful too. Like Jesus Christ. God. I can't get it. It reminds me. I know it's not exactly the same because they are very different styles, but the backgrounds remind me of Metal Slug quite a bit.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like I'm so. This looks so fucking cool.
Oh my God, it's extraordinary.
The music too.
Yeah, I was like, this is so sick. It is beautiful. This is the kind of game I want people to go look at this trailer when people are confused about what I'm talking about when I talk about 2.5D versus 2D side scrollers and the beauty that's intrinsic if you do them right to one or the other. As much as I go look at the Prince of Persia game from last year, the Metroidvania, I really liked that game. I platinumed it and I enjoyed it. But go look at the gameplay of that game, then turn on Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Yeah.
And just look at the difference in beauty between the two games when you go all in on 2D and don't try to split the difference. It just works out so well. Now, obviously, the Game Kitchen is extremely fucking talented and is one of probably the few studios that can deliver a game that looks like this at this caliber. But nonetheless, they found their partner. And this is, I know people are excited about Ninja Gaiden 4 that Microsoft is funding. That will come out, I think, later this year as well. But this is the Ninja Gaiden game I care about. I could give a fuck about Ninja Gaiden 4. It's this game. This is, dude, it's just, we haven't gotten a Ninja Gaiden. It's important to note that there's not been a Ninja Gaiden game like this in more than 30 years. Ninja Gaiden after the trilogy on NES went away. They did re-release them on SNES, but when it was revived on Xbox, it came back as a 3D game, and that was a surprise to everyone. And it became its own thing, and it became actually much more popular as a 3D game than it ever was as a 2D game. You're going to see a similar thing play out here, but for those of us that grew up with the NES trilogy, which are exceptional games and super like hard as nails games, which is where I think the Game Kitchen Blasphemous comes in, because I think this game should be somewhat difficult, because that was the comedy of Ninja Gaiden, was how fucking crazy it got and how like just insane the game became. Yeah, this is my shit. This is another game that, again, I look at this stuff and I'm like, man, how can you not? I can understand, I guess, how people wouldn't be excited about that in particular if you're not an old school guy, but I see it something like that, man, and I light up personally.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, and I don't have much to say. Oh, did I forgot. Dustin, sorry. I'm trying to keep track of the footnotes here, so he has timestamps. So you're just gonna have to figure that out. Cairn comes November 5th. There's a demo available for the game right now. Again, this is a timed PlayStation exclusive game. Very interesting. It says here, quote, "Get your climbing gear ready." Announced during today's PlayStation State of Play with a brand new trailer, survival climber Cairn, or it's Cairn. I don't know exactly how to say Cairn, is launching on November 5th for PS5 and PC via Steam. Additionally, players can play the demo now on PS5. From the award-winning indie developer The Game Bakers, Cairn sets players on a gripping rock climbing adventure where every move matters. Climb tactically, saving your stamina, charting your route, and manage your equipment to conquer the unforgiving heights of Mount Kami. The trailer unveils the first look at What does that say? Is that Cairrls? I can't see that in the italic.
I can't even begin to assume what that says.
Slippery ice climbing and a glimpse into Ava's. Guys, can we use fucking relentless journey and the encounter she makes along the way as she explores and forages to survive during the ascent. She discovers the mountain's long lost pass. This new trailer also unveils a standout music collaboration. All right, whatever. What do you make of this game? It looks interesting. It's probably not going to be something I play, but it certainly looks interesting. And again, if it's a timed exclusive, I assume Sony sees something in this.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it, because on some level I feel like I could be into this, but on another level I'm just kind of like it just kind of feels like the scope is too specific. Like, I don't know when I'm going to be like in the mood to specifically launch into a climbing simulator so much as I would be like more interested to play a game that just had climbing. I think about Death Stranding a lot when I look at this, actually, because like that game is literally about charting routes and traversing really hectic terrain. But there's more to it than that. And for me, for these two games to be like next to each other at all, obviously Death Stranding's fairly imminent. This thing is just showing itself. It doesn't invite the fairest comparisons, and it isn't necessarily super fair, and they are going to be separate. This is November 5th. The demo is out now, so that level. What do you think that says to you? Is there like an element of confidence there? Do you think that they're able to or that they're like, yeah, go ahead and play this for free?
Yeah, I think there's confidence, but I also think it's like a bold move well, let's back up. I don't think you would do this if you weren't confident in the game, but I think it's bold to do it because you need to differentiate yourself in this crowded market. Like giving people a hands-on ability and hoping someone plays, hoping someone in the know, much bigger than us on Twitch or whatever, or on Kick or whatever, playing it. There's just too many lost opportunities if you don't open yourself up like that. But I don't think you would do it if there's an opportunity cost, but I think you're probably fairly confident. And I think the game looks pretty cool.
I'll probably download the demo and give it a shot.
Yeah.
Why not, honestly?
It says the Steam demo, 5,000 reviews, overwhelmingly positive. So
good. That's a good sign.
Yeah. So not for me, but
I think I'll give it I'll play the demo, I think, today.
Cool.
Talk about it next time.
All right. This next one's fun. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection coming from Digital Eclipse. Very good. Maybe the best porting studio and old school retro kind of compilation studio, coming to PS4 and PS5 later this year. I wrote in the notes a rare win for Warner Brothers because they just make so many shitty decisions. And this IP obviously is one of the big things that they own. And obviously the new Mortal Kombat games always do really well. So it's not like that's a mystery, but this is a no-brainer. Seeing what Digital Eclipse has especially achieved with Capcom across a lot of different games, and Konami, you might as well get involved as well. So this was a nice surprise. Again, not something I really care about. Mortal Kombat was something I was kind of maybe a little young. I was in 4th grade when Mortal Kombat came out. And so I feel like I'm right around the age of like, because the whole thing, as you probably know, although you weren't aware at the time, but it's like, it was always like, it's blood and gore, and it's Street Fighter is we didn't know it as anime, but it was very, vanilla. And even the Mortal Kombat port on SNES, which is the port I had no blood in it. The blood was turned into sweat, famously. And so that was funny, but I remember very well getting Mortal Kombat for my birthday in 1993 and on SNES and being really, really excited to play it and did dedicate a lot of time to it. And I liked 2 and 3 as well, but I kind of fell off of it after that. And I never really understood like that this is better than Street Fighter. I just kind of chose my Capcom fighters. I'm like, Street Fighter is so much better than this. It's not even fucking funny. It's crazy that people consider these games peers, but they always have. And that's cool. And I can't speak to the modern games, by the way. I'm only speaking to like the Street Fighter 2 family and maybe like Street Fighter Alpha and stuff like that. That would be contemporary to those Mortal Kombat games. But this is pretty cool because they're apparently, this is coming later in 2025, Chris, and it's going to include all of these games, which is dope. Plus there's more that they haven't announced yet. 1992's Mortal Kombat, that's the arcade version, plus the 93 ports of the SNES, Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear versions, which is fucking hysterical.
Crazy.
Mortal Kombat 2, 93, arcade, SNES, Genesis, Game Boy, 32X. Mortal Kombat 3, 95, arcade, SNES, Genesis. That's kind of when I fall out. I had all those games on SNES, but that's kind of when I fell out. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, 95, arcade, SNES. Mortal Kombat 4, 1997, arcade. Mortal Kombat Advance from 2021 for GBA. Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance for GBA 2002. Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition for Game Boy Advance 2003, and then more to come. There's going to be a bunch of history stuff in there. I mean, this is what Digital Eclipse does so well, is they compile all of the pertinent documents, the interviews, all of the materials that fans will be really interested in and of. It's the antithesis of what I was saying with that Lunar collection recently from Gung Ho, where I'm like, this is the laziest trash, really. I mean, it's cool that we have these original games, but why are you not putting the love into getting the materials together for the fans for this great compilation? So they're going to do it right. I don't know if you're looking at the PlayStation blog post, but the fucking Game Boy screenshot is so cool. Yeah. Look at how few pixels they had to work with and how well it reads. It's really crazy. It's a picture of Reptile, for people that don't know. Although it could be Scorpion or Sub-Zero. I only know that because it says it in the corner.
Dude, it's Reptile versus Kang, I guess. It's so interesting. This is playing a Game Boy game on a 4K TV is hilarious to imagine. I can't even imagine how that's going to look or sound.
Yeah, I've done that only. I did do it with the Castlevania collection. Like, and it is weird because it's so
I can imagine.
Big. It's just too big.
But yeah, man, this is cool. Like I was meaning to pick up Tetris Forever, which I think was their other one.
Yeah, that was they did that. They did the Atari 50th collection recently. They're really doing a great job.
Yeah. This is a huge win, I think, for like game preservation too. Just like getting all these things playable on like modern hardware and like presumably PC, and just making sure that there's like a version there that runs is really cool. Like this is I'm not really a Mortal Kombat person myself personally. Like I actually never got into it. Like by the time I was like salient and like understood anything, like Mortal Kombat's blood and gore was pretty crude. I think by the time I was like a kid, it was more about, I think, Grand Theft Auto. And like I remember Hitman, or not Hitman, what was that? Manhunt was like the big thing that was like kind of causing controversy.
Definitely.
Obviously, like obviously Gears of War was with the chainsaw shit. So like Mortal Kombat was always kind of crude to me. And then like when I did get around to playing it, I was kind of in your camp too, where I was just like, I'm not a big Street Fighter guy, but like I was like, Street Fighter is way like, I deeply prefer Street Fighter to whatever this is. There was something about like the reach of like the characters. Like I always felt like my punches didn't go quite as far as I wanted, or like my kicks didn't go quite as far as I wanted. You had to get very intimate, which I understand is like kind of part of it, but like I never really got into Mortal Kombat as much as I got into like Marvel vs. Capcom or many other fighting games, truthfully.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize it at the time, but it's because, or I couldn't like put two and two together really, but it's because Mortal Kombat emphasized realism so much, just in like its motion capture and all that. So it was very early motion capture, very similar to a year later, I think Naughty Dog would release, or a couple of years later, Naughty Dog releases Way of the Warrior, which is their fighting game on 3DO, and it's a very similar thing where they're trying to make it like more of a real. It makes sense when you think about it. It's like we're trying to make the antithesis of Street Fighter, something that is real and gritty and grounded, but you have to play it. And that's so like to me, I always felt like, again, I only speak from that era. I can't speak to anything else, but like from that era, it's like there's a superior game for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I even think like Tekken is better than like I personally, like Mortal Kombat was always my least favorite of them. Yeah. But I do acknowledge that like there's like a serious history there, and there are elements of it that I think are cool. But
yeah, like I love the Sub-Zero Scorpion reptile style character, like with the ninja with the different colors. I think that's cool. I loved later, I didn't play them really, but I remember seeing them was like in the later Mortal Kombat games, like Johnny Cage getting, I'm pretty sure Johnny Cage tattooed on his chest was fucking hysterical. I thought I like that character. I like the doofy movie star character. There was some cool shit in there for sure. I mean, there's definitely cool shit in there, but I always found Sagat or Zangief or whatever way fucking cooler than those characters or whoever. Ken, my guy Ken.
Sagat.
I'm pretty sure it's Sagat.
We didn't
know.
Sagat.
We didn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
And we got this PlayStation Fight Stick too. That immediately followed it up.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought this was cool timing for that, but I feel like knowing what would come later, you almost wanted to keep it maybe for that, but it doesn't really matter. They've announced a PlayStation Fight Stick, as Chris had said. Grimner wrote into us on Patreon and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, was wondering what everyone's thoughts were on the Project Defiant Fight Stick announced at the State of Play. I think it makes a ton of sense for PlayStation to release some first-party fighting game peripherals, considering Sony now owns Evo, and the PS5 is essentially the primary console for most fighting game tournaments at this point. There isn't a ton to go on yet, but it looks to have a nice set of features, and I'm curious to see what their custom stick design looks like in a market dominated by relatively few fairly established parts manufacturers. I'm not sure if any of you are much for fighting games, but any plans to check it out? Perhaps a Street Fighter 6 knockback is due. I'll hang dong and listen. Thank you for writing in." So this was a nice, pleasant surprise. When it first started, I was like, because they were showing the close-up of it, I'm like, is that the Access controller? And then I'm like, oh, it's a fight stick. And when you see the joystick, and I'm like, oh, cool. So the PlayStation blog post says, introducing Project Defiant, the first wireless fight stick designed by Sony Interactive Entertainment for PS5 and PC. And of course, this is very relevant because Sony has more of a PC drive, and you're going to see later on that their big fighting game coming up is a PC game as well. It says, quote, "Today we are excited to unveil the first wireless fight stick designed by Sony Interactive Entertainment, codenamed Project Defiant. This sleek new controller will give players more flexibility to play their favorite fighting games, whether that is wirelessly with the innovative PlayStation Link technology that provides ultra-low latency or through a wired connection on PS5 or PC. So you can go check it out now. It will launch in 2026. it will have a final product name and a date assigned to it later. So for now, we only know it about it as Project Defiant. It seemed like people were really into it. I can't speak for fighting fans, but it looks pretty nice. I don't know exactly what they're looking for. I always wonder too, are they left-handed, or would it make sense to make an inverted fighting stick?
I'm gonna look this up. Left-handed fight stick. That must exist, right?
And a left-handed fight stick would technically be using the stick with your right hand. But yeah, if the button prompts with your left hand. I don't really know.
Oh, weird. I don't see.
Yeah, but it's probably not a thing, you know.
That's that's interesting to me that there isn't at least one that I'm stumbling across. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a fight stick guy. Like, I don't know about you, but I used to play fighting games. Like I remember playing Marvel vs. Capcom in like the arcade at or specifically at pizza shops. It was for some reason like,
oh yeah,
in every pizza shop that I went to, Marvel vs. Capcom was there, which was like amazing.
Totally,
amazing audio. An amazing audio, sensory kind of everything about that experience is fucking iconic. I'm glad I got to live to see that. Just amazing pixel art with like the great smell of like pizza in the back. It's like something amazing about that. But every time I played a fighting game in an arcade, I always felt like, well, I'm gimped right now. Like I'm kind of playing more for the experience of doing it here than I am with the experience of like doing well. Because like the whole like joystick here and then like tap, it just never felt that intuitive to me. Mm-hmm. So I always feel like I'm button mashing. Like I always forget like where my hand is in relation to like what button did I just hit? Oh, I guess I hit that one. I was always terrible with fight sticks. So like this doesn't speak to me personally, but it's a smart move for them, especially because they're basically at this point the default console, I think, now. So it's smart of them to kind of start making these peripherals and cater to these communities that are really only going to start growing on their machines, particularly. And yeah, the Evo connection is an interesting thing. That is, I hadn't even considered that when I saw this.
Yeah, because they can have that as like, I think everyone brings their own sticks, but you could have like prizes and I think we body Sony a lot. I think reasonably so about some of their acquisitions recently, going back to Bungie and Firewalk and Haven, which were all bad acquisitions. But
yeah,
the Evo acquisition I think was pretty canny and smart, especially because Evo was an injured brand that they probably got for incredibly cheap. And
did they ever disclose the like how much they bought Evo for, or is that still private? I can look it up.
How much did Sony pay for Evo?
I would imagine it's chump change in comparison to like, Bungie even.
Yeah, it doesn't say. I can't find it. No one knows. It's probably one of those things they bury in their financials somewhere amongst other monies. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
I'm sure
money.
it was cheap.
Yeah, well, I don't remember the details. I don't want to speak out of school, but I feel like there was something about the founder, right? That something or some not the maybe someone high up there that toxified it, as I recall, and then I don't know. That's what I remember. Yeah. But I don't know the details of it. I can't keep all this shit straight. There's too much drama in the world. A lot of drama to keep track of. I will say,
July 2020 charges of sexual misconduct were leveled at Evo CEO John Kuehler. I don't know this name.
Okay,
but that seems to
be what happened. I guess
4 years ago. Yeah.
So yeah, Sony I think came in and maybe even really saved it and stopping myself from saying it. Just gonna say maybe they saved it in some way.
Oh.
Let's see. Oh, I was going to say this as well before we moved out was the fighting games. I'm with you where I liked to play them on controller too.
Yeah.
I understand mouse and keyboard actually very well, why people use that. And it's obvious, especially in shooters, adventure games, like whatever. I totally understand. I actually don't really get the fight stick thing. And that's incredibly unusual. I think there are some high level players that do play on controller, but it's very rare. And I think it was just the way I was raised. I also don't on SNES. I could be wrong. Maybe they did make them third party or whatever. I don't really recall, but there wasn't a fight stick per se. I don't think that really even became a thing until PS1, Dreamcast, where you could really buy those. And by that point, I had the claw technique down. Do I have a controller here? Oh yeah, here. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say like I would play like this because this was like fierce punch and this was fierce kick.
Oh, right.
And I was very reliant on just those fierce attacks, which is like very bootleg way to play the game. As I learned when I later worked at IGN and played real fighting game fans for the first time in my life, basically, and got my shit pushed in on a fucking daily basis in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or Street Fighter or whatever.
That's a sobering moment when you realize you're not really that good at fighting games.
Yeah, it was sobering. Not that I ever thought that I was great, but I was like, I'm definitely a good Street Fighter player. And I would play people in person every once in a while, but my friends and like playing against the computer, even with hard difficulties, like I know how to play. And then you play a person at IGN like Mark Ryan Salee, who was a fucking savant at fighting games like crazy. And I've talked about it in the past. There are videos out there somewhere of him playing me on video 100 times in a row with Marvel vs. Capcom. And he beat me all 100 times to the point where towards the end, he would let me start picking his party. And so I'd be like, yeah, like serve bot, roll, and whatever. And he would still just kick the shit out of me. And it was embarrassing. Not that I never went in with like a big dick saying I was good at fighting games. It's just like, wow, man. And he's not even that good, comparable to what is good.
Yeah, like a pro or something.
It's kind of like chess, where you could be really good at chess, comparable to your competition, but you need to, when someone says like, oh, I play chess, I'll play you in chess, whatever. There's like so many levels to it about like, are we really on the same level? It's not even a dickheaded thing. Or are you going to kill me or am I going to kill you? I kind of ran into that with fighting games. So yeah, I was very humbled. And I got to say, actually, I don't want to say it ruined fighting games for me, but fighting games were a much more relevant part of my life at one point. And Dagan and I were really into fighting games when I was young, but especially Street Fighter. And but some of the SNK stuff as well. Dagan loves Samurai Showdown, especially Samurai Showdown 2. Dagan fucking loves Samurai Showdown 2. And I think after I kind of learned all that about, I was like, oh, this isn't really that fun. Like there's a whole nother level of it. You can't, if I'm not willing to study and be better, there's no reason to play socially anymore.
That is kind of how I feel about them as well. Like, cause I have friends who are like really, really good at it. And I'll go over to their house and like they'll trounce me and I'm like, all right, well, this has been fun. Like I can't, and I have no desire to like buy them anymore. I did buy Street Fighter. I think, oh my God, what was the most recent one? Was it? It was 6, right? Or 5?
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is the most recent one.
6, yeah. Just to try it out, and I liked it. I really do like fighting games. I'm just so aware of that higher level of play too. And for some reason, although I know that higher level of play exists in everything to some extent, like even just like with like people who like do speed runs or like break through the game, like people who like I love Doom, but I've seen people who will like clamber up on a ledge and glitch through the map and like they understand Doom on a way that I just can't possibly. But it doesn't feel like a barrier as much as it does for like fighting games for some reason. I don't know what that is. But I totally get it.
It's just not fun playing something you're going to get. It's prohibitive. You're going to lose. And you have to lose a lot. You have to be a glutton for punishment. There are a lot of things like that, I guess, competitive. It's not maybe that unique when you think about it. Yeah. Okay. The 14th game is Metal Gear Solid Delta, which we already knew is coming August 28th. They show more of it. Do we have anything else we need to say? I mean, I'm excited about it. I think I'm satiated on talking about this game, but
yeah, I mean, I'm sold. I don't need to see any more. I will say, like, I don't know if you got this, but like, I do think. And, you know, to be fair, maybe it was the stream, but I remember feeling like this looks a little worse, like graphically or like fidelity wise than it did before. But I don't know. I could chalk that up to a billion things. But I will say, like, the Ape Escape stuff is exciting for me. Like, I love Ape Escape so much. And until it was in the most recent trailer, like the one before this, they showed like they teased like the Ape Escape stuff. And I actually forgot that was even a part of MGS3 at all. Like I remember it, like it reignited the memory of like, oh yeah, I remember seeing like screenshots of this like online or like in a magazine. I remember thinking like it was a joke or like it was fake. Like I didn't realize that was like actually in the game for like the longest time. And so seeing that again and seeing that it's like actually like part of it, and also a teaser for what looked like GTA Online. I think that's kind of what they were teasing at the end there, with like that camouflage and the guy coming in with the gun and like looking around and running out. It's exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And if there's like an online component, oh shit, I'm gonna be so excited. I love Metal Gear Online. It's so weird. What a weird novel multiplayer experience.
Yeah,
so,
it is
like,
weird. It is a weird game. Or was.
If that is indeed there, then it's pretty exciting. But like I'm like you, I'm satiated. I'm sold. I don't need to see anymore.
All right. So yeah, I'm excited. August 28th. Awesome to see some of the villains again. I'm MGS3 is really a great game. So very great way to get back into it. But let's get into this new one here. This is a big one. Nioh 3 was announced for 2026. There is a demo available apparently now that you can check out. And I wrote PlayStation exclusive with a question mark here in my notes. It is a PlayStation exclusive. I went and double checked. The Nioh IP is actually owned by Koei Tecmo, which makes some sense. Koei Tecmo is the publisher that owns Team Ninja, that is the developer of Nioh. However, Nioh has been associated with Sony through publishing arrangements, worldwide publishing arrangements, through not only the 2017 original, and then there was a sequel in 2020 also published by Sony. So there's obviously a publishing arrangement here, probably similar to what Microsoft had with, say, Sunset Overdrive or something. So for, again, people that are really fixated on PlayStation exclusives, that's cool. This is another console exclusive for PlayStation. Interestingly, Nioh 2, came out in 2020, got a PS5 port in 2021. So it's been dormant for a while. I don't know if people expected this or not. I'm not really in the Nioh fan base, although the game did come up recently because I was talking about how that was the last Souls-like game that I played with the original Nioh and tried to get through. What do you think of Nioh 3? Are you interested?
I mean, I always feel interested in these things, but then when they come around, I never really jump onto them. I never played the first or the second one. I just kind of, because I've heard that these are particularly hard too, right?
That's what they
like
say.
Nioh,
I found Nioh 1 extremely difficult personally, but you know me. I don't know that I'm the best barometer for it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I want to like these things, or like I want to get into them, but like I always feel like I'm gonna play them and then something's gonna like knock me off of it, or I'm gonna hit like a roadblock or something. I respect these games tremendously. Like, every time I see it, like the animation work is stellar. Like every boss animation looks crazy good, and it looks so well made. And I acknowledge that, but I also feel like I don't know. I there's so many of these games now where like I'm kind of I don't want to say burnt out necessarily, because that would not be necessarily the most accurate thing to say, but just kind of they're not as interesting to me as they used to be.
Yeah, I mean I get that totally. I totally agree. And it was never that interesting to me, I guess, to begin with. I do like there are series that have the Japanese history supernaturalism thing going that I like an Onimusha for sure. So I'm not totally, immune to the charms of that, but I do feel like a lot of these, it's why Lies of P is so notable in my mind, is because it just seems like a differentiated Soulsborne, because even the Soulsborne games all seem to reduce either to fantasy or Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Asian history or historical settings or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, it just kind of all looks the same. I guess if you're a big fan of the genre, it's like looking at a Mega Man game. I mean, they all look the same. I can see the difference between them, but a lot of people can't. So it's the same thing. I know that if you're an enthusiast, you're going to see all the differences between them. But for me as an outsider, I don't find it appealing either. What I'm more interested in is just this continuing relationship between Tecmo Koei and Sony with these exclusives. Because remember, Rise of the Ronin just came out last year, and that was also Team Ninja. So, and we assumed because Team Ninja made Rise of the Ronin, they make multiple games at the same time, but that they were making that, I think we assumed at the time, it's like, oh, this must be like Nioh. Not that it is Nioh, but like they're moving on to something new. But actually, they bounced back to Nioh. And we had just said a week or two ago on the show that the Nioh series has surpassed 8 million copies sold. That's not so bad considering it's only on PlayStation and it later got ported to PC. So, and they're pretty hardcore, like you were saying. I think they are known as being on the more difficult arc of Soulsborne games, which is maybe why it was a mistake for me to try Nioh. But man, the first, I've said it a million times, Chris, that first boss in Nioh in the boat, It's like, are you kidding me with this fucking boss? This is like the last boss in a game that I would play.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing here?
It's a lot. I think, I don't know. Like I'm like 31 now. And so like, I don't know. Like I don't get as much satisfaction out of suffering through like 500,000 deaths to get to that one victory. Like it doesn't hit the same as it used to. And maybe it does, but I just have to wait longer periods between them. But I don't know. It looks great. Like whatever. Like Nioh. I know a lot of people who love Nioh, so like, I know this is gonna be big.
It seemed well made. I know the beginning of Nioh 1 so well, like the first few hours, because I played it so much, and it probably took me 7 times longer to get through than a normal person. But it's like the seaside village that's on fire, and it's embedded in my mind because I've done it. It was one of those, I gotta climb this mountain, I gotta do it, I can do it. And that was back in 2020 when I did it for the last time, and I'm like, I just can't do it. Just can't do it. But we'll see. We'll see what people think of Nioh 3, and that'll be coming in hot in 2026 on PS5. Go check out the demo and see for yourself. All right. The 16th game shown, and I don't really care too much about this, is Thief VR. This comes from Vertigo Games, Maze Theory, and Eidos Montreal. When I saw the Eidos Montreal logo, I was like, oh, this must be Thief, because they are technically the keepers of Thief since remember the Thief re-release in 2014? Because it was with, Looking Glass is the studio that made Thief. The original Thief was co-written by Ken Levine. And then it went to Ion Storm, and then ultimately they revived it at Eidos Montreal. And Eidos Montreal, of course, is now with THQ Nordic, I think, or some shit in the Embracer Group. So now it's with them. So they are, I guess, licensing their Thief IP to make a little bit of money here in this Legacy of Shadow product. It says, quote, "The Shadows are calling. The legendary Thief franchise returns, reimagined for PlayStation VR 2, bringing players back to the city, where danger lurks around every corner and secrets are hidden in plain sight. But this time you uncover something far greater, an artifact that holds a legacy from the past. Ready your tools, trust your instincts, and become the master you've always dreamed of. Welcome to Thief VR Legacy of Shadows, arriving later this year on PSVR 2. Are you interested at all in this, Chris?
I really fucking should be. I should be. I love stealth games. It's an underserved market, or it's an underserved genre, I should say. And I just feel like I want more of them, but nothing from this trailer really grabbed me. I should also note that I guess, like, when I say stealth, like, I am more into like contemporary or like tech oriented, so like stuff like Splinter Cell and like Metal Gear is like more my speed, like heartbeat sensors and like sneaking out like a snake camera under the door. Like I'm more into that kind of vibe than medieval kind of like old and stuff. But it looks okay. I just like, I think about how many times I play VR, and the reality is it's so infrequent that the excitement kind of gets sucked out of the room for me whenever something's only on VR. If this was a game that had VR functionality and it was like a new Thief game, I'd be way more interested in it. Just on the sheer like, yeah, I want a stealth game, but it just gives me headaches, man. Like I would love to play more VR games, but like it just doesn't. It fucks me up. I don't know if I'm just too old or my eyes are too bad or what, but like I am not built for VR in this way where there's like where you're moving through. I can do like Pistol Whip or like the arcade stuff, or like glorified kind of like VR Guitar Hero or like Tetris Effect, or, you know, things that are more stationary, I guess.
Yeah, same.
But if I'm moving around in 3D space, like it fucks me up like within an hour. And so it's unfortunate, but for that, it's like kind of a non-starter for me.
That's what I experienced with, as I was saying earlier in the year, with when I finally got to Arizona Sunshine. And that's what's funny is that this is the Arizona Sunshine studio that's making it. And
Arizona Sunshine's great.
Yeah, it is. That was what was so disappointing to me, and why I was so crestfallen was I was really enjoying it. I was like, oh, this is fucking cool. And my body just doesn't agree with it. And I know people are like, just keep playing and keep doing it and you'll get, and I'm like, I don't want to feel like it would ruin the rest of my night. Basically every time it happened, I'd be like out of commission. And it was disappointing because I didn't know that about myself because I was so used to playing a lot of stationary VR fare that I have no ill effect from. A Tetris Effect, for instance, or a job simulator or something. Like these are totally fine. But yeah, this just didn't agree with me. So yeah, Vertigo is making this game, and I'm sure it's going to be great. And it's funny, man. It's the first Thief game since that 2014 revival of Thief, which, as people might recall, came out early in 2014, and it was a PS3, PS4 cross-generation game. And people kind of liked it. I think it was maybe in the low 70s on Metacritic or something. But really, the classic Thief games go back to the late 90s, early 2000s. People love, especially, I think, Deadly Shadows, the PS2 one.
Yeah.
That came from... Or no, it wasn't PS2. I think it was on Xbox, actually. Yeah. Thief Deadly Shadows on Xbox. Yeah, this is the one I think people really love. But I don't know. It's not for me. So I guess you'll get what Thief you get.
Yeah.
And you're going to like it. Okay. Tides of Tomorrow, a multiplayer game, is next up. Do you have anything you want to say about this? This is by virtue of being a multiplayer is not for me, but I will say the visual style of the game is incredibly impressive, and it reads certainly in a very unique way. It's being developed by DigiX Art, and it looks pretty interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, this caught my attention. I like the idea. It's kind of one of those things where I would almost feel like if someone pitched this to me, I would be like, no, let's not do that, because that's a really difficult thing to kind of get your head around. Like trying to make like a multiplayer narrative where like you're kind of seeing other people's choices before you, and you can choose to follow in certain people's footsteps or not. I think it's interesting. I'm kind of down for it. I like multiplayer experimentation. Like I think it's one of the things that I kind of feel like is missing a lot lately, although like we're starting to see like kind of like an uptick. Like I think Fragpunk was one of those that kind of like, you know, it's you experiment and that one didn't necessarily hit apparently. But like I do like playing with the formula or like the general kind of play space of multiplayer and kind of doing weird shit with it. So like this is definitely on my radar. I love the visual style, I will say. Like the first I think the first shot where you just kind of see the city, it reminded me a little bit of it's got like a Sunset Overdrive thing going, but like not really, just like in the vibrancy.
Yeah.
It looks cool, man. I don't know. I like it. I'll probably play it. Especially because this is early. This is February
24.
Yeah. Not
2026, obviously. This
is a good time.
The studio that made it is this Digix Art, which is a French studio. And they made this game back in 2018 on PS4, 11 Memories Retold, which I vaguely remember. It's a World War I related adventure game, I think. But then they did the game Road 96 in 2021, which, as I understand, was very well received. Or at least well received. I don't know if it was very, very well received, but it sold well. And they're coming on with this new game. And yeah, this is an evolution for what they're doing, because they're more of an adventure studio that's like trying something new and different. So we'll see. Games that rely on other players over long periods of time, I get nervous about. But because you can never enjoy it. It's it's on a clock. And there's a barometer that allows it to run like a fuel based on its player base, as opposed to you just kind of getting into it on your own. But that's cool. I mean, it's cool to take risks and do different things. And I'm giving them a lot of credit for that. So yeah, PS5, February 24th, 2026. All right. What's up next here? This is the wrong document. Okay. Oh, number 18 is Astrobot. So 5 new stages for Astrobot beginning to come out later this month. Crafton Picard wrote in and said, "What up, fellas? What do you think is the strategy with another big Astrobot update? 9 months later now, and we've gotten a bunch of content updates. Do you think it's generating more sales? I can't imagine why they would do so much for free. It just seems like a strange strategy. If a studio works on their previous game's updates for so long, doesn't it delay their next game? Wouldn't it be more profitable to start work on the next game sooner? As a gamer, I'm not complaining. I just don't understand the business strategy with this stuff. Thanks. I'll die peacefully in bed and listen." That's what I'd prefer. If you had to die peacefully in bed.
Yeah. Ideally.
So I understand this notion, and I shared not a similar notion, but I shared a similar consternation when I was talking earlier in the year about how I finally got to those new stages, like the second wave of stages. So they did the first wave of stages, they did the Christmas update, they did the second wave of stages. This is going to be the third wave of stages coming later this month and into the year. And I remember saying at the time, this is dope that they're doing this, but don't linger too long here. You don't need to linger too long here. I don't know what they're seeing out of this, but I will say, I don't know this like because I have sources working on the game, but I'm fully confident they're making a sequel. And I imagine that most of the team is probably going to be working on that, if not already working on it. But I would imagine because the game just came out 8 months ago, that they're probably still in pre-production and figuring things out. And it doesn't really hurt to keep your people busy making some of these stages, small team of them. It's not going to take a lot of them because all the assets already exist, all the physics exist, the systems. They're not making, it's not nothing new. There's obviously some new renders and maybe some new enemies, or obviously the new bots from the different games, and they have to design those, but you kind of have all the tools. So while you're kind of figuring out what the full team's going to do, as we go later into the year, into next year, and they get the sequel off the ground, why not keep your people busy supporting the game and filling it with value? And maybe, I don't know where they've been on the price of Astrobot. And I know it's kind of vacillated with some of the sales, but it's an argument to keep the price of the game high and to sell it over a period of time. Like he said, it's 90 worlds now, I think he said, right? Or 90, yeah, something like that. And it's like,
yeah,
it's a lot,
like
dude. So I agree with you, Kraft and Picard, that it is concerning if that's what they were focusing on. But my suspicion is that the full team has never been focusing on these stages, and that is just a way to keep the game alive and in the conversation. Remember, it was Game of the Year, a kind of ubiquitous Game of the Year last year, and I loved it. I didn't necessarily agree with Game of the Year, but I loved it, and it's cool to see, and it's a pleasure to go back to. What I found in going, I wait for the stages to stack up because they're available every week. And that's neat. But I wait for them to stack up and I go back and I'm like, oh, I still know how to play the game. I still remember how to play the game. I played for like an hour or so and I'm like, that's very pleasant. I do the stages, I get the trophies, and I move on with my life. But I can imagine how fun that would be, especially if you're coming to it for the first time and the game is just that much bigger. Very exciting. So what are your thoughts here, Chris? Any excitement for the Astrobot upcoming DLC?
Man, I remember the last time they did this, and I remember being like, okay, that's good. Leave it alone. We don't need more of this. Not that it's a bad thing. I mean, like, more value is good, obviously, but like, from a personal standpoint, like, it's a pet peeve of mine. I understand this is very, very anal, but like, because I platinumed Astrobot, which means I 100%ed it. So I have the indication that I 100%ed the game, but now I have no longer 100%.
Right.
And
Tales
that bothers
Yeah.
It bothers the shit out of me. Yeah. And so I'm sure I'll get around to playing these, and it's cool. It's amazing that they keep pumping these things out, and that they seem to be of high quality. I appreciate it, but like, I'm also like, it's really more of a petty thing where I'm just like, can you stop so that I could not have this installed anymore? Because I always feel like I'm gonna have to reinstall it anyway, because they're gonna like, oh, here's a fucking, thanks, here's a Columbus Day planet or like some random celebration. I doubt that, by the way.
But that would be fucking hysterical if there was a Columbus Day planet.
Oh my god. But yeah, like, it's cool. I support it, but selfishly I wish they would stop so that I could keep my 100%.
I've said it before that we learn on PlayStation, the percentage people that are into trophies are not as persnickety generally about percentages because of the platinum shows that you did it. So even if the percentage goes down, but we learned with Habroxia updates with that people on Xbox get really upset about that. And because that is the goal, is to get 1,000 or whatever it is. And so when you're upping it, then you force them to play because there is no other indicator that. Right. Yeah. And so I get that. It's not something that I was really, it is born into me as a trophy hunter though. I just want the platinums.
That is fair. Because I come from the Xbox ecosystem primarily, so like that was my, and even honestly, to be fair, like even back in the day, it was getting to 100%. Like there was no like, it was getting 100%, and sometimes in some games, I remember Crash Bandicoot specifically was like 105 or 106 or some weird number that was like over 100%, but like arbitrarily ended.
Yeah, Castlevania was like that, but that's just because people broke it, so it would go like well above where it was supposed to go. It would be 200% was what you're supposed to get, but I think you can get to like 207 or something. It's like, okay, yeah. I don't know how that's even possible, but
yeah, it's just like I like the platinum system. It's cool, but like I'm acclimated to a different one. So now my platinum for Astrobot feels like a participation trophy in some sense. Because like, yeah, you did it, but like, did you really? And it's like, damn it. I don't like this. But it's such a minor fucking who cares? Who gives a shit? At the end of the day, people are getting free content. That's a win, especially in this industry as it is now. It feels kind of. And we talked a little bit earlier about how even just like printing, the manuals was so affordable, and they just didn't do it because it's such a cheap lens. So like in an industry that's ever more and more cheaper, like I think it's good to get free shit.
If your game can't withstand the $10,000 that you have to pay a writer and a designer in the months leading up to a game to make your construction manual, and then the cents on the dollar that you have to charge to print it, probably shouldn't be in business printing games, in my opinion. But that ship has sailed, my friend. All right. The 19th game is Sea of Remnants, which comes from NetEase, the Chinese company, and is coming to PlayStation 5 in 2026. Again, I promised I would let you know when a game was PlayStation 5 exclusive. This game, according to its press release, is a PlayStation 5 console exclusive. Quote, oh, by the way, before I get into this, I will say that the logo doesn't read well and reads as Sea Remnants, which is what I originally had it in as. I think the sword is supposed to be kind of like the of, but I didn't read it like that. Maybe I'm crazy. It says, quote, Sea of Remnants invites players into a visually captivating world where they assume the role of a puppet-like sailor who has lost all of their memories. Alongside a mysterious girl, players will voyage across vast seas, uncharted islands, and a city slowly awakening to its secrets. Through open-world exploration, intense naval combat, and dynamic interactions with a cast of over 300 eccentric characters, players will uncover the truth behind their forgotten identity and shape the fate of the world around them. On the sprawling journey, players can recruit a crew of unique puppet folk allies, customize their ships with modular upgrades, and build specialized teams for exploration and turn-based battles. Every decision, whether sparing enemies or seizing opportunities, will unleash dramatic ripple effects across the world. With rival factions reacting to each other and Orbtopia's cityscape evolving in response, no two captains will share the same story. Any thoughts on this one? This isn't for me, but it looks good. The visual style, again, is really captivating, but it's just not... I actually really like the wooden skin that some of the characters have. It's very unique and strange. Pinocchio-like, I guess, in some way, but the sailing aspect of it, it looks really cool. But there was an indication it's cool that they say in the press release of the turn-based battles, because you see this one thing of that does look like a turn-based battle with the numbers popping out of the enemies and stuff. So it looks pretty interesting, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of where you are. Like, I like the visual style. But I'm not a turn-based guy generally. Like Expedition 33 was like a really strange kind of that was like an exception to the rule really for me. So like that kind of alone it's not really my wheelhouse. I do love the visual style though, and there's like a weird, I don't know if you got this vibe by looking at this particular mermaid battle, but like that's straight up Ariel.
Yeah, it looks like definitely.
Like it's kind of that was the most interesting thing to me. Is like, what is the angle here? But I think it looks great. It's just not really, from what I can tell from this trailer anyway, it doesn't seem like it's for me. Maybe there's a chance I could see more and it could change my mind, and reviews are everything. Maybe it's doing something that I'm not really seeing, but not really on my radar right now.
Okay. Next up is a game we've known about for a couple of years, but they finally put a release date on and given us a little bit more clarity. It's Sword of the Sea. Sword of the Sea is from the studio Giant Squid. This is the studio that first launched Abzu back in 2016 on PS4, which was the kind of sea exploration game. Very unique and interesting game. And then they did the PS5 launch game that also came to PS4 at the same time in 2020, The Pathless.
Oh, yeah.
And the Sword of the Sea game was announced back during a PlayStation event in 2023. And so they've revealed, and again, this is another PlayStation 5 timed exclusive game for those who care. It says, quote, Giant Squid is pleased to announce that Sword of the Sea is launching on August 9th, 2025. The release date was revealed during the PlayStation State of Play. In Sword of the Sea, you are on a quest to unveil the ancient sea buried beneath the land. As you carve your way forward on an ancient and powerful hover sword, which moves like a snowboard, skateboard, and surfboard all in one, you will discover the remnants of a lost culture hidden in skate park-like ruins. and transform sandy dunes into glittering emerald waters teeming with life. One part meditative and one part exhilarating, you will feel the spiritual magic of surfing as you connect with nature and restore life to the land, all while pulling off radical flips, spins, and grab tricks with ease. Developed by renowned indie team Giant Squid, Sword of the Sea features the unique artistic design of creative director Matt Nava and beautiful music composed by Austin Winnery. Longtime creative partners, their works together include beloved games Abzu, The Pathless, and the legendary award-winning game Journey. And you can really see, I mean, I was saying to Micah when we were watching the State of Play, I was like, this looks like a baby, like Journey's and Abzu's baby.
Yeah.
And you can, I mean, the Journey, you can see how much the visual flair of Journey was the artists and not so much that game company. Although that game company did have a similar kind of vibe, I think, in Flower, although it was obviously much more well realized in Journey. But so yeah, we've known about this game for a while. It launches August 19th. I think I'll check it out. I played and beat Abzu. I played The Pathless, but didn't beat it. So I'm open, and I love Journey. I mean, Journey was an absolutely incredible game. So I'll definitely give this a go. I don't know if I'll play it right when it comes out. I have to see what's coming out around it. But August 19th seems like, in my mind's eye right now, a decent date for it. So I'll check it out.
Yeah.
And yeah, it'll be on PlayStation Plus, the games catalog. So if you're at PlayStation Plus Extra or Premium, you'll get it first day. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm definitely playing this. Like, this looks like one of those flow state kind of things where I'm so into that like flow state kind of gameplay. And I played a bit of The Pathless too, and I remember really liking it, but I don't know what pulled me off of it necessarily. I think I just kind of had other things going on.
Yeah, I don't recall
something.
either. What I think, Chris, was that it was a launch game, and I think I just got distracted by it. Not that we were inundated with games, but I think I was just pulled. Like Spider-Man was out, and there were just a few other things, and then before you knew it, it was just you were beyond it.
Yeah, but I remember really liking the vibe of The Pathless, and I like flow state games like this, and I never played Abzu, but I played The Pathless, and obviously Journey's huge, big game.
Dude, I want to see Abzu is like 3 hours long or something. You could probably play it in a night if you wanted to on a stream or something.
Probably. I'm kind of like, am I even remembering what Abzu even looks like correctly?
It's like a really stylized underwater
right?
game, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I think I have it. I'm pretty sure I do. I think I might have it on PC or something, or somewhere. But yeah, this is definitely a game. I'm definitely gonna play this one, especially if it's on PS Plus. Like, why not? August 19th though, like that's isn't that around? It's like maybe a week before Gears, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Not that they're gonna compete really, but
yeah, ideally you'd be done with the one before the other. But Gears could be shorter. I mean, Gears itself is only 4 or 5 hours long, isn't it? Okay, so yeah, we'll look forward to that. Again, that's Sword of the Sea from Giant Squid coming August 19th, and it'll be in the PS Plus game catalog. Looks great. All right, I put this in as, I didn't even count this. I counted this as item B because we know about this game and they're not really saying anything we already know. It seemed like it was an ad because the game is imminent. It comes out June 17th. So I didn't want to count it. FBC Firebreak. This is the Remedy Entertainment developed FPS that's set in the Control universe. And I think it's a 3-person multiplayer game, as I recall. This was announced at the time. So it was revealed, I think, last year. And then it was announced pretty quickly that it was going to be coming to both PS Plus and to Game Pass. And so I think they're probably a little worried about it, I would assume. I don't know if it's any good or not, but it'll be out there for people to check out in just a couple weeks. So I didn't want to count it as a game that actually is coming. Are you interested in this at all?
I wish I was, man. Like I like, obviously I'm a big fan of Remedy, and I loved Control, Alan Wake 1 and 2, Max Payne, all great. And the fact that this takes place in the Control universe is interesting to me. I just don't know. When I think of Remedy, I'm not thinking, oh, I hope they do multiplayer. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not thinking like, oh, I want like a PvP sandbox in this world. Like, I'm thinking like, I just want more story here. And so I don't know. I'm just not seeing anything that really grabs me outside of the setting, which again is really only important to me because of what stories are going to unfold in it. Like the Oldest House is a great setting for sure. And I think a multiplayer game in the Oldest House makes a lot of sense. I just feel like what I'm seeing from the style of game it isn't necessarily, I don't know. I don't feel anything when I see it. And that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long for this world, but we'll see. Maybe people will really take to it. It'll have its best opportunity being on those services and building a fan base.
Yeah.
But,
and by the way,
yeah, go ahead.
I do want to say too, like, that's not to say that it won't be good. Like, it'll probably be pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of like whether or not people care, you know?
Right. There is a substantial difference in the modern market between games that are good and games that do well. As I've said before, nothing slipped through the cracks back in the day because there just wasn't enough to keep us busy. But so many things not only slip through the cracks, but will go unknown, close the studio, close the publisher, everyone will lose their jobs. And you look back at the game and you're like, this was fucking dope. At just a different time, it would have done so much better. So just a fact of life.
That's a shame. That's a shame though with multiplayer games because they are so ephemeral. So like that, you can't even really realistically go back, like in like 10 years or whatever when the game's dead or whatever. You can't even really go back and experience it and kind of analyze it. It's like, oh, this is actually really great. It's a gem actually.
Yeah,
because they're gonna, the servers are gonna go down and it's yeah. I don't know. I'm rooting for it. I hope it does well, but like I'm not really that into it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was necessary. I know Remedy Remedy's publishing it itself. I know that they want to drive some money. They might have made it worth their while just taking the PS Plus and Game Pass offers and mitigate risk and just remove the ceiling, higher the floor, and see what you can do with it. But it's one of those, I don't know if you saw recently, I didn't put it in the news later, but CD Projekt was saying recently like that they kind of had learned their lesson about trying to do other things other than what they're good at. Like they were trying to publish spin-offs and do these other things and of Witcher and Cyberpunk, and they're just like, we're just going to do the Western role-playing game thing. Like we don't know what we're doing otherwise, and it's like a waste of time for us to try to spread the field. We'll let others do that stuff. And I think that's actually a really wise choice, but whatever. All right. 21 on the list is Deus Ex. So we got a few PS Plus, a few quick PS Plus offerings here that I think was very exciting and people will be into. So the original Deus Ex came to PS2 in 2002. It was a 2000 PC release and it was developed by Ion Storm, which we brought up earlier. This was an old developer that was actually associated with, I mean, you might remember that their big game originally was Daikatana. It was a John Romero thing, but they did some early Deus Ex stuff, and they did the beloved Thief game on Xbox as well before going out of business. But they're going to put on June 17th, so the same day that the aforementioned FBC Firebreak goes to PS Plus and just comes out generally, they're going to put the PS2 Deus Ex port onto PS Plus. I assume it'll be at the what is it? The extra premium tier, the highest tier. So in the classics game catalog, plus available a la carte. I don't know the cost, maybe $10 or something like that. So there's that. Did you enjoy? I never played the original Deus Ex. I played the sequel, which what was the sequel? Invisible War. And I had that on Xbox. And that was one of the first kind of Western role-playing game style things I ever actually played. But I wasn't crazy about it. I knew some big Deus Ex fans at IGN, though. Are you into this?
I mean, this Deus Ex, I remember reading up a lot about it because I remember seeing that guy's face everywhere. Like his like he's a big meme. Like there's like a guy in the first Deus Ex or like whatever that's like, I remember I kept seeing him in like Twitter threads.
Is it the guy in the sunglasses?
Yeah. And it was like there's some line of dialogue that he said. I can't remember what it was. It was like 2021 or something. I remember seeing it a lot. But I know a lot about Deus Ex. I read up a lot on it, but I never actually played like any Deus Ex game. I think I played a little bit of what was the reboot with like
Mankind Divided or Human Revolution? It
was one of those. I can't remember which
date.
one.
Do you remember the date?
It was early PS4.
Early PS4, Mankind Divided. Yeah. 2016.
Yeah, so like, and I remember like kind of liking it. I don't know. It didn't really grab me, but like I like the world of Deus Ex. So being able to, and another thing too was that it was kind of hard to get a playable version of the original Deus Ex that was like functioning well. So like this will be a nice little thing to add. I think that's a big game for the classics catalog because it is an important game. Like it's like that's a really kind of historically like relevant data point in the evolution of video games. So like I think having Deus Ex there is like a big deal, and it's a solid ad for PlayStation Plus Premium.
The 22nd and 23rd games that are shown are Twisted Metal 3 and 4, which are releasing on the PS Plus games catalog and a la carte, the PS1 games in mid-July. This is relevant because these are the games, the Twisted Metal games, famously, that there's like kind of a divide in the audience about them because they're not David Jaffe's Twisted Metal games. They were made by, so Twisted Metal 3 came out in 98, Twisted Metal 4 came out in 99, and they were both made by the 989 imprint, like Sony's early 989 imprint, which would kind of morph into Sony San Diego at some point. So that was when Jaffe was off working on Twisted Metal Black, which would obviously come to PS2 in 2001, and that was like the seminal Twisted Metal game. Yeah. So I know there's like some bad, I think David Jaffe like doesn't like them, but which is funny, but they are relevant to a lot of people that I'm sure that they sold millions of copies. So I'm sure they're out there. I didn't play them. I don't think. Did you play Twisted? I definitely didn't actually. Did you play Twisted Metal 3 and 4?
I can't remember. I know I played Twisted Metal 2 a shit ton. But I can't remember if I had any more experience. I think I went from 2 all the way to, I think, Head On the PSP. Like the PSP one was the one that I spent the most time on, I think, honestly. But I don't know if I have any really experience with 3 or 4. Certainly I don't. 3, it's possible. That was like at a time where I wasn't really paying attention to what the fuck I was playing. Like people would just put games in front of me. I was like, all right. And if it was like a game like Twisted Metal where I couldn't exactly tell the difference at a glance. I know I played the shit out of 2. I know I played the shit out of Head On. 3, I think I played. But 4, certainly not. 1, I only played like recently, like when it was put on PS Plus.
I forgot that. I'm looking at this now. This is just an interesting piece of industry lore. Is that Single Track, which was the Jaffe studio, the studio Jaffe worked at and worked with on the first 2 Twisted Metal games, was bought by GT Interactive after Twisted Metal 2. And so they were going to be making their own stuff. And then so 989 was put on the games instead. And then, yeah, they kind of put Jaffe on some future stuff as well. So, yeah, I have no experience with those games. I think it was a couple of years ago now that Gene, Jaffe, and I sat down and did it. Were you on that as well? Where we did the Twisted Metal making of the original Twisted Metal with David Jaffe and like just talked to him about the game. Like I had beaten it recently and then I like kind of poured through it with him. I want to do that with Twisted Metal 2 at some point too, because people really, really love that game.
Yeah.
All right. The 24th and 25th games shown, which are also relevant, are Resident Evil 2 and 3, but these are the original PS1 classic Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. So 1998 was Resident Evil 2, 1999 was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and they're both going to be available this summer on PS Plus as well. The games catalog, and then available a la carte to purchase. I love seeing this. I think I'd probably go back and play them actually, because it'll be fun to compare and contrast them and get the original vibe. We shouldn't forget. The remakes are great, but we should not forget the originals. They should be playable, and it's cool that they're doing this.
Yeah, no, this is dope. This is a good. I think this is one of the strongest PS Plus classics months in a fucking long time.
Yeah, it's awesome.
This is really good,
especially because we're not done there yet. Because we also have and I put this as C in the notes because again, these have already been announced, and so I didn't want to count them. But obviously, the developer Cyan created the iconic adventure game Myst in the early 90s and 93, and it was ported to PS1 in 96. And then its sequel, Riven, was also brought to PS1. I think it actually came out day and date with the PC version in the late 90s. And both of those, as we discussed a couple weeks ago on Sacred Symbols, are also coming to PS Plus. So they did show those, but I didn't want to count them. It seemed a little disingenuous, but those are coming as well. And so that just strengthens it. I mean, Deus Ex, Twisted Metal, Resident Evil, Myst, and Riven.
Crazy.
Pretty nice, I gotta say.
It's real solid work.
Yeah, can't really complain about that. If they can keep that rhythm, you can keep a really nice rhythm like that and still have bangers all the time and never satiate it because there's just so many of them. But I'll let them do their work and see where it goes from here. The biggest game, I think, before the last game that you'll probably see in this objectively, I think, is 007 First Light from IO Interactive that is launching via their Glacier engine in 2026 on PlayStation 5. And we have known about this game for some years. Of course, IO Interactive is the studio that is best known for Hitman, and they were owned by Square Enix for a long time. And people might recall that some years ago when things with Western development were kind of going pear-shaped with Square Enix, they let IO basically walk away. We don't really know quite the deal But it seems like they let them walk away free and clear of the ownership of Square Enix and let them walk away with their own IP. I think we got Hitman 3 after that. And then they've been working on this in the background as well, as Hitman has continued to be supported across multiple platforms too. So I think this looks great. Mitch Sickler wrote in and said, "Hi CDC, what did you think of the announcement of the trailer for 007 First Light? Reminded me of the Uncharted movie with Tom Holland for some reason, but I thought it looked like a great time. I may be in the minority, but I really enjoyed the last Bond game, Bloodstained. It was the last game made by Bizarre Creations, who was primarily known for Project Gotham Racing and Geometry Wars, so them making a hard pivot to a third-person action game with a licensed IP was like, huh? But I thought it worked. A good blend of action, stealth, and story. Did you ever play this one? If not, any fond memories of Agent Bond? I'll stand at the edge of my driveway, ponder a crepe myrtle, and listen." Thank you. That's a reference to a tweet, a very obscure tweet from my wife. Where did you see that picture she tweeted of me from like our cameras, where I'm just like standing at the end of my driveway, like just with my hands on my hip, looking at a tree?
Oh yeah. It looks like a cryptid like photo.
Yeah, because my big gut's hanging out, like my butt's big, and I'm like my posture's all bad, and
it's like really blurry. It's impossibly like I actually feel like it's impossibly blurry. Like the level of detail there is like you have to try to get like that low resolution on modern cameras.
So
it's hysterical.
Yeah, it is. It was a lot. It was that meme of the of like the black guy in front of the servers, and he's like standing like this, trying to like it's like when something's broken and it's like everything. That's like the way I was looking at my crepe myrtle. All right. So what do we think? 007 First Light.
Yeah, man, this looks dope. I'm a big fan of Hitman. I love what they do with those games. I'm curious how Hitman and that engine in general is going to translate to a more linear kind of action-oriented, presumably set piece oriented game that leans a little bit less on. Although it looks like there might still be some sandbox elements here. Definitely fewer than. A Hitman, presumably. Like Hitman's all about sandboxes and like planning and like AI interaction. This looks more like story focused and set piece focused. I'm really interested to see like what that pivot is going to look like. But I'm really into it. Like I do agree that there is like he mentions like the Tom Holland Uncharted movie, and I do agree from the perspective of like it is kind of weird seeing a James Bond that I've never seen before. Like there's something, it almost feels like, what is it? Square Enix's Avengers, where like you see Captain America and you're like, that's not quite.
Right.
It's not nearly that bad. It's like, it actually works pretty well here in comparison. But like, that was something that I noted. I was like, oh, I thought they were going to like maybe model after like an actor from like the old movies, but it seems like they're going like completely original, which is cool. Looks like it's like a somewhat of a prequel too. So it's like I saw a lot of people calling him Baby Bond. On online.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like an origin story. So he is baby face-ish.
Yeah. It's cool, man. I'm into it. This is cool. Like there's like a scene that I think showed like a laser watch or something. Like I'm super into it. I never really got into James Bond as like an IP. Like I'm sure I've seen some of the movies like in passing, but it was always more of like an aesthetic, like that music and like the tuxedos and like the laser watches and the fast cars. Like that was like more vibes oriented to me. And this looks like it's doing a pretty good job. I'm interested to see how it'll do and how their design philosophy is going to translate to something like this. It's kind of out of their wheelhouse a little bit.
Well, let me read this so the audience is a little more familiar with the game here in case you didn't see the trailer. Quote, it says, "This unique standalone original story has been created by the passionate development team at IO Interactive. In 007 First Light, players will step into the shoes of a young Bond, a promising yet rebellious Royal Navy air crewman who is recruited into MI6. His sharp instincts and heroism in combat propel him into the agency's rigorous training program for the once revered and newly resurrected elite 00 section. For the first time ever, fans will be able to experience Bond's ascent at MI6 from a young 26-year-old recruit into a full-fledged spy, immersing them in an exotic and dangerous world of espionage captured in the films. Bond's adventures will take players all around the globe, coming face-to-face with allies and foes, or in some cases both, while choosing how they overcome obstacles and challenges, whether it be with brute force, cunning guile, or charming wit. People might recall that this game was first revealed actually, at least in passing, back in 2020. I don't know if you remember when when IO revealed Hitman 3, they revealed, like, after they got their independence, I think this all happened. They were like, we're doing this, and we're also doing with MGM, and I guess the Broccoli family, because that's like, right, Barbara Broccoli is like the daughter or something of the.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's like a real woman. And so like there's like all this ownership stuff, and they finally finagled like a new James Bond license out of them, and they've been working on this game for. By the time it would have come out, they probably worked on it for about 6 years, which I guess makes sense, and they'll probably want to do more of them, so they have a nice foundation to work with. And for people that are not familiar with IO Interactive, they're best known for the Hitman games, obviously. Going back to their original game was Hitman Codename 47, the PC game in 2000. But they also did a few other games that people will be familiar with. The EA published game Freedom Fighters from 2003. There were a few more Hitman games in between. And then, of course, they did Kane and Lynch and the sequel to Kane and Lynch, Dog Days, in 2007 and 2010, respectively. And a game I really love. Do you remember this game, Mini Ninjas?
Yeah.
They did that as well. That was a 2009
really?
release. I loved that game.
You're right. They did do million. Oh, fuck. Is that playable on modern, or is that like?
I think it's probably playable maybe on Xbox, but it's never been because through backwards compatibility. But it's on PS3, but not on.
I haven't thought about that in so long.
I platinumed that game. I loved that game. I thought it was really, really cute. So, but then they started doing a bunch of Hitman stuff when they got with Square Enix, and so here they are today. I agree with you though. Like, I don't know Bond very well. Like, there are Bond movies so basically like the Pierce Brosnan Bond era is really like the movies that I like. So GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough. Like, I did see those because I was like in middle school, high school, whatever. But I've never seen any of the Daniel Craig stuff. So beginning with, I guess that was Casino Royale.
Quantum of Solace.
Right, exactly. I've never seen any of those. And I've seen in passing, like, there's the Connery ones. He was the first one. And then there's Roger Moore, who I've seen a few of those. And then the Timothy Dalton ones happened when I was a kid. And I don't think I've seen those from the late 80s. He like played Bond for a couple of them. So, and then Pierce Brosnan comes in with GoldenEye. And GoldenEye was a somewhat seminal film because it was really, really exciting. I remember watching it on HBO at my house. And then, of course, the game comes out, and that's the iconic matchup between the games, because there are a lot of James Bond games. Like, there are James Bond games going back to like the early 80s on PC. Yeah. There's a Parker Brothers published James Bond game from 1983, but it really is James Bond Jr. in some sense was a fairly legit game. And I think that was based, I think, on like a comic series. So it wasn't until GoldenEye in 97 on N64 that people really took it seriously. And I don't think it ever really recaptured that essence. Like, because they did release The World Is Not Enough like late in the N64 era. Like, nothing was really quite the same. And Quantum of Solace was out, and then Bloodstone, and so on. So what were you saying?
No, I was there was one on the Xbox that I remember liking, the original.
The original.
It was obviously like 2000.
Was it Nightfire?
Nightfire, yeah. I remember I liked the way that played, but it definitely, like, that was competing with a lot at the time. But yeah, man, I don't know. I actually really don't know anything really about the ins and outs of that entire universe. Like, I was always under the assumption, and maybe this is true, maybe it isn't, that like James Bond is like a mantle that people take up, and like it's like a lot of different people are James Bond, like, in universe. Is that? I don't
know enough about it to know that either.
That was my assumption based on like how many different people played him. You know, I was just like, well, how can these all be James?
That's like, kind of like Doctor Who, right? I'm a
little bit, yeah.
I'm not super familiar with Doctor Who, but
although I think Doctor Who's more cosmic, I think it's more literal, like where people are like reborn. So, like, I think my assumption was just like there's a bunch of James Bonds running around, and it's just like this is the name that you adopt when you just kind of sacrifice your name to this or whatever. I don't know shit about it. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. Well, I know jack fuck.
It's funny I'm just looking at the release schedule for all the James Bond games going back to 82, and
Jesus Christ.
They just stopped making them, basically. Like, there are a lot of them, even in the 80s and the 90s. Like, what are these on? These must all be on. I mean, obviously, this is a British IP, so going to be big on PC in the 80s. And then, yeah, the GoldenEye obviously work. And then, yeah, I remember 007 Racing. I remember this game. That was like an EA game. And Nightfire, I actually wrote the strategy guide for at IGN. That was one of my first jobs there. But yeah, you have Quantum of Solace, Reloaded, Bloodstone, and then from 2012 all the way to the First Light. So that would have been 14 years. There are no games. I think they probably became sensitive, like a lot of people did with licensing, where this is not working. It's making us look stupid. They were chasing GoldenEye forever, and they were never able to really replicate it, which really says a lot about that game, and maybe says something about the IP too, because it's like, how can you not make a cool Bond game? And it seems like IO is going to finally do that. But I am the biggest Bond fan I knew was Nick Scarpino at Kind of Funny. He loved Bond. But for me, and isn't it based on, Ian Fleming's, it's based on a book series, really. But I guess people think it's most iconic in its film form, which is fine. What do I care?
I mean, that's like Mission Impossible for me, where like I had no idea that was based on like a show from the 1960s. I always thought that was like just a movie thing primarily.
All right. Are you anything else to say about 007 First Light 2026?
No, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's I like IO, so like I'm curious to see how it's going to go. I'm rooting for it.
Yeah, me too. Okay, Chris, 2 more games to get through. Number 27 on my list is Ghost of Yotei. I don't have anything else to say about this. It comes out October 2nd. Really looking forward to it. Don't want to see any more about it. I think they are going to do a state of play or something for it, so that's not a huge surprise, and they'll really get into it. I'm definitely not going to watch that because they'll spoil the shit out of it. So I'm really looking forward to it. Sucker Punch, it's been a while. We're waiting patiently, and I'll wait a little while longer till October 2nd. Anything you want to add about that?
No, I mean, I think, I mean, I'm looking forward to that reveal event. I think I'll tune in just out of, I am curious as to what they're going to do that's going to differentiate it. Because I do think on some level, they really only, that's a game series that I could see them kind of resting on their laurels a little bit, be like, oh, let's just make let's make the same thing again, but like more like refined or whatever. And so I'm curious if they're going to do anything different gameplay wise. But not really much more to say until we see more of it, so.
All right. And then moving on to the final game shown. And this was a true surprise. It's nice to get a true surprise every once in a while. No one even remotely spoiled this. So they kept it pretty closed up, is that Sony is working in a second party capacity with Arc System Works on a Marvel fighting game called Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. And it comes to PlayStation 5 and PC in 2026, published by PlayStation. There's no proper press release for it, but there is a PlayStation blog post that people can go read. It's also coming to Epic Game Store, not a huge surprise since Sony owns a piece of Epic and probably has a deal with them. But it says here, quote, PlayStation Studios, Arc System Works, and Marvel Games have joined forces to realize the latest in a tag team fighters, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. And I'm sure I'm probably saying that right. Tokon, I don't know. Experience the Marvel Universe like never before with reimagined characters and stages, a heart-pounding soundtrack, intuitive gameplay mechanics, and jaw-dropping visuals that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Whether this is your first fighting game or you are a veteran of the genre, Arc has incorporated gameplay controls and mechanics that are easy to pick up and play, yet still offer the depth and versatility for high-level competition. From the beginning, let's see, I don't want to read their specific quotes, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no. So it's a 4v4 versus battler, which is kind of cool. So you have pretty deep teams, and they've shown characters so far in the trailer, and the trailer looks sick. Captain America, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Doom, Storm, Miss Marvel, Star-Lord, and Ghost Rider are the characters they've shown so far. And let's see, gameplay mechanics. Team versus fighting games have a long tradition of 2v2 or 3v3 team formats. So this is something we discussed in depth with the development team. We went back and forth many times from thinking we might be better off making a 1v1 game or sticking to the established 3v3. At its core, we felt the appeal of team versus fighting games is the intensity of battles with multiple characters on screen at once. Additionally, one of the appeals of Marvel Comics is seeing the vast cast of characters coming together to create all kinds of unique team-ups. With these two ideas in mind, we concluded that creating a 4v4 team versus system would be the best way to not only create those over-the-top moments, but to further evolve the tag fighting genre. So I'm not a Marvel guy. I'm not going to speak to this too much, but I will say one thing. I love the Iron Man design, and I hope that they lean into Japaneseifying this a little more. I think it's what will distinguish it. The second thing is that I am surprised that they went in this direction, although I think the game looks really, really cool. But Jaden Pryor wrote in on Patreon with something that I was thinking as well, which is, good day, Sacred Crew. Was just wondering why Sony would voluntarily immerse themselves within yet another licensing deal with Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. If they wanted to work with Arc System Works, surely they could have used their existing IP for a PlayStation 3 crossover fighter instead. Interested to hear what you think. I don't want to be too dour, but I agree. It is a little bit weird. It's probably been in the works for a while. Maybe if they were thinking of it differently, they would have done something different, but Arc System is arguably the best fighting studio in the world. I mean, it really depends on who you talk to. They're obviously best known for Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue, but have done a bunch of other stuff as well, both licensed and on their own, and not always fighting games as well. In fact, they are responsible for one of my very favorite NES games, which is an obscure 1990 Capcom game called Codename Viper that people might be familiar with. Very, very fun game. But yeah, I couldn't help but think of the same thing. So I think the game looks really cool. It's going to garner a huge amount of attention. People are going to love it. But I couldn't help but think, it's like, yeah, you have this, you got Arc System Works. It would have been, and how, assuming they were telling the truth when they were talking to the different talking heads during the trailer, how excited they were to get access to Marvel. Wouldn't they have been excited to get access to Sony? So yeah, I can't help but see that as a lost opportunity, but maybe this is the first of step in a continuing relationship where they'll be more comfortable opening up their IP, and they might be still a little gun shy from the experience with PlayStation All-Stars, although that was 13 years ago now, and I think we all know that they just made a mistake trying to copy Smash when they really should have made a more serious fighting game, and Arc would be the system that could, or the studio that could do it. So I'm very curious to hear what you think about this, Chris. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls coming to PlayStation 5 and PC in 2026.
Yeah, man, I think this looks fucking great. I think I'm not obviously, like, on the show we talk shit about Marvel a lot, but I think in the realm of like fighting games, I think there's still like a lot of there's just a lot of respect there. Like I remember Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in the arcades and like in pizza places, and like I remember getting it at home for the first time and being just like, this is so sick, it's unbelievable. And I've always had a soft spot for Marvel fighting games for that reason. There's also other ones that like aren't as good, but like Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects, which is like kind of a mess, but I have like a soft spot for it. It's clunky and weird. So seeing this and just the sheer style on display, the Japanese kind of overtones here. Like I love the way Spider-Man looks. Like his shape is so fucking sick, and the Iron Man looks great. But I think the licensing deal, like, I agree, but I also think, like, you mentioned like the baby steps moment. It's like, dude, what Marvel's fighting heritage is so deep and well respected that I feel like it's just such a tantalizing offer for a studio like Arc System to contribute to that, in the sense of like, dude, everybody's looking at this and they're like, oh, it's like Marvel vs. Capcom without the Capcom. It's like, and I'm sure it's not going to be exactly the same. It's obviously going to be very Arc. I see a lot of Dragon Ball Fighters in this, which is obviously another Arc System Works game. And so, yeah, man, I'm pumped for this. I think this could be the beginning of a really good partnership between the two. And I think this is like the perfect game to kind of lull them into that place where it's just like, hey, listen, man, like, this is you get to contribute to like a crazy legacy here, I think. And who wouldn't want to jump at that, I guess, you know, and especially with just like the twist that they're going for here, where it's not just the Americanization or like the Americanized kind of, not the Americanized, because it's like, it's natively American, but like the standard kind of way that we've seen these characters portrayed forever. Being able to put their own spin on it like this is like really interesting. And it gives it a sense of identity that I if this was just a normal Marvel fighting game, I think it would have been a little bit less, like significantly less interesting if it didn't have this visual twist to it. So I'm gonna be all over this. I'm probably gonna be dog shit at it, but this is very enticing to me.
Yeah, I wonder how many, with being 4v4, I wonder how deep of a roster they're gonna have to have. I assume fairly deep, because you're gonna have a lot of similar characters and same characters on the screen. Otherwise, you would assume maybe 20-25 characters at least, but maybe that's really ambitious. I don't know. I'll be very interested to know but I should get in touch with Vincent Genito and maybe talk to him about this maybe when we get a little bit more information about the game. But I'm interested in what the hardcore fighting fans think, and I'm also curious about what this signals about. There's a lot of discussion about PlayStation's strategy with Xbox. Like, are they going to soften and start bringing their games over? We saw this obviously with Marathon, but I think that was an exception based on the position of power that Bungie was in when they were purchased, to be able to demand something like that. And I think you see with them not even putting this on Xbox, that you kind of see that they're holding steady with, like, we're not going to do it, even though they'll put games on Switch. They're, everybody's golf is coming to Switch. So some interesting stuff there just to read in between the lines about their strategy moving forward as a publisher too. But I'm so pleased. Like, I know we've definitely said in the past that Arc System is one of those studios where it's like, why wouldn't you want to court them to do something for you? This is not what I expected them to do, but Sony has been a great, and they say it in the video, it's like Sony's been a great facilitator of relationships between developers and Marvel, specifically with Insomniac and Spider-Man, to great success. So there's something there that works you might want to explore. But I would argue also, though, on the other side is that, like, Wolverine isn't looking, who knows what the fuck's going on with that game. So it's not all upside. And yeah, doubling down on licensing, I guess, is interesting, but maybe you're always going to want to have that open, even though it's going to cost you a lot of money to do it in your own revenues. You want to keep that option open, and Marvel is huge still. And I think this is a fresh Marvel. What I loved, Chris, was in the trailer, when they were just so candid about how Sony actually didn't like it at first. Or did you get that? That, like, they were like, and I'm fascinated by that. Yeah. So anything else you want to say?
No, I mean, I'm pumped about it. I think it looks great. But yeah, I don't know if I have anything more to say about it. I'm just looking forward to it. I'm glad we have something like this. And again, like you mentioned earlier, like, dude, the fact that this didn't leak at all and that it was like a genuine surprise is, like, really nice. Because I feel like that's also part of why it's kind of a little underwhelming to cover these events. Even as people who are, like, generally in the know, is just, like, so much stuff has leaked. Not even just through, like, normal channels, but, like, with that video leak that were, like, Final Fantasy Tactics, we were expecting that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know if that was the NVIDIA leak or, like, there were a bunch of different leaks that kind of showcased, or that kind of screwed over a lot of people's long-term plans. I mean, dude, speaking of Wolverine, like, dude, like, Insomniac's entire decade plus is kind of out there in the open for people to look at. Although I would imagine that a lot of that's going to be renegotiated or change over time. But, it's nice to get a genuine surprise that was just like, there was no hint of this showing up. It's a really strong way to end a showcase, I think.
Okay, let's get into the other news this week. We can move through these fairly quickly. I just wanted to put an FYI out there on this piece of news because it just broke the day that we're recording and putting this out. Apple Pay can now be used on PlayStation Store, and you could just Google this to find the support page on PlayStation.com to kind of explain how it goes. But you can just use it as an option, a payment option, in addition to, credit and all the rest. Very similar to the other services that you already use, no doubt, that use Apple Pay. So just something out there for you if you're interested in checking that out. But the big piece of news, not state of play related, has to do with Unreal Engine 5 and this Witcher 4 tech demo that both impressed and raises questions. Michael Nesberg wrote in and said, "Good morning or afternoon, Sacred Boy Toys. What are your thoughts on the Witcher 4 gameplay that was shown off this week? It shows a beautiful and interactive open world that is a peek at the setting of The Witcher 4 while controlling Ciri, but it's not really The Witcher 4 game. It's closer to the 2020 Unreal Engine 5 reveal. While it is correctly labeled as a tech demo, the line between vertical slice and real gameplay seemed to be blurrier than ever based on the demo's presentation. Does this tech demo bring you guys any extra excitement for a game that is more than a year out? Or is this equivalent to getting a super early trailer that may or may not represent the real game? Thanks, boys, and stay frosty." Is it more than a year out? I assumed The Witcher 4 was even further away, but is it 2026? I didn't even know that. I don't think it is, but maybe it is. What are your thoughts here? Did you get to watch this tech demo on running on PS5? A lot of people were impressed by it. Some people thought it was somewhat unbelievable. I thought it looked great, but we have such a long history of tech demos not panning out to showing the real game, including CD Projekt themselves in the way that they've kind of revealed their games. So I feel like I understand people's hesitation to believe it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the skeptical camp too, to be honest. Like I was looking at some of, like, obviously, like, I was watching this and they were going into detail about, like, oh, look at the horse's muscles underneath his skin.
look at how every muscle overlays over another one, and how it realistically look at how the AI interact. Oh, look at how Siri moves through a crowd. And I'm like, is this really like what is like? It looks impressive if it's real, but it also like the fact that it's called a tech demo implies that it isn't. So like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. On some level, I actually feel like there's like some. Yeah, I don't want to necessarily be too hard on it, but like I feel like there's like a tinge of nefariousness here because I can't remember the last time I saw. Maybe this has happened in recent memory, but I can't remember the last time I saw a tech demo that was using another game as the primary. Like I remember tech demos being like bespoke pieces of art or hardware, right, or software, where it's just like, okay, here's a tech demo that's going to show like, I don't know, an android moving around, or like here's a tech demo that's going to show like hair physics or something, but it's not going to be related to an existing IP, or it's not going to be related to like an existing game that's in the works. It's usually like separate. In my memory, that's how I remember tech demos being.
And they would sometimes turn into games later. That's what happened with Quantic Dream over and over again.
Right.
And others. Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like seeing, oh, hey, here's a Witcher 4 tech demo. It kind of feels like they're showing stuff that is very unlikely to be in the real game, but kind of hoping that it reaches the broader space that isn't necessarily enthusiast or isn't necessarily well educated on the difference between tech demos and real demos, to the point where like I can imagine, for instance, like some of my friends who play games but don't pay super close attention seeing this and thinking that it's a Witcher 4 trailer and being like, yo, this is sick. I can't believe The Witcher 4 is going to look like this. Because even though they say it's a tech demo, what does that mean to your average person or average player who's going to come across this like on, PlayStation's YouTube channel as they're searching for games? You know what I mean? That strikes me as a little bit odd. I don't buy that this is how The Witcher 4 is going to function. I think it's too good. Which, I would love to be completely wrong. I think it looks fucking phenomenal. I think it looks borderline PS6, to be honest. Like with the way that some of those AI are interacting.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm watching it now as you're talking. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, like it just struck me as like, it reminded me of like the Killzone 2 where it's just like, that looks so good that I don't buy that it's fun, or like that I don't buy that it's real.
Yeah, it's not real. And it wasn't real. And
yeah, but why even? You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean then if it's not real? Like, why even show us this? It's weird. I don't get it. Really?
Yeah, it I agree. In when you consider, it says technical presentation, not actual gameplay on the bottom of the screen the entire time.
Sure.
And so it's unclear to me what's even truly scripted. I mean, there's a scene where Siri throws a coin to a beggar, and there's a scene where a guy's getting thrown out of a bar. It's like, these are scripted moments. I refuse to believe that this isn't somehow hand tailored to this particular task of walking very slowly through town, not raising the frame rate too much. Very classic E3 demo. We're going to pan the camera slowly. We can't show any screen tearing, and we got to take our time. So it is incredibly impressive, and I would shit if the game looked like this. The reason that I'm skeptical that it's not is not because of any other reason than CD Projekt, and this has really been more chronicled by others than me, but I've seen people showing comparisons. It's like they always downgrade their games in massive ways, and if you're representing that this is the way Witcher 4 is going to look, then this is the highest benchmark that will then be worked down from there, So
yeah, I don't know. It's strange, and I know some people are going to be like, "Well, Chris, it says not real gameplay at the bottom of the presentation the whole time. How is anybody going to confuse this with the real Witcher 4?" And to that, I say, people don't read. First of all, people don't read, and also this is not real gameplay is shown under all sorts of things, and I feel like people are desensitized to that, and they're not really going to read into what that actually means. I don't know. It just strikes me as like, if it's not real, why should I care? And if it is real, how much is this going to be downgraded? You know what I mean? It just raises a lot of questions. I almost don't even see why they did this in the first place, but I guess it builds hype for The Witcher 4, which I am looking forward to. I think it's going to be great. I'm excited to see how it looks. If it looks even half as good as this, I'm going to be fucking really excited. I'm just kind of left with kind of a feeling of emptiness after this, because I'm just like, well, it's not really The Witcher 4, so why?
Yeah, it's potentially aspirational, I guess, and
sure. Yeah.
I don't know. we'll see. I agree with you that they really could have done an unnamed or not. It didn't have to be the Witcher 4 tech demo. It could have been what is the world of the Witcher? I don't even remember what it's called anymore. But it could be like a view of whatever in Unreal Engine 5, like just something unnamed. And then because you'll remember that the Old Man demo that Quantic Dream did turned into Beyond Two Souls. That the Kara demo turned into Detroit. So there's a precedence for that, and you could have just said like, yeah, this is a little just piece of what we might be kind of working on. It's not anything connected to the Witcher 4 series, not the character in it, but whatever. I do love seeing, and I don't know if this is true or not because I really am not familiar enough with the old Siri model from what they have already shown, but that they kind of like unwoke Siri. Did you see a lot of that claim that like she's hot now again or whatever? And I'm like, I don't know if it's any different than the original model that they showed.
I felt like she was hot the entire time, to be honest.
Yeah.
I didn't really. In fact, when they first showed The Witcher 4 in the what was it? Was it a state of play or what? Where did they show The Witcher 4 for the first time?
I don't know. I don't
remember. I remember when they showed it for the first time. I remember getting a glimpse of Ciri and being like, "Oh, that's interesting. She's hot." And I thought like, "Oh, that's interesting. Like they didn't like make her too realistic as like the trend seems to be. That's interesting." And then the internet was like, "She's not hot enough." And I remember like, "Oh, I guess I'm fucking retarded."
Yeah, fuck me. The Game Awards 2024.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it says here it will not release till after 2026. So I don't know where this whole idea that it was a year out came from for Michael, but that's not true.
Yeah. Well, he said
I would imagine
he did say more than a year out. To be fair.
Oh, more than a year. You're right, Michael. I'm bashing you for no reason.
It's Michael bashing season.
All right. This next one is kind of sad. I just wanted to put this out there just because it's almost certainly related to a game that I love, or at least the original game I love. But People Can Fly, the Polish studio, announced that they're canceling 2 games. These 2 games are only known by project names of Project Gemini and Project Bifrost. It has been reported through other means, other sources, that Project Bifrost is a Square Enix project. And my assumption is that is, and I don't know this for sure, but Outriders 2. And so it is a shame that it has basically failed along the way and is probably not going to be finished. It said here, quote, Project Bifrost was suspended due to the above. And the above is that there's problems with the publisher, I think, because they were talking about problems with the publisher with Gemini, which is a different publisher. And the analysis of the group's cash flows, which showed a lack of prospects for securing organizational resources and funds necessary to continue the production and release of this project. Again, I don't know for sure that this is Outriders 2, but I think it is. And so just wanted to throw that out there. Bummer. People Can Fly is working on something with Sony. We don't really know the nature of it yet, but we'll find out soon enough. It's based on, as you might recall when we reported the news, on an existing IP. Some people think it would make sense for it to be a shooter. Maybe Killzone. Who knows? Yeah. All right. Chris, I'm curious what you think of this. This is a fairly compelling rumor. Push Square wrote it up, but it comes from a YouTube channel from Nate the Hate, who is a reliable leaker of information. And basically what he says in a predictions part of his podcast is that Red Dead Redemption 2 is getting a next-gen update, and the game will be coming to Nintendo Switch 2 later as well. Red Dead 2 famously doesn't have a native PS5 version, and that's been really annoying. The game came out in 2018. We can't play it at 60 frames with all the kind of bells and whistles of the PS5 version would allow. So it seems like this is going to happen later this year. And this comes concurrent to rumors that Grand Theft Auto 4 might be getting a PS4/PS5 port later this year too. So really exciting on both fronts. What do you think? Red Dead 2 finally coming to PS5?
Yeah, exciting. I can't help but look at this and feel like an idiot though, because I know I'm going to buy it.
Yeah, I will too.
They're going to get me. Even though I already have this, and I think it plays, even though that game plays at, that game's not 60 frames, it doesn't feel particularly bad to play at 30. In fact, I think it might actually like not really do too much to it, but like they're gonna get me. If there's a 60 frames version of Red Dead 2 that like runs better and looks better, like I'm all over it.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is a reliable leaker. And so we'll find out. And obviously, there's so much cause for these kind of re-releases to happen with Switch 2 now in the wild. So why not just do it all at the same time? I think that's probably what a lot of these publishers, the reality that they're encountering.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No. I was just agreeing.
All right. I thought this was a funny story. This was first reported by Eurogamer. They report that MindsEye studio execs depart Build a Rocket Boy, which is the developer, 1 week before game's debut. They write, quote, the chief legal officer and chief financial officer at MindsEye developer Build a Rocket Boy have left the company a week before the game's release. Writing on LinkedIn, former CLO, chief legal officer, Riley Grabner, said that he was proud of what the team has accomplished during his time there, stating that during his tenure, the company had doubled in size to over 450 employees. Grabner did not give a reason for his departure. In addition, Build a Rocket Boy's CFO, Paul Bland, has also left the company after 2 years. Over on the MindsEye Discord, many have expressed concern that 2 key members of the Build a Rocket Boy team are leaving so close to the game's release. As a reminder, MindsEye is launching on the 10th of June across PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Yeah, I think that that's right. I think that there's already people are already so deeply suspicious of the game. I mean, I totally understand. I want to believe that it's going to be fun because I'm looking for a PS3 style like action third person shooter romp, but it's not looking great. And I actually, Maddie, I didn't realize because I wasn't really reading many of the previews, and I realized Maddie and I talked about it on one of the shows that he had actually gotten preview cover or access to it, I guess, like remotely. I didn't even know that they do that, where they have like a bespoke sort of stream for people that are invited to it, and they show. I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing that happened. So apparently he saw MindsEye along with other people, and it wasn't great. And I think he did a preview about it. And so there's reasons to be concerned about it for sure. And this is objectively a bad sign. I mean, I don't know why you would bail out of the company like this when you're about to release something you believed in, but we'll see what happens. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just that's an objectively bad sign. I don't know. I wasn't necessarily super hot on MindsEye, but I was hopeful that like maybe it would satisfy some or satiate some kind of AA early 360 late PS2 kind of need that has not been really fulfilled. But it's looking not good. I don't know if I was at a studio that was about to put out a game and I thought it was going to do well, I wouldn't leave. And so it's kind of the worst sign that you could possibly get, especially so close. That's what makes it so crazy. Is that it's not even like months out. It's like, which honestly could be similar. Like people could leave months before a game comes out. It's the same type of thing, but like something about the proximity of leaving to release is so tight here that it feels worse. So
yeah, it's interesting that it's the CFO in particular, and I don't know maybe so much about the chief legal officer, but it could be becoming clear that forecasts were really bad, that they were misallocating money based on assumptions that were poor, and that the buck's going to stop with that person. So as I understand, their other game, Everything, is going to continue. And if there are 450 people, that's a lot of fucking people working at that studio, and they're a British studio. So it's not like they're in the middle of nowhere making no money. So I don't know. We're going to find out in the coming days. I mean, the game launches on Tuesday. So the day after this goes live on public feeds. We'll see soon enough. I'll buy it. Unless like people are really obliterating it, then it's like literally garbage, which I don't know if it's going to be that bad. All right. Next up, I just wanted to call attention to this information from Gamatsu about Shift Up. So Shift Up, of course, is the South Korean studio behind Stellar Blade, which we really enjoyed last year on our PlayStation 5 video game consoles. And their next game, we know also, as we reported recently, that they're working in earnest on a sequel to Stellar Blade that might be out as soon as next year, although probably more likely 2027. That's to be believed. The game did really well on PlayStation, and of course it's on PC now as well, but or imminently it's going to be on PC. But they were working in the future on a game called Project Witches, which they've announced is now Project Spirits, and they released really very little information about it other than some art. And I'm curious what you think of the big titty anime girls in the art, because that's all we really see from. They're leaning into it.
Yeah, I mean, God bless them. There's a particular kind of player that's going to be really all over this, whatever it is. I can't say it speaks to me. Just my eyes kind of glaze over when I see this stuff. But
I gotta say, like, I'm just looking at they're so obsessed with getting these girls big tits on this shot, but having them stand in this back-to-back way that their boobs are kind of like,
they're upsetting.
well, they're like, they don't even make any sense the way they're leaning. Like if you look at the girl on the left, look how big her right boob is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like overlapping the boob that should be more dominant in the shot. And then the girl on the right, she's like leaning away, but her boobs are like, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. This is not natural.
It reminds me of the Liefeld. Is it Liefeld? I think that there's a famous drawing of Captain America like that. Have you ever seen that one where his chest is like Captain America? Let me send it to you. It is fucking hysterical. But yeah, the proportions are really, really fucking. Yeah. Let me see if I could. It's on Reddit. I wish I could just send you the image directly, but like, look at here you go.
Let's see.
Hopefully that loads for you.
Oh my god! It says in honor of Rob Liefeld's birthday, I give you one of the most insane drawings of Captain America ever.
That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this, because it's in the same kind of like, what the fuck proportions are these?
Yeah, that image sucks. Yeah, this is the same way where it's like, why, if you want their tits on the screen, why not just have them facing like 45 degrees instead of having their backs facing each other? But then it's the girl on the left looks insane. Her boobs look insane. Her right boob looks twice as big as the left boob. Like she's got some really bad surgery or something.
Yeah, like one side is one's a B cup, the other's an H, and it's fucking crazy. It's outrageous.
It says here, quote, Shift Up has revealed that the upcoming cross-platform title, previously codenamed Project Witches, will now be known as Project Spirits. The studio describes the game as a subculture that embraces the theme of Eastern fantasy with a global release planned for 2027. And of course, they also run the Nikkei mobile game that was their original hit. And that's perverted in some sense as well. But the bummer about I don't care if things are perverted, that's fine. But the bummer about that with Stellar Blade, and I'm sure that's what attracted a lot of attention to Stellar Blade, so they won because of it, but it's so good. It has nothing to do with Eve's tits. And it's a shame that that's all anyone thinks about or knows about Stellar Blade, and that's all we'll ever know. But that's kind of the risk you run when.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I can't wait to see I heard that the mods are already out of control with the demo for Stellar Blade. So.
Oh my God.
Really looking forward to seeing more about that. All right. A couple more things I wanted to get into here. I wanted to put this in here for you, Chris.
Yeah.
And it was that MediEvil, according to Acclaim, almost got an animated movie with Tenacious D doing the soundtrack. Twiddlesticks wrote in and said, "How's it going, fellas? Just wanted to lament the MediEvil animated project by Ben Meckler. I do hope someone else takes a crack at it. If there's an IP that would reunite Sony Pictures Animation and Aardman collaborating again, this one makes the most sense. Sony Pictures is no stranger to releasing their animated films on Netflix. I don't see what the issue is of just making a small movie and releasing it in October. It really doesn't have to be a big cinema release, just my thoughts." Well, I disagree with you in the sense, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but these guys want to make money.
Yeah.
And it's not worth doing any of the stuff if they're not going to make a lot of money. Doing little releases makes no sense for them, especially if they have no project that they really want to push, and MediEvil is dead. I think that if MediEvil the remake sold like 500,000 copies, according to the Insomniac leak, but I don't know that anyone really gives a shit about MediEvil, to be honest with you, anymore. And it's also very British. Like, I think it did a lot more work over there. And that was something Jaffe was talking to me about recently. It was just how funny these early IP were, these early Sony IP, about how he was talking about how no one gave a fuck about Twisted Metal in Europe, but no one gave a fuck about Wipeout here. And MediEvil is another one of those franchises that just didn't seem as relevant here, although it did really well. So this comes from a tweet from Ben Meckler, who is a screenwriter. And he says basically in a tweet, because someone had basically said, "Do you all have one that got away?" So he retweeted it and said, "We came very close to turning one of my favorite video games, MediEvil, into an animated movie with original songs by Tenacious D." So just a little bit of information there. I looked up Ben Meckler. He seems to be a writer of some relevant things, but he doesn't have his own wiki or anything like that. Yeah. You have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it's cool. Like, I think, I don't know. I like MediEvil quite a bit, and I like it because it's so British. And I actually kind of feel like Tenacious D might not be a good fit for that. Like, Tenacious D is very boisterous. It's very American. I love Tenacious D, by the way. It's not like a dig or anything. I just think they're very different styles of comedy. Like MediEvil's very dry and very like there's like there's a tinge of like depressing. It's like vaguely depressing. Like the whole central premise of the hero being like a fucking loser who is celebrated and doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, he's like the was he the first one or something? Right?
Yeah, he was the first guy to die, but he's
Right.
like heralded as like a hero. So he has this like special room in this museum and this mausoleum. Like everybody tells stories about him, but he just I love that idea. It's very British, and it's very like even just the way that like characters speak to you is very like everybody talks down to you in that game. Like you're just a piece of shit. Like nobody believes in you. Like even like the other heroes in the game that like also died in the battle, they're just like, yeah, here's something to help you, dweeb. You know, like it's all very like put down. And then Tenacious D is just very like by comparison, very like I don't know. It's a strange fit, I think. Maybe it could have worked. It could be one of those kind of like juxtaposition things that works surprisingly well, but that is a bummer. I do think MediEvil has more legs than people give it credit for, but I also think like it's not been given to the right people. It's also not. It's been stewarded very poorly. I think that PSP remake of the first one was particularly stupid. Like what they did with it, they made it very like wacky and American. And they gave him like a worm sidekick that like talked and cracked wise. And I just remember being like, this is fucking garbage, and it's not at all the vibe. And I think he mentions Aardman. Was that? I know that's the Wallace and Gromit kind of chicken run.
Yeah, that's what I knew it as. I'm looking it up now. Yeah,
is
Aardman Animations.
Is he? Did that come up because Ben Meckler is part of that studio? Is it like
no? I was wondering.
Kind of came out of nowhere in this write-in, and
I'm thinking what he's saying is that the films are done by Columbia, and that or were done by Columbia, which Sony owns. So he was saying that reuniting that style.
Yeah.
Like Aardman doing MediEvil with Sony, similar to the way they did some of their movies. Yeah. So, because I guess while Chicken Run, the original Wallace and Gromit, and DreamWorks, and then they went to Sony Pictures Animation and then Studio Canal.
Yeah.
So I think he was just throwing that out there as a little piece of knowledge.
Yeah. I like MediEvil, but I'm not clamoring for more of it or anything. I like those first two games just fine. It doesn't need more. And they're both playable now on modern hardware, so like I'm satiated. But that would have been cool, I think.
And I looked up Ben Meckler more carefully. I went to his LinkedIn. He was head writer of Nerdist from 2013 to 2017, which is interesting.
Oh,
and
weird.
He's currently head writer at DreamWorks. So he has some experience. He was at Comedy Central, Paramount, and some other things. So I don't know why he doesn't have a wiki. And he's a screenwriter of some repute. So,
yeah. Okay,
so just a little piece of information there. Nothing really that meaningful, but a little PlayStation news.
It's interesting.
Finally, well, actually, not finally. Well, we'll throw this all together. Elden Ring Nightrein has surpassed 3.5 million copies sold, which is a big deal. And this, of course, comes on the back of PlayStation Store's new PSN top download numbers as published monthly on PlayStation blog. Not a huge surprise here, but Forza Horizon 5 was the best-selling game for the month of May on PlayStation 5. Just an unbelievable. If you showed me that screenshot a few years ago, I'd been like, what the fuck are you talking about? But Forza Horizon 5, number one, even beating out Elden Ring Nightrein in copies sold in the US, with Clair Obscur coming in third, Doom the Dark Ages, a very respectable fourth, and then GTA 5, fifth. Other notable games include The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered at 6, MLB The Show 25 at 8. Let's see, Helldivers 2, this is, let's count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Helldivers 2 is 13. Roadcraft is 15. That's the new, remember, what is that game called? SnowRunner?
Yeah.
And Mudrunner, that's the new game in that series. Roadcraft. Yeah, and then The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered came in at 16th. Phasmophobia, which has sold millions of copies at this point, is still on there. The Precinct, this game looks really cool. This is like the cop game, the procedural cop game that looks pretty fun. Mm-hmm. That came in at 18th. So some cool stuff there. Over at PS4, so now this is relevant. We usually don't go into the PS4 numbers anymore because they're usually very boring. It's usually the same shit over and over and over again, things you would expect. But the best-selling game, most downloaded game on PSN for the month of May was Star Wars Battlefront 2. So We were talking a little bit about this upheaval in all of that, and I think that that's a good sign if people want that game to come back. I don't think it's going to, but certainly there's some movement there. There are meetings happening, no doubt, about what's happening with Star Wars Battlefront at EA. PSVR 2 games, Ghost of Tabor was number 1, Alien Rogue Incursion VR was number 2. An important note is that I think I read that Alien Rogue Incursion is getting a non-VR mode, and that's coming out later in the year, as I recall. So that's doing pretty well over there. And then free to play on PS5 and PS4 combined, Fortnite, of course, at number 1, Fragpunk at number 2, and Splitgate 2 at number 3. Roblox at 4, Warzone 5, Marvel Rivals 6. Now, this is a game I don't know. What is this game, Palia? Let me look this up. Oh, this is, this is like the cozy game.
Oh,
so that's doing well at number 7, Rocket League number 8, Apex Legends 9, Asphalt Legends Unite at 10. Are you familiar with that game, Palia?
Yeah, I remember seeing the trailers and just kind of, well, this isn't my vibe. I'm actually kind of surprised to see it that high up. I mean, there must be something here, I guess.
Yeah, did it just come out? Yeah, it just came out. The trailer for the PS5 launch has 5 million views.
Wow.
So,
what the fuck? That is
there's
insane.
so many people playing so many different kinds of games. It's so exciting, but at the same time you feel so lost.
Yeah. It's
a game that has that many. I'm sorry.
Oh no, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, like, a game that has that dedicated of a fan base, like, to have no familiarity with it, you're almost embarrassed, but it's like, I can't keep up with all this shit. Like, I can't keep it, especially if I don't play it. Fragpunk's a little shocking too.
Yeah, I remember hearing that wasn't super well received.
Yeah, number 2. Yeah, it has a 70 on Steam. But yeah, number 2 here, and Splitgate just came out too, so that's not a huge surprise.
I gotta jump in. I just gotta jump into that.
I love that name,
Splitgate.
Yeah, I think it's a great name for a game, personally.
It is really good, even though, like, if you look at it for, like, if you think about it for even a little bit, it's fucking nonsensical.
Yeah, sure.
Because you're just like, what does that even mean? Like, I mean, I get it technically, but it is a good. It's phonetically, it's really good to say. Splitgate.
What else did I want to compliment on that was, the new Bloodstained games subtitle. Let me go back to that. Yeah, the Scarlet engagement. I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's nice. Very elegant.
I will say,
that's what I look for in my video games. Go ahead.
I do want to call out that, like, a way out on the PS4 list is kind of interesting, because it seems to imply that, like, Split Fiction and what is it? Split Fiction and oh my god, what's the other one that I can't remember?
Split Fiction and a Way Out.
It Takes Two.
It Takes Two, yeah, the middle one.
It seems to imply that people really, really like those games enough to really pay attention to who made them and go back and actually, like, delve into those things. So that's kind of interesting. But because I always assume that people kind of don't really know. Like, I assume that most people, like, when they engage with video games, they just kind of, like, play whatever their friends tell them to play, or, like, they're not really that engaged with, like, they don't know who made who. They might see the splash screen, but, like, pay barely any attention. So it's interesting to me that people are going to a way out, which I still have not played. Split Fiction's sitting there too. Like, I'm waiting to play it. But
all right,
yeah.
Whoa. Okay, I gotta read this later. All right, let's get into what we're playing. How do we want to do this? I'll go first, and then I'll end with Borderlands 2. I know you're playing Borderlands 2. We can go through. I really have very little to say, actually, because I've talked about these games so extensively already. But I beat Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I think we're getting scheduled the second review discussion that I'll be on. Remind me, were you on the last one, or are you going to be on this one?
I was on the first one.
Okay, you're already on it. So it's going to be me and Dustin and I don't know, some other people, Gene maybe. Maybe Gene was on the first one too. I don't know, but it's going to be 4 different people because there are more people. Mike is scheduling it. I think it'll be next week. I really loved it. I thought it was great. I have some fundamental problems with it from a UI and UX point of view. And I think that it's worth noting those things, but I highly recommend the game. I think it's very value rich as well. I think selling it at $50 is a great move and a bold move, and I think they could have gotten away with charging more for it. I wonder how it would have affected it, and like what their forecasts say about selling more but fewer copies, and what the right move was. But that was a really appropriate price point. I think incredibly value rich. Like it's a steal at $50, and I hope people choose to put their money where their mouth is. If you want to see more of this kind of stuff, go buy it at full price while you can, if you can afford it and you're interested. And I will say that I was not as riveted by the story as time went on as I thought I was going to be in the beginning, but I thought the gameplay was just fundamentally sound and really, really fun and unique. I never played anything really quite like it. So highly recommend that. And then inspired by you playing Borderlands 2 and the fact that Borderlands 2 has been in my cross media bar like for a year, maybe not quite a year, but all year. Because I played Borderlands 1 over the Christmas break and beat it. And then I went and immediately downloaded the Borderlands collection, which is on PS4, the Borderlands 2 kind of port with all the DLC plus the pre-sequel, which I've never played and I'm not going to play. But you download them both in one package. And then I was playing Borderlands 2 off of that. And it's, and I'm actually further in the game than I've ever been now because I'm earning trophies now that I don't have. So, which means I'm getting further than my previous saves. And I just love it. It's just so fun. And it's not as cringy as I remember or as I thought it. It's what you were saying. It's actually quite endearing. And I guess maybe Borderlands 3 is the game that went overboard, and I'll render that verdict again soon if I get back to it before Borderlands 4 launches later this year. But I'm just really enjoying playing it. I'm kind of just cruising through. I'm not really paying attention to the story. I'm just enjoying doing the missions, getting new items, leveling my character up. The gunplay is so sound. It's so fun. It's fair. And it runs really well on PS4. I mean, I'm playing on PS5, but it's the PS4 iteration of it. So this is probably the 4th or 5th time I've tried to get through it. And I think I'm just going to see it all the way through this time, which is very similar to what happened with Borderlands earlier this year. So I'm getting things done. I really want to play Doom, but it's still not been patched to fix the trophies. So I'm just waiting on that. And then I'll get into it when the trophies are fixed. Some people have written in, and I've seen it, that some people are getting the platinum, but no one really understands why, like what's going on, like why some people are doing it and why some people can't. So I'm not fucking around with that. All right, so that leaves it over to you, Chris. It says here you're playing Borderlands 2 as well as Dead Island 2, which is very interesting. So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, so I mean, very similar to you. I'm going through Borderlands 2. I just I got an itch to play it, and I'm continuing on. It's continued to be like my cozy game, kind of like I play it on my Steam Deck in bed when I'm just like kind of winding down. It's a weirdly soothing game, as chaotic and loud and boisterous as it is, because it is so. You are so singularly focused on whatever checkbox you got to do that it kind of, I don't know. For me, it kind of lets me not think about everything all at once, which is my main problem going to sleep. Like it's so hard for me to sleep because I'm thinking about every fucking thing. Like, oh, is the world going to be here in 10 years? Like, man, what did I get back to that guy in time? How does that person feel about the fact that I returned his text too late? All this bullshit. And so like to just be able to focus on like a checkbox kind of game like that is really well. And like you said, and like we were talking about last time, I just feel like it is more endearing. It is like, it's cringy, but it doesn't bother me. Like this, I don't know. There's something about it where it's just like, it's a very approachable game, plays really well. I don't know how deep into it I am. I've played many times deeply into it, but they kind of blur together for me a little bit, especially because I so often play them while I'm doing something else or like listening to news or podcasts or whatever. But I really love the way Borderlands 2 plays, and I'm getting into it, and yeah, just continuing on with that. Nothing really new to say about it, but I also started. Out of really nothing but sheer curiosity, I started Dead Island 2. I just saw it kind of sitting in my library. I'm like, oh, I forgot that I think it was on PS Plus recently, right? I think
it was on PS Plus, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, huh. I am kind of in the mood for like a mindless, I don't know, something. Maybe I'll try this. Maybe Borderlands 2 kind of like got that started in me where like I'm in like an FPS kind of checkbox mood right now. I didn't really anticipate how similar those games would feel to each other. Not necessarily in the style and what you're doing, but just like the core kind of like running around checklist kind of, disposing of like sandbox enemies. Like I think it's actually a little bit too similar. I think I might maybe put a pause on Dead Island. But I'm kind of enjoying myself. Like I like the limited scope of it. I was really immediately kind of thrown off when I started it and it gave me like all these different characters to choose from with different stats. And I remember being like, this is a little like, I would have preferred you just drop me off into the game world and just let me fucking exist and do what I needed to do. But surprisingly, it kind of tapers off from there. Like that's like kind of as wide as it gets in the beginning, because then it becomes very linear, becomes very focused. It's never really confusing what you have to do. It's very easy to kind of like turn your brain off and have fun. The melee feedback is really good. I really like specifically like there's something about the pipe wrench. Like hitting a zombie in the head with a pipe wrench feels mega satisfying. I don't know what it is. They nailed that. Yeah. Anytime I get to use a wrench as a melee weapon in a game, I love it. And it's obviously because it just reminds me of BioShock, but just like something about it. It's a good heft. But I'm liking Dead Island 2 way more than I thought I would. I always kind of felt like what was the one that Techland Dying Light?
Yeah, Dying Light. Yeah.
I always felt like Dying Light was good, but it felt like a little bit like it was trying to do too much. And I feel like the scope of whatever this is trying to do is like exactly right. Like it feels like a AA game. It feels like kind of like a 360 era video game where it's just like it's not particularly giant. It's not particularly sprawled out. The maps, or at least like the hubs, from what I'm experiencing, aren't so big that you kind of get lost and you get confused as to what you're going to do, or you forget what you were doing. It's very streamlined, and I think it's surprisingly just very playable. I kind of anticipated just kind of picking it up and tossing it away because I kind of figured like, oh, maybe this isn't going to hit for me, but it kind of is. I'm actually more interested in the narrative of what's going on than I thought I would be. Like they do kind of a good job of wheelboarding you on, or like they do a good job of like kind of introducing you to the state of the world and who the characters are. And I like that it starts off with you in this celebrity's house. I like that the setting is LA. It's interesting, even though it is
interesting. Yeah, it's very familiar.
It is very familiar, although it makes the name completely. What the fuck do you mean island?
Yeah, that's true. I never even thought of that. That's true. Why did I never think of that? That's so funny.
It's weird because like it like the intro sequence kind of ends and then it pans up and it shows the city of LA and then it says Dead Island 2 and I can't help but look at it. I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but, is it remind me, because I did play it in Platinum back in 2023, but I don't really remember too well. Isn't the city like quarantined?
Yeah, it is.
So maybe that's the island in some sense. Yeah, maybe that's their argument. But I agree with you. It is very funny. I don't know why I never thought of that.
It's not a huge thing. It's just funny to notice. But I'm liking it. I think and I think I looked up how long it was, and I was kind of like, oh, this is definitely something I think I can do.
Yeah, what is it, 20 hours or something?
Yeah, it's not long at all, and I'm excited at the prospect of that because I like a game like this that kind of just knows what it is and kind of keeps it simple. I like the skill tree is like a bunch of these. I don't know if they're tarot cards specifically, but like the card system is actually kind of well done and well thought out. It's a little bit harder than I thought it would be, although I think I just picked a character that was not necessary. I picked a fast character, so like her health is really low. Her name's Amy. She's got like she's like her story is like she's like trying to. It's so funny though because like her story is like I gotta get out of here to make nationals for the Paralympics because she's got like one of her legs is like that almost that shoehorn looking thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean, like that metal composite thing. Yeah,
and so I'm just curb stomping with a fake leg, and it is kind of it's fun. I don't know, I like it. It's more enjoyable than I thought it would be. So I think I'm going to be sticking with it. And I'll keep Borderlands to my nightly routine. Borderlands I'm probably going to chew on for a while, honestly, because I stopped really playing Destiny thoroughly, or like as consistently. And so I'm kind of in the market for like a turn your brain off kind of looter shooter to end my nights. So
there's a lot of expansions too. Like there's
so much
Borderlands. Yeah, there's like so much shit in the complete edition. I couldn't believe it.
I think because I'm just playing my normal. I'm playing on Steam, so it's like my original copy from like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Bought it. And it runs really, really well. I think maybe I'll just buy those DLC. It can't be.
You could probably buy all of it for like $2 or something like that.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, man, it's I'm having a good time with these games, even though they're both like FPS. Dead Island's less of an S, but it's good.
I liked Dead Island too. I was surprised by it, especially because I didn't know Dan Buster had that in them. Homefront: The Revolution is trash. Like I hate to say it, but
it is so unfortunate because the premise of it is so good.
Oh, it's dope. First of all, I love that it took place in Philadelphia. I thought that was fucking sick because nothing takes place in Philadelphia, and it's like the only thing I could think, like Rocky takes place in Philadelphia. Like it's like obviously a lot of Revolutionary War stuff might take place there, but so that was a cool setting. And yeah, like the North Koreans kind of coming in and fucking around, but it really, you could kind of tell that they didn't want to antagonize maybe Chinese investors or something by making the enemy China, which it really should have been. So it didn't really make any sense. And I remember I love the original Homefront. It is a very mediocre game in many respects, but I loved it. I thought it was so fun. And so I was looking forward to the next one. And it wasn't to be. So I had no belief in them. And Dead Island 2 had like 3 different iterations too. There was the Jaeger made a version of the game, Sumo Digital made a version of the game, and then these guys made it. So Dambuster. So I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
it's kind of an amazing feat if you think about it. That game turned out as good, because I'm really liking it, and I say that as somebody who, by the way, just did not like the original Dead Island. I genuinely thought the original Dead Island like sucked Mondo dick. I hated it. Like,
I remember I didn't play it for very long because maybe for like 5 or 10 hours because I remember finding it really tedious. Like there was a shit ton of things to open. There were like a million items to collect. It was just constantly going through things. I was like, what is this game? But it was cool. It was cool. It did well, but and Techland was like, bye, we're gonna go now. We're gonna go work with WB and make Dying Light and make way more money.
Yeah, it's weird. I remember playing the original Dying Light and just kind of, or the original Dead Island rather, and just kind of like, man, it ran poorly too. I remember like kind of feeling sick when I was playing it. Like, I don't like this at all. And it's weird because I remember being really excited for it because our English teacher showed us the trailer at the end of, like, we had an English teacher who worked on Gex.
Oh, cool.
Fucking weird. But he was always clued into video games, and sometimes like he would be my last class of the day. So it would be like the class would end and we would just kind of wait for the bell to ring. And so he and I would get to talking sometimes. And he mentioned this trailer, and then he's like, yeah, you got to see it. And so he showed the whole class this trailer, like the original Dead Island trailer, which, by the way, was an amazing trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like it was like in reverse, and it just used this like really haunting score. And then you're like, whoa, this is going to be something cool. And then the game comes out, and it's just like, oh, well, this is not nearly as good as the artfulness of the trailer would have implied. But I think there was like a Riptide, I think.
Yeah, Riptide. There was like a 1.5 version.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that either. So I speaking as somebody who just did not like the original Dead Islands really at all, this one's really good. It's really great. I think for especially if you manage to get this on PS Plus, like you definitely play it. Like it's worth your time. I think so far I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I was happy to buy it, but free's even better. So definitely, I hope you retrieved it when it was on there. It's funny you bring up Gex too, because I was just bumping around the PSN last night, looking at new uploads, like seeing things that were announced that I could wishlist and just kind of keep track of. And I saw that the Gex collection that was announced a while ago was like imminent. And I was watching the trailer and I'm like, man, I haven't seen this shit in a long time.
Yeah.
Not even really sure how this holds up, but it'll be interesting. What I was saying to Micah, because Micah wasn't familiar with it, I'm like, I never really played these games either. But what I remember about them were the ads, because the ads were like really memorable. Because that series was all about like pop culture things and like there's Austin Powers references and all of these. Even in the trailer, it's very
well, dude. In the game, like I know that like every line of dialogue he says is just some. It's like, oh, this is like playing Twister at P. Diddy's house. You know, like that's every line of dialogue. It's just like, oh, it's like eating sushi at Audrey Hepburn's place. So like, what the fuck? What are you saying? But yeah, I'm curious about that too. Like I don't have any experience with Gex, but I love the era that it's from. So like I'm wondering how that'll transfer.
All right, that's what we're playing. Chris, let's wrap this up with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We've done a long and meaty episode, and so we'll go through these somewhat briskly if we want. We'll see how it strikes us. Of course, you can support us on patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the other shows and other perks, including the ability to submit your inquiries to the show in the post on the newsfeed each and every week. So keep an eye on it. We publish it on Wednesdays. We delete it on Thursdays. So you have that small amount of time, and more than 200 of you submitted inquiries for this episode. Adam Belgarby wrote in and said, hey, queerin', bustin', and gay gun. Is that really appropriate?
Relax, bud.
Am I cooked if I consider game length to be a spoiler? Video games might be the only media that keeps you in the dark when it comes to runtime. You'll always know how far into a book you are, and you'll always know how many episodes are left in a season. I myself am a hypocrite since I plan my gaming around game lengths, but there was something truly special about Death Stranding ending 8 hours after I thought it would. I'm going to hang up a beautiful painting that inspires the soul to continue marching on and listen. Thank you for writing in, Adam. This has come up recently. I don't remember the exact reason. It was like I think Micah or Dustin had told me like someone in the community was earnestly complaining that runtime or like game length was a spoiler. And I'm like, nope, got to draw the line somewhere. Like, I get it in premise what you're saying, but it is what it is, dude. We do know how long a book is. You do know how long a movie or a TV show is when you put it on. It's okay. You lose yourself in it anyway. I can't be. It's so crazy that I've never even heard it said in all my years in the games industry.
Yeah, me neither. I've never heard this once. I just love that he asked, like, "Am I cooked?"
Yeah,
I love cooked.
It is funny. Like, it is a funny one. Yeah,
it's one of my new favorite slangs ever. But look, man, this kind of reads like, imagine you pick up a book and you look at how many pages it is, and you're like, "Nah, it's a spoiler." Like, how do you enjoy reading at that point? Like, I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's you're seeming a little cooked, at the very least, like vaguely microwaved. Adam,
it's too much. It's too much. And what's fun about knowing a game length is that game length is truly the only subjective subjective quantifier of length for any fiction. Like, a movie is how many minutes long it is. A TV show is how many episodes it is. A book is how many pages it is. But a game, it's like, yeah, it's about this. So it's actually like the least spoilerish of all of those things, in my opinion.
Yeah, because like how long did it take you to beat Expedition 33?
Like 30 hours.
30 hours. Yeah, mine was like 24. Yeah, like 25 or something like that. So like that's like a 5 hour difference. And so like, and there are people there. I have friends who spent like crazy amount of time. I think they beat that game at level like 70 something. And so like they spent like probably like closer to 40 hours on it.
Yeah, I was in the low 50s, I want to say, when I beat it.
Yeah, I think I was like 46 or 47. But like, I agree with that too. Like, it's just like it's the only medium that it's interactive, so it's inherently like up to you to determine the length, and especially what kind of game it is, depending on like how much side stuff there is. Like, I don't know. I feel like you got to stand down a little bit with this.
Yeah, sure. I agree. All right. The second one I thought was an interesting question. It comes from Jacob Stargrove, who says, "Hello, fellas. Do any of you play pinball on PlayStation? Or do you prefer to play physical pinball? I recently discovered a pinball game on the PlayStation called Demon's Tilt, and I'm hooked. It seems like a game at least one of you would enjoy. Thank you for the show, and I will not hang myself, but I will hang brain and listen." What does hang brain mean? I'm too young for that.
Oh my God.
What does it mean?
I think, does that mean just like sitting with your testicles out?
Oh, I see.
I feel like that's what that means.
Why can't you guys just be fucking normal? You ever think of that? Pinball video games. Where are you on pinball generally? Do you like pinball?
Yeah, I like a pinball machine, but I think I like a pinball machine because of the tactile nature of like the machine being like, I don't know. Sure. Although I am looking at this game and it looks fucking sick. Have you seen this?
No, Demon's Tilt. Let me look it up here.
It does look pretty fucking cool, actually. Like, the style of it's really neat. I can't say that it's necessarily something that I would jump at, but yeah, I don't know. Like, my earliest memory of pinball was actually like, it was like a browser-based pinball game that it had like a purple board, or like, I don't remember. Let me look it up. It was like Windows Pinball. What the fuck was it?
Was it? It wasn't Space Cadet Pinball, was it?
It might be.
That was I had that on PC, but it wasn't in browser. But they might have moved it to browser because I think Windows owned, or Microsoft owned it.
Yeah, Space Cadet. Yeah, Space Cadet Pinball. This is the earliest memory that I have of pinball as a concept, was this game. And I played the shit out of it, and I really liked it. But
you too.
I don't think I ever thought about it after that, though. Outside of like, because when I first started seeing pinball machines in like arcades and barcades as an adult, like the idea of playing it digitally kind of became less, I don't know, just like less interesting. Because I think part of it too is just like seeing how real world physics kind of plays out. Like seeing like I remember one of my friends I can't remember what arcade we were at, but like we were playing pinball, and he knocked the ball up into this place that was like impossible. Like it was just like a 1 in a million kind of thing where it was like not like lodged in between like the glass and like one of the. And I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. That's amazing. We had to have some guy come in and like open the glass and like
right.
it. But like that's part of the chaos that I like about pinball, and like I think in a video game it's kind of missing. But I'm sure there are good. I'm sure there's great pinball games out there. This Demon's Tilt game looks pretty cool, but
yeah, it does. It does look cool. It came to PS4 anyway in 2019 for people that are curious if you want to check it out. There were a few pinball games that I remember, like there was a Pokemon pinball game on like, I don't know if it was on Game Boy Color maybe, or maybe it was just on regular Game Boy that had like a vibrating card. So that was like kind of weird, like when it would hit the I don't know, the paddles or something. I remember that vaguely. And then really the big PlayStation pinball game was Zen Pinball, which was on both PS3 and PS4 and Vita. And they had like a shit ton of tables and everything. And that was a pretty big hit for a while, but I don't really know what happened to Zen. Pinball is just really cool. I dig. I'm not good at it. I was good at Space Cadet pinball, but like real pinball, I'm not good at it. It requires a feel and a touch to really do it at a high level, and the ability to like play the game, because it's not just like keeping the ball alive. Like you actually are trying to do tasks, which is kind of cool. And I watched this guy on YouTube restore old pinball machines from time to time, and the pinball machines from the 60s, like in the early 70s, are crazy because it's pre-microprocessor, and so these are all just like individual circuits. And that you should look it up sometime, like the wildest shit when you open up an old pinball machine. It's like, what the fuck, dude? This is so complex. And it reduces down to almost nothing after the chips come in. But these guys were really like hardwiring, like real electric connections to all like the lights and the paddles, and this thing would do this thing, and it would cause this circuit to go, and it was like really incredible. So highly recommend people look at that stuff if they want. People really try to like restore them in a very faithful way, which I think is neat. But yeah, video game pinball, it's a little redundant, but I get it. And it's a thing going back to the very beginning of the game. There are video games from the late 70s and early 80s that were like Atari pinball games. So it was a thing that they were trying to do almost immediately. And when you think about the situation in arcades at the time, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because arcades were pinball machines, and then slowly became arcade machines aside pinball machines. And so why wouldn't you try to fuse them? I think it makes perfect sense, but teach their own.
There's an arcade. There's a barcade in LA called 82 that has like, it's like one half arcade and one half pinball. And they got some weird fucking pinball machines. Like stuff like I don't even know, like Mr. Clean pinball. Like just like weird shit that you've never heard of. Like, why does that exist?
It's awesome. Love that.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the third inquiry. This one comes from Daniel Dittmer. He says, "Dear Last Stand, I recently returned to Returnal after the PS5 Pro update, and wow, is it beautiful. What a fantastic game, and I finally got the platinum. The key to my platinum came from an unexpected source, PlayStation activity cards. This was my first time ever noticing, let alone using these activity cards. I was easily able to see which ciphers I was missing in each biome and then use PSN profiles to know exactly what room I was looking for. My question is simple. Have any of you guys ever used and or noticed these activity cards? Thanks for the consistent content. I have noticed them, and I think I've used them in the past, but I don't really remember on what specific games. And since Sony doesn't require anyone to use them to pass certification, they're caught between a rock and a hard place, because they're never going to become a thing if no one is forced to use them. It would be like expecting trophies to become a thing if you didn't force people to use trophies, which eventually Sony did. Famously, at the time, any game that was released after January 1st, 2009 had to have trophies. Because they left it optional for a while and people weren't doing it. So if you care about a system like an in-game or an in-system kind of metagame like that, then you got to make people use it. So these are really cool things that are not only good for game help, but you know what the last time I used the activity cards was for Astrobot. And they worked out really well. Although I as we found out in real time, you might recall, I was like, it's like, oh, other gamers are actually making these. Like they set the predicate at the studio for like possibilities of like, we need videos and content for this collectible or this whatever. And then people can kind of fill that void. So that's pretty cool. As far as the way Returnal does it, I don't really remember. I would like to get back to Returnal at some point. I suspect when we get closer to Saros, I'll probably go back to Returnal and reabsorb it, especially because I suspect the two games are connected. And so maybe refamiliarizing yourself with the lore there is cool. But have you ever messed with these on PS5, the activity cards and the trophy trackers and all the different kind of bits and bobs that are there?
No, I think I tried maybe once to do an activity card in Spider-Man, and it was kind of like it sent me right to the place that I needed to go, and I was like, cool. But I don't really play games that way. Like I'm totally fine like starting the game up from scratch and then just going to like I don't know. Like it feels like kind of like a shortcut in some sense, and that's good in some cases. I can imagine myself like definitely wanting that maybe sometimes, but not often enough that I even remember that the system exists. And so I just often, by the time I remember that system exists, I'm usually in the game already. And I'm just like, whatever. I'll just go do it. I'm pretty set in my ways with how I play games. And so if chances are if things weren't there for like, you know, the PS1, PS2, 360 time, it's probably like an extraneous thing that I consider to be kind of unnecessary. I don't know. Like the game help stuff. Like I feel like I'm more likely to just kind of look something up on my phone. Because I like the second screen experience, to be honest. Like I like my TV being just my video game. You know, instead of having like a second window. Like I don't know if you remember, but like they tried to do on Xbox, they tried to do this like whole snap feature where like you go Xbox, snap Netflix. Right. Or whatever. And you're able to watch Netflix in a fucking tiny ass corner.
Yeah, picture in picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just it was cool in theory, but it was so garbage. And that's kind of how I feel about it, where it's just like I don't want to sacrifice any screen real estate to anything that doesn't need to be there. And so for me, I'm just like, I have a separate screen in my hand. I'm just gonna resort to this generally. But it's a cool feature. I'm glad it's there. I'm sure there's people who are like less stubborn than I, who are going to get good use out of it. But yeah, I'm too set in my ways.
Yeah, I understand that. It does work pretty well, but yeah, I would rather all things being equal have a second screen as well. Okay. The fourth question comes from Florida Man. He says, "Hey, Sacred Group. So Tim Sweeney recently made the comment about AI soon being able to make games as big as Breath of the Wild with only a crew of 10. This is also similar to what Lionsgate's president said. How do you feel about this? Because it makes me sad. I'll hang up so I can take some bath salts and eat a human." Well, you're down in Florida, so anything's possible. I don't want to get too deep into this because it's a topic we've done a lot, but I wanted to kind of put this out there, and this is the reason I selected this inquiry was I'm kind of just in the acceptance phase. And these things are happening. They're going to happen. I highly recommend people read this kind of think piece called AI 2027. It's excellent. There's a website dedicated to it. And it's basically this hypothetical that these academics wrote about where they think things are going and how quickly things are happening and the basis for all of these thoughts. And they basically say that we have like 10 financial quarters before we've created a super intelligence. And that's like their theory. And that there's like a really bad way this can go and a really good way this can go. And I just don't know. I'm not smart enough to deal with this problem in a fundamental way, I don't think. And I really, instead of fighting against it, I don't want to really utilize it. And I don't. I mean, I use ChatGPT sometimes. I really just talk to it. Like tell me about, like, what do I need to know about this? Or tell me, not even really regards to work, actually, just kind of more of basically, I love just reading Google and Wikipedia and stuff before I go to bed. And now I'm just find myself reading ChatGPT, asking it questions about whatever is on my mind. But that's a seldom thing that I do. And I don't want to use it in my creative field. And it's sad to me that it's clear that this is where this is all going. And, but I accept it. You have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it is depressing. I feel like I said this earlier about something else, but I think it's true both for the internet and AI, where it's just like, this is a genie that's kind of out of the bottle. You can't really put it back. It's out there. It's being fucked with, and it will. Yeah, you do kind of have to accept the reality that's happening. It doesn't mean that it's good. And I think ultimately it will be very, very negative. But it's the new world, and I don't know. I think that shit sucks. I personally have no interest in playing a game that's just generated by AI. Like, I can't think of a less appealing thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Or a story written by AI, or a movie directed by AI, or generated in AI. Like, I just don't. To me, the only valuable thing about these things, quite frankly, is sure the message and like the end product, but like literally the story of how they come together is more interesting to me than anything else. Like I used to listen to a lot of DVD commentaries like almost primarily, like the main reason I would get a movie on DVD was to listen to like the commentary and just to hear the people behind it talk about like how they did certain things and like what it took to make this and what it took to make that and where this idea came from. And even just something like, getting a TV show on DVD and like watching like bloopers or whatever, you know what I mean? Like watching how something goes wrong or watching the intent or like how things fail or how things come together accidentally. Like I think about the pizza scene. There's a scene in Breaking Bad where like Walter White has to throw a pizza on the roof and they got it somehow in like the first take.
Right.
And the story of that is fucking amazing. But if you could just generate Walter White throws a pizza on the roof and it does it, like that's not, who cares? Like who gives a shit? And so for me, I'm just looking at a world of like pretty bleak art. I would imagine that I would like to hope that enough people are educated enough or at least care enough to realize that is indeed what is cool about movies and TV and video games and books and art is the fact that they come from someone.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for. Is that enough people kind of, and the demand kind of becomes like, yeah, this is cheap to do, but nobody cares. So like, how do we leverage this in a way that doesn't completely nullify the entire reason why people engage with these things? So hopefully that's the future. I doubt it, but I'm trying to maintain a vaguely optimistic perspective on that stuff.
The fifth inquiry comes from Mike Carley, who says, "Hello, Sacred Fam. It was confirmed that Nintendo did not send out early units of Switch 2 this week. Andy Robinson of VGC put up a passionate post explaining how this was disappointing on a few levels. Interestingly, though, the community response on places like Twitter and Reddit were unanimously in the camp of who cares, console reviews don't help much. I haven't seen a pretty stark divide between journalists and consumers in some time, really. As someone who used to get early access and now famously does not, was curious where you stood on this. I personally agree with the idea that for a vast majority of early adopters, the reviews are nothing more than entertaining reads while we anticipate the product. It's as I noted before, Mike, like I really feel like we're in a post-media format now where these things don't matter. And Nintendo made an assessment that it's simple. Nintendo made an assessment that they cannot be helped by this. And so they're not going to do it. And what I'm most curious about in our own ecosystem is how this is going to parlay to what PlayStation and Microsoft decide to do, but specifically PlayStation in 27, 28, whenever PS6 comes out. Will they give people access or kind of keep things hidden too? And I really feel like companies are getting less and less of a benefit of giving early access and bespoke access to people. For instance, when Intergalactic comes out, and I've said this before on the show, is like, I really hope Sony and Naughty Dog are smart enough to not give anyone access to it. Like they have to know that they can't. Like it has to come out for the same time that for everyone. Maybe that's a unique thing. They obviously don't feel that way about Death Stranding 2, which is already in people's hands. Gene has it. And I doubt they're going to feel that way about Ghost, but hopefully they're excited, are smart enough to note the excitement for a game that will be easily ruined by people having early access. On the other hand, you have these things like these consumer products that aren't out yet. And really what bothers the journalists, and I know because I was in this position, is you just don't have content ready when people expect you to. But the reality is you can review it now.
Yeah.
You go buy it and review it. So, and I know Andy full well understands and knows that we're not entitled to anything. And I know that that's not the argument he's saying, but I think it's always going to come off that way when you complain about that sort of thing, but it makes it hard for him to do his job. So I understand why he feels that way, but Nintendo has nothing to gain. And I really don't think early access gives anyone anything to gain, especially on hardware. So it's not a huge surprise, and I wouldn't expect that things are going to change as we move forward. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in agreement. Like I like reading hardware reviews. I'm into them. Like I like the recreational activity of doing it, but it's not super necessary. I think generally, honestly, I feel like the general zeitgeist kind of does a good job of reviewing things like that, in the sense of like, if something's really, really bad with like the Switch 2, like Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death level bad,
yeah,
that's going to be trending. And to be fair, like a lot of misinformation trends, but like I think enough people have built a circle around them, or at least like have some idea of like who is a reliable source and who isn't, that like if anything is trending, it's a pretty good chance that you can seek out these individual sources and see like if there's any water or if any of those things hold water. So like I think there's just a redundancy with that stuff, and like you said, I do think you can just ultimately still review them. Like I don't think there's anything necessarily made. I mean, these consoles are going to sell millions and millions for years and years. Like unless you're reviewing the Nintendo Switch 1 today, you're not really that late ever, because you're always going to be reviewing the most recent. Like in some sense, like if you reviewed like the PS4 5 years in, that's a valuable review still. So like I don't really get the time sensitive nature as far as that goes. But
yeah, sadly the way that these things intersect, though, I do get it from their perspective, where it's like, yeah, that would be more valuable, but there's fewer eyes looking.
Yeah.
So you want to, I get it. Like it's a business reality thing. But my argument here, and this is again not what VGC is saying, and VGC is definitely not beholden to anyone, but if you're so beholden to the companies you cover that you need access to their products in order to gain eyeballs, you're not that relevant to begin with, especially not in this ecosystem anymore. I mean, I think that's what's established Sacred Symbols so well, is that we don't play games early, and it doesn't matter, because that's not what really people are coming to us for. If they're coming to you because you get early access to games, that could be one of 1,000 people. And that's a dangerous and precarious situation to be in. So I say these companies and these different outlets and creators embrace that outsider status. It gives you all the control. They can't stop you from buying something and reviewing it. Like, right. Just do it. That's what I do.
Yeah. Or there could be, I mean, I don't know. There's also the reality. Some reviews are just not very, I don't know. I'd like to imagine that somebody's going to be like, the Nintendo Switch 2 is a really great console. But have you seen what Benjamin Netanyahu's been doing? Do you remember that? What was it, the PS4 that had
the PS5 review from Ian Walker
PS5,
at Kotaku? Yeah. But yeah, it would be like,
very funny.
Bombs are falling on Kyiv as the backdrop for the launch of the Switch 2, which makes me feel more hopeless than ever.
Insane.
All right, final inquiry comes from Jason Vanover, who writes, "Greetings, gents, and here's to a great summer and plenty of laps in the Moriarty pool this year. Thank you. Colin, my son, 4 years old, has taken to the Switch and a few games on Xbox and PlayStation. For a 4-year-old, he's got some pretty solid gaming ability, much better than I had at that age. For example, he recently beat the Ghostbusters game on Switch and does pretty well roaming around and slashing in Ghost of Tsushima. However, here's the quandary we've stumbled upon. To my dismay, he's taken to your often mentioned preference of inverting the y-axis. How he stumbled upon this insanity is quite the conundrum to me. When he's asked for help on a few occasions, primarily on the aforementioned Ghostbusters game, his controls were, to my dismay, inverted. I switched them back just so I could properly navigate, only to return the next day for another assistance session to find he had again switched them back. So here's the question. Do I let the young man continue with his preferred method of environmental movement, or do I stop this absolute atrocity now while his brain and gaming ability are still malleable enough to get him out of this maneuvering blunder before it's too late? You're like a father of like a kid in Catholic school in 1910 who writes left-handed. And you're like fucking really anxious about it. But really, that's just the way the kid writes. Do what you got to do. I mean, what's funny is that I would be curious as well to know how he knows that he can play inverted. Like that's a pretty fundamentally strange thing for a 4-year-old to have known was even possible. He can't read that. He doesn't know what an axis is, does he? How did he ever learn that? And then how did he learn that he wanted to play that way? There's got to be more to the story, like a brother or or someone in the family, someone like showing him this, because that's what I'm confused about. And I would also be confused about what made him pick up that notion that he could and should control something like that, because usually inversion happens based on the games you've played and came up with.
Yeah.
There's no other reason that I play inverted Y except for that. I don't know why it happened. I think it's because of GoldenEye and all these other games that we used to play, and that just made natural sense to me. And I can't play the other way. It's not happening. It would be like way too much for me to learn, and I can't do it. So don't change him for change's sake. But I'm more curious how the hell he even discovered all that. So I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, me too. Like I'm interested because I never fucked around with inverted at all. I think I had it once, and then I was like, ooh, this doesn't make any sense to me. And there's some games that like it inverts or like inverts, no, like where it kind of goes back and forth. Where like there's some games where like if I'm like a pilot game, for example, like if I'm flying a plane or something, it's just like, oh, okay, I could kind of get it here.
Mm-hmm.
But like Yeah, I'm curious how this started. I like how you said maybe a brother or you, implying that he's essentially gone insane.
Yeah, yeah.
And forgot that he showed up. No, I'm fascinated by that. Because because it's weird because like I think about like my history with video games, and I've been playing video games since like really before I could even really form memories. So like I have no real insight into what the beginnings of that really looks like from like an honest perspective, or like how you glom onto things, or like what control preferences like you end up grafting towards, or like who shows you what. Like I don't remember like I don't even remember where I got most of my games, or like who gave them to me, or like how I stumbled across them. Like were they hand-me-downs? Were they Christmas gifts? Were they like just an uncle just sort of being like, hey, here you go, I have this thing. Like I really don't remember a lot of them, or at least like from early on PS1 time. So it's maybe ask him, does he have like the vocabulary to really like explain? Like,
you
I don't know
what the Y 4-year-old little boy, you know what the Y axis is?
Well, I'm just thinking like if you switch it back to normal and then give him the controller and then watch him switch back to inverted.
Right.
Maybe ask him like, oh, why'd you do that? And just like ask. I don't know, because I'm fucking curious about this. Because I'm curious as to what a 4-year-old's reason would be. You know?
More questions than answers.
Probably.
As usual here on Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. It's time for us to go though, Chris. It's actually convenient that Dustin wasn't here, because this would have been like a 7-hour episode probably. With all of us talking about all this stuff. So that was fun. That was good. That was very productive.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time today. Any big plans? What's on your agenda?
Today's Thursday. My apartment's all clean. I was thinking of seeing that new Wes Anderson movie.
Oh yeah. I saw the commercial for that. I don't remember the name of it.
It's called the Phoenician Scheme.
Yeah, the Phoenician Scheme, right.
It's got Michael Cera in it as like some weird guy with an accent. It looks kind of cute. I don't know. I'm not really like, I don't normally watch. I'm not a Wes Anderson guy, not necessarily because I don't like it. I just like haven't really gotten around to seeing a lot of those movies. But this one, it looks interesting enough. So
yeah,
I haven't been to the theater in a while.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
I was going to say I loved Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, Royal Tenenbaums, and I don't think I've even ever seen anything since then. So
yeah.
But I loved those movies, so I'm sure I would love the others too. Dagan's a huge Rushmore fan. I think Bottle Rocket's phenomenal, personally. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to go then. For me, I got to write an ad and record it. I got to bring the dogs out. I got a few things to do, but the pool is open, still warming up a little bit. It's still a little cold in there. A little nippy in there. Yeah, nothing else crazy going on. I think I'll have a pleasant night. And a good weekend. And I hope you do as well, Chris. And I hope everyone out there does too. Be well. Take care of yourselves. Appreciate you. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and a bunch of other perks. Could not do it without your support over there. Laststandmedia.store for merch. Shot and ad. Time to go. Goodbye.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.